Well, good morning, you gardeners. Adam is here in the
Hi,
shed.
Bex.
Hello,
Good
my
to see you.
darling.
How
Are
you
you
doing?
okay?
I'm good. How you
It
doing?
feels like a while since I've seen you.
It's been a little while, isn't it? A little
You've
tiny
been in
while.
the shed with Sean.
I have, yeah. That sounds a bit...
Sounds a bit rude.
Sounds a bit rude.
It's fine.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. I've been doing some shows with Sean, which has been great, yeah.
Oh, it's lovely.
Great to be back with you. And I'm loving this really, really kind of leafy...
I know. Well, it's going to get warm in here
dress
today, isn't
Fantastic.
it? We're
Gorgeous.
in for a couple of scorcher days, so let's just enjoy the sunshine, enjoy the warmth. We are here. We are live, by the way. Sean is not here, as you can see. Adam's here instead. Sean's going to be on QVC later, I think at about 2 o'clock. So if you fancy some more gardening, you can tune in on QVC. But for now, we're going to have 4 whole hours of some amazing deals and some amazing plants. Let's cover the boring stuff first, shall we? The first thing you need to know is there is an offer code you can see on screen right now. It is YGTV3224. That is really important. Every time you place an order, that's the code you need to put into the little box that says, do you have an offer code? What that code is going to do is many, many things. First of all, it's going to give you a free gift. Your free gift this week is our amazing Blooming Fast fertiliser. This stuff is incredible, isn't it?
It is, because it's not just the nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, it's got those trace elements that are really critical as well. So it's like multivitamins for plants.
Multivitamin pill, fill your plants. Yeah, absolutely. It is dissolvable. So this packet will actually make 100 litres, right?
Yeah, so the ordinary watering can size, about 20 watering can sizes, yeah, 5 litre can. Brilliant.
Great to get hold of that right now. We definitely want to give those plants a boost right now, don't we? So get hold of that by placing the offer code into the offer box when you place an order. It's not limited, by the way, so you can have as many of these depending on how many orders you place. It's 1 per order, not 1 per customer. That offer code is also going to unlock all of the other deals that we've got. So if there's a buy 1 get 2 free, which Adam's got in his hand, a buy 1 get 1 free, a double up deal, a saving on a particular item, that code is going to unlock that. So it's really important to put that in when you place your order. Free postage on orders over £40. So get your order to over 40. Put the code in, we'll take away any postage cost. If your order is under 40 though, I know we've all got to shop on a budget. We can't always spend £40. I completely understand. If your order is under 40, it'll just be 1 postage cost per order of £6.99. And finally, nearly finally, I want you to join our club today, please. It costs just £5 to join, but it's packed with savings, discounts, offers, all sorts of things. 10% off every plant and accessory order. That includes the pots. Even if they're on a buy 1 get 2 free, you'll still get 10% off. I know, we've lost our minds. You're also going to get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to use throughout the year as well. Top tip here is, you don't have to wait. Now, we normally say these break down to £5 every 3 months, but the head gardener let me into a secret.
You did.
You can use 1 per order, no matter what point in the year. So even if it says it's not live yet, try it on an order, because it will work. That's the boring stuff. I do want to say one more thing.
I'd just like one more thing about that you told me as well.
Oh, go on.
Is it doesn't go up.
Oh, yeah.
Same
so
price, stays
it's
the same.
auto-renewal, that £5 one. If you go for the £10 one, it's just a 1-year membership and it'll lapse at the end of the year. But the £5 one auto-renews, and it will always auto-renew at £5. So even if we put the price of the club up, you'll only ever pay £5 for it. But don't worry, you can cancel it if you want to. So we're not trying to tie you into anything at all. I want you to send some emails through, please, with your pictures. Stu is on holiday at the moment. Our wonderful Stu, who's normally in the shed there, controlling everything that we do, he's disappeared. We've got Jake in the control room, so send your messages, say hello to Jake for us. Stu's already sent some pictures. Can we show them, Jake? Is that all right? I know I'm going off script slightly. Look! There is Stu. He found some beautiful oleanders. Now, we don't have them on the show this week, unfortunately. I'm sure they'll be back very soon if you're looking for oleanders. But he found this gorgeous avenue of oleanders and couldn't help but send us the pictures. Those literally came through about 5 minutes before we came live. So hope Stu's having a lovely time.
He sent us the blue skies as well.
He sent us the blue skies. It's
good.
nice, isn't it? So yeah, Stu's on holiday. Say hello to Jake in the shed, but do send us your emails. Alison, I can see you've sent one already. We'll come to those in a little while. Send us your pictures. We're nosy what we want to see in your gardens. Now, I've mentioned it a couple of times. Let's talk about those Torino planters, because this is a buy 1 get 2 free, and it's the last chance to get this deal.
These are beautiful, Bex, aren't they? I mean, the great thing about these is they're just that perfect size that you can kind of change the look of the garden, but you don't have to spend an absolute fortune doing it. And I mean, we kind of, I don't like to mention it, but we've got like the change of the season coming up.
It's coming and we've got to plan for it. We're gardeners, we have to plan ahead.
These would be absolutely fabulous, wouldn't they, for starting, you know, your sort of crocuses, your miniature irises and tulips and all those kind of things as well. UV resistant, frost stable. No, the other way round. Frost resistant, UV stable.
That's fine. We knew what you meant.
You know what I mean. But and I love the way they've got that really nice kind of antique-y look to them. They've got that sort of burnished sort of look. And, you know, these are just brilliant for changing your pot displays. Because if you've got really big pots, you tend to just leave them in situ all the time, don't you?
Because it costs a fortune.
Yeah, and it's too much hassle to move them around. So you can just change the look of that pot display just by changing these a couple of times a year.
Yeah, and of course they're super lightweight as well. So you can change these over easily. And if you, you know, drop them... If you drop them, they're absolutely fine. They're designed to last you for a long time, nice and lightweight, work nicely on tables or on... we've seen so many displays where people put them up ladders. They look absolutely gorgeous, and it is the last chance to get this offer. Buy one, get two free. Put one in your basket, enter the offer code, the other two will automatically appear for you. If you put two in your basket and enter the code, 4 will magically appear for you. You can multi-order as much as you like on those, but do take advantage of that offer because this is the last time we're going to be bringing you that one. Let's talk about some fantastic plants now though, shall we? And on a day like today, where I'm sweating in the potting shed already, what better to talk about than something that gives those gorgeous holiday vibes? I bet Stu's having a look at some Phoenix Canariensis wherever he is right now.
I would imagine. What was funny though, when we first came in, because I did this palm with Sean the other day, and Bex came in. Bex, you sure that's the right one?
Yeah, it's huge.
That is a big palm for 1990. Yeah, it is humongous. And the good thing about Phoenix Canariensis is the bigger they get, the tougher they get, the harder they get as well. This is instant drama, isn't it, Bex? I mean,
oh my word!
You know, when you get this, it'll be tied up, so it'll be sort of be nice and gently sort of tied up in the box like that, and then you just let go, and instantly you've got that Mediterranean, that tropical feel
now,
in your garden. Now, if you
can go for 2 of those... I mean, I'm a big fan of the pairing. I know we plant in odd numbers, but with something like this, you'd want I mean, 1 is fine, if that's your budget, absolutely. But if you can stretch to 2, the symmetry that creates is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, you could create a real classic look with these either side. So, for instance, if you've got a 2-tiered garden and you've got some steps that go up to the top part of the garden, you can have them either side of the steps.
Beautiful.
At the top. If you've got a patio area, you can have them even side of the patio door. This is an evergreen palm as well. I mean, this looks great all the year through. It looks lovely and green.
I've
like
got
this.
one, it's gorgeous.
They're
I
gorgeous,
love
aren't they? And it's what's known as a feathered palm as well. So it's got these sort of feather-like fronds on here as well. This one is hardy down to about -5. They look fantastic in pots, and in fact,
oh, go on.
What we actually did the other day, we plonked one of these in one of our
the olive green
olive pots. Yeah, because we actually thought.
Is that big enough?
Yeah, well, that would be okay for probably 1 or 2 seasons because palms.
I like it though. Look at that.
Yeah, palms. Let's just move that out of the way. Palms will do absolutely fabulously well in pots, even if they're really, really pot bound. So if you fancied a really nice pot, the olive planter would certainly be absolutely ideal for this for sort of a couple of seasons. And of course, if you're in a really, really cold area, you can just sort of take it away from the worst of the weather. You don't have to pamper it or mollycoddle it.
No.
I mean, literally, if you got it somewhere that was just above freezing, but it had natural light and you kept it on the dry side, it'll go through the winter really, really happily, and it will get bigger and bigger. And I've seen some massive ones of these in the UK in recent years.
Yep.
Ones you can actually walk underneath that are full trunks.
Yeah.
So they can get through British winters.
I've got
with
one
a bit of TLC.
half the size. I'm going to say it's half the size, and mine stayed out all winter.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind where I am in Lincolnshire, obviously different areas of the country you get different weather, but we got some serious minus temperatures. Mine was out over the winter. I didn't give it any extra protection. It is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to put it in your own garden, put it in the warmest, most sheltered sort of spot possible. That's the best way to sort of look after it. But yeah, I mean, just absolutely stunning. And the fact that you're going to get this out the box and it's this instant size, that instant drama. There's no sort of waiting, because sometimes palms can be a little bit slow growing to start with. So yeah, we're not going to make you wait 3 or 4 or 5 years to get a decent sized palm. We're going to send this out to you, and instantly you've got that ta-da, that voila, that amazing kind of palm there in the garden, giving you impact.
That is absolutely fantastic. I think the pairing with that olive pot is gorgeous. Let's give you the details for that just in case you want that, because it is on a double up deal here. So it's a 30 centimetre, 12-inch diameter here. You can get one for £17.99. Beautiful. Why would you not go for 2? Because the double up deal is just £2 more. So they work out at £10 each, or you can say that the second one cost you £2. I don't mind, whichever makes you feel better. But definitely do think about going for that double up deal. If you're doubling up, you do need to put 2 in your basket. So put the 2 in, enter the offer code. That's where the saving will happen. It's beautiful, isn't it? Can I just give one more option of a pot, Jake? Can I throw you off here? Because I just want to give another idea for a pot as well, just because this is a fantastic deal. And this is the Helix planter that I'm going to talk to you about here. Because I think that look, personally, is beautiful. I think that terracotta look just it sets the greens off, it sets the plants off.
And it does, Bex. And when you think about sort of Mediterranean type areas, you think about all those houses with the terracotta tiles, don't you? The terracotta roofs. And sort of that terracotta look and that palm do go together brilliantly. And also, unlike the olive planter, this could probably stay in here for a good 3 or 4 years in a pot this size. Because, as I say, I'm hidden. Look, there's such a huge, great big palm hidden behind it. But hi, hello. Yeah. So it wouldn't mind being pot bound in this.
No.
So you could keep it in for a good 3 or 4 years. Liquid feed it. I mean, we've got our blooming fast feed. So palms, like everything else, like a bit of feed. So give it a feed once a fortnight, once a month. Keep it well watered through the summer. Keep it on the dry side in the winter, somewhere bright. And year on year, this will get bigger and bigger and add more and more drama.
Just wanted to show you the drainage holes on the bottom there. There are plenty of them, so no need to get the drill out. Although if you do want to put extra holes in, I do find drilling into plastic pots just so much easier than trying to drill into a terracotta or a ceramic pot. Oh, that's terrifying, isn't it? Amazing price on here. 40 centimetre pot, 16-inch diameter. One is $14.99, so that's a great price. Don't buy 2 or 3, because 2 would be 30 quid, 3 would be £45. If you put 4 in your basket, £24.99, so working out at £6 something each. Sean's not here, I can't do fast maths. He's the man for the fast maths, but that is an amazing deal on those ones if you fancy going for them with your Phoenix Canariensis. Right, sorry for throwing you off that, Jake.
Weird you said about trying to drill holes in a terracotta pot. I tried to do that once.
It's awful.
The drill wouldn't go through, so I pushed really, really hard. Yeah. The next minute, the whole bottom of the pot caved in, the drill just hit the floor underneath.
And all of a sudden, you've now got really expensive drainage to add to your other pots.
Absolutely, so completely ruined the pot. I know. So, don't do that.
Don't do that, get plastic. Right, we're going to move on. Should we move that out of the way?
Get it out of the way,
Adam. So we can see your lovely face.
This is so huge, this palm. It's been given us aggro sort of last week because it kind of just takes over the whole set. But it'll look brilliant when it gets into your garden.
Well, we're going to move on to Hibiscus Chiffon Lavender now. This is a gorgeous variety of hibiscus, isn't it? It's hardy, first of all, but it's the chiffon, so you get the double flowers.
Yeah, and it's weird, isn't it? Because, we're talking a minute ago about palms and that sort of tropical Mediterranean kind of look. And again, when you go to, the south of Spain, south of France, all those different places, you see hibiscus flowering there, but they're not the hardy hibiscus. Those ones wouldn't get through the frost. This one is equally as beautiful. It's in the kind of, it's in the hibiscus family. These will go down to -20. So these really, really are super, super tough plants. And the great thing about hibiscus is they start flowering about now. They start flowering late in the season. So when all your things like your ceanothus, your forsythias, your chenomales, all those other shrubs have long finished flowering, hibiscus, they pick up the baton and they bring that colour from August into September, even into October, and these flowers are just sublime. I mean, look at those, Bex, these wonderful double flowers, the lovely stamens in the middle there as well, smothered in pollen, so which is quite good as well, because sometimes with double flowers you don't actually get those stamens, you don't get much pollen, but you've got the pollen on these as well. Each flower only lasts a day, but don't let it put you off, because you get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of flowers on one shrub. It's self-deadhead, so you don't need to worry about deadheading it. But for weeks and weeks and weeks, you just get that fabulous drama with hibiscus, and they've even got a fabulous growing habit as well, because they're shrubs that grow lovely and upright and in a goblet shape, so they grow in quite a small space.
It's very neat, isn't it? Which means that there's minimal pruning that you need to do, although you do want to prune sort of early springtime, don't you? Because that helps you get more flowers.
Yeah, they will flower on new wood. So if yours, I mean, and I've trimmed many of these back in the past. If you find they do get a bit too tall, because they can get 2.5 metres tall, but you can trim trim them back down in the spring, just above a leaf joint where you want them to be. They'll reshoot, and those new shoots will give you flowers the same year. But I mean, look at it, lovely, lovely, really healthy, wonderfully shaped leaves on there, a nice upright plant. This is already absolutely smothered in buds.
Yeah, there's just on this one here, look, where you can see there's that flower bud. There's another one there, there's another one there, there's another one down here, there's 2 more around this side as well. There's loads of them on there. This one, look, 4 flower buds at the top of there. Look, it is so ready for you. And what I love about hibiscus is that it's quite a I often talk about transitional plants.
Yes, it is.
Ones that transition the season. So you've got some summer plants, you've got some that look great in spring. This one actually looks good through summer and into autumn. Yeah,
it does, because you know, I almost look at hibiscus as a sort of the late in the year lilacs. You know, in May, June time, you see lilacs everywhere, and the lilacs look absolutely fabulous and fantastic in their shades of pink and purple and white. Well, these kind of almost take on the mantra for the lilacs, but much later in the season, giving those huge shrubs full of colour. In fact, when I drive in or go home from YouGarden here, there's a house just down the road that's got a huge one of these.
I think we see the same one.
With pink flowers.
Gorgeous.
And it's absolutely stunning. It's looked good for the last couple of weeks. So if you want a shrub that is tough, really, really hardy, will get through any winter, is upright, will flower for at least sort of 8 to 10 weeks with fabulous, fabulous sort of purpley pink double flowers, come back year after year, easy to look after. You can grow in a tub or in the garden. Go for Hibiscus Chiffon. You'll adore it for years.
Definitely. 510272 is the item number. You need to go to yougarden.com to place your orders. You can use the phone lines as well. They are open till 4 o'clock, even on this Sunday. So if you actually like talking to people, you can order on the phone. Just make sure that you give the offer code to the operator so that you can get all these amazing savings. There is a I can't read it. £12 saving on that one. So it's £12.99 for your Hibiscus Chiffon Lavender. Okay, so we're going to move on now to... now, you've talked about Nandina a lot. Now, Adam is an award-winning garden designer. He's won gold at Chelsea, won a few silver gilt medals as well. He doesn't like talking about the silvers.
Yeah, we've won 4 gold. Me and my husband, 4 gold medals, won 2 or 3 silver gilt medals. We won a couple of silvers. Yeah. 3 BBC RHS People Awards.
You're doing all right, aren't you?
Yeah, so won some medals, some other shows as well. So yeah, it's quite nice.
But basically, what this means is that Adam's pretty good at garden design.
I try.
You do try your best, don't you?
I do.
And you've told me a lot about Nandina and how you use this in planting schemes. Why do you use Nandina?
Because it's one of those plants that's got everything. I always liken it. You remember when you was at school and there was that kid in your class, that girl or that boy, they were good looking, they were brilliant at sport, they were academic, they were really popular. They were just the person that everyone gravitated around. You was like, I'm just like...
I want to be that person.
I want to be that person. Well, Nandina's that plant because it's evergreen to start with, so it looks fantastic all the year round. But not always evergreen. Sometimes it's ever red because the new foliage always comes out of this lovely sort of reddish colour. Sometimes of the years, you can see in the picture there, it's a real fiery red, and then it sort of tones down to sort of more russet colours, more copper colours, but it looks fabulous all the way through the year. It's a compact plant as well, so it's quite slow growing. It won't sort of romp away really, really quickly. I planted some of these in a customer's garden about 4 or 5 years ago, and it's only now got to about waist height or so. So, not a shrub that will go really, really mad and take over. They can eventually flower as well. You get lovely little white flower heads, and then you have red berries as well. They're stupid tough, really super frost resistant, really drought tolerant as well. I've found they do well in full sun. They'll do quite well in dappled shade. Fabulous pot plant. Talking of which, we're going to pop that into one of our Laval planters there, because that looks absolutely stonking in that Laval planter. Really, really gorgeous in there. And you know what? It could stay in that Laval planter, Bex, for a good 2 or 3 years at least.
Very happily.
Very happily. Just remember, keep it watered, keep it fed. That's the most important thing when plants are in pots. But, if you just want to go for a shrub that always looks good, is always surprising you, is always changing throughout the season, but is tough, easy, hardy, reliable, go for Nandina Obsessed. Again, it's one of those plants you'll just so adore for its entire lifetime. Yeah,
it looks amazing. I've got the other Nandina, the, what do we call it? I've forgotten the name of it.
Yes, there's...
anyway, it doesn't matter.
Nandina domestica.
That's the one,
the taller one.
They're both very similar, and I just love the fact that it's got that colour changing to it, that it's evergreen. I barely pay it any attention. No pruning really required on this at all. Gorgeous plant. I love that pairing with that picture we've got there with those lovely grasses. It's such a good pairing.
Funny enough, I look after a show home for a company called Durham Homes in Hartford, and that's exactly what they've got. They've got a row of those with the blue festuca grass at the front, and it just looks awesome. Well,
that's your Nandina Obsessed 510759. Always a winner here. We bring it back year after year because people do adore this plant. Evergreen, easy, totally hardy. It's a winner in my eyes. And if we could just quickly flick back to those Laval details, because I just want to highlight that is a twin pack for the Laval planters. So that item number, you will get 2 of those. But if you put 2 lots in your basket and use our code, you will get a double up deal there. So $14.99 for 2 for 1 pair. But if you put 2 lots in your basket, you get 4 pots, and it's only £19.98. So it works out £5 each, basically. So those are really, really good value as well. 130595 for your Laval planters. Go to YouGarden.com in order to place your order. Now we're going to go for
insanity. That's what we're going for now.
What we're going for?
Insanity.
Insanity. You're absolutely right. This is one of the just biggest, best deals that we bring you, and this is our Lucky Dip Perennial collection. So you're going to get 9 9-centimetre pots in here. But it's a buy one, get one free. So if you put 561046 into the search bar on YouGarden.com, put 1 of those into your basket and enter our offer code, you'll get another 9 pots. So you're going to get 18 9-centimetre pots for $17.99 if you're in the club. That is £1 per plant. £1 per plant for some absolute winners. You always say about this collection, like, it's not a lazy collection, is it?
No, this has got some really unusual plants in here. I mean, for example, I'm going to pick up this Physotegia, or obedient plant. It's never done it for me, but it's called obedient plant because apparently you're supposed to be able to move the flowers to one position and then they stay there, allegedly. But this one doesn't want to. This one doesn't want to stay down there. It wants to pop up again. But yeah, it's called obedient plant, Physotegia. It's a very not a very common perennial, but it's a gorgeous, gorgeous perennial. But let's kind of do what we normally do as well.
Oh, rooty beauty!
We've got that fantastic root collection. We always show you the root system on these. Always got brilliant roots. But you know what I always say, Bex, is you look at this plant. I can see this plant, and I know I say this a lot, but I can see this plant in a 2-litre pot in certain garden centres, and it would be $4.99, $5.99 for this one plant. Because what we've done, we've actually grown a 2-litre sized plant in a 9-centimetre pot. I think that is how good a quality this is. So that's just one of the types there. You're getting 18 fabulous plants. So we've got Gaillardias, we've got Campanulas. This one was drooping earlier on. I'll give it a little drink. It's just starting to pick up now. We've got things like Doronicum right down at the front there that will start flowering for you in March. So a display that's going to start flowering very, very early. You've got the Gaillardias here, for example. We've actually got some asters as well, which could be flowering all the way up until
I love asters.
October or
all
November.
My foliage of my asters is just starting to come through. They're getting really nice and bushy. Those flowers are going to appear. Nice late flowering plant. Love an aster.
And they're sort of one of those perennials that really come to the fore. They're like a short day perennial, so they're triggered into flowering by the shortening of the day. So they brighten up the garden just when other perennials are starting to go over. So in essence, what you've got here, you've got a perennial border in a box when this arrives, because you've got a range of perennials that are going to flower from March through to October, different heights, different colours, different textures, plants at like different positions. So it is a really, really amazing mix there, Bex.
It is an amazing mix. At £1 a plant, if you're in our discount club price, you know, that is absolutely incredible. Now, we can't guarantee which ones you're going to get. We've highlighted some of the varieties that are included in the Lucky Dip. Apparently my mic's died.
Oh, well, I'll just keep talking then.
Talking,
I'll keep talking for the time being. Now, one thing we do point out with these as well is that you won't get more than 2 of one type either. So you might get 2, but no more than 2 of one type. But it's just a fantastic option there to fill a new garden. Say, for instance, you know somebody who's just moved into a new house. Where I live on a new estate in Norfolk, and they're just finishing off the last few houses behind us. And they just leave the gardens blank. They don't even turf I mean, you can pay to have them turfed if you want, but generally the gardens are just bare soil. And you could go out to a garden centre and you could buy 20 perennials or 18 perennials, and you could pay $5.99, $6.99 per pot for 2 litre perennials. So you could be paying a couple of £100 for these in a slightly bigger pot. What a fabulous gift this would be for somebody who's just moving in to that new garden, for example, so that they could plant up that garden really, really quickly. And because you've got different plants that like different aspects, on the north-facing side of the garden, they could put plants that prefer a shadier aspect. On the sunnier side, you'd put the salvias and the gaillardias, for example. So, yeah, this is really kind of blowing my mind, this mixed perennial offer.
It's brilliant.
It's
and
phenomenal.
They do all come labelled. You'll see there's labels on the sides of the pots. I lost the word for a second. So when you get them home, you will obviously be able to unbox, be excited about what you've got, check out the labels. You can go onto our website, you can check out the details, where it needs to be, whether it needs sun or shade, and you can work out where in your garden you're going to plant them. I know loads of you have been for this in the past. I'm just going to check the YouTube chat just to see if anybody's saying anything here, because I know Grimmy was saying about the Nandina that he's got this one and 2 of the Firepower. Who was it? Roger, I think it was, who was telling me the other day that he's got the Lucky Dip perennial collection. So I do hope you're adding that into your basket. Great for somebody who's got an empty garden, but also great if you've got a full garden but you've got those little gaps you need to plug holes in. That is brilliant.
And you could put a lot of these in pots as well. So again, if you're 3 floors up and just got a balcony and you want perennials, you can put these in pots. And the little Torino planters that Beck's got in her hand. Do you know what, Beck? You could start all these off in these Torino planters, and some of them you could probably keep in there indefinitely as well. As long as you kept them watered and fed, there's no reason why you can't have perennials in pots all the time. My other half has got loads in his front garden, because I'm the back garden, John's the front garden.
Yeah, I love that you've separated your gardens.
Yeah.
I think that's
it's
brilliant.
the only way our relationship can survive.
Yeah, totally.
Although we've just bought an extra piece of land behind us, and it's going to be our shared garden. So.
Oh no, I think that's a recipe for disaster.
I don't know what's going to happen there. But these are fabulous. These Torino plants, they're frost resistant, they're UV stable, which is great. And they just look absolutely classic as well. Just look amazing.
They really do, yeah. And it is a buy one, get 2 free. So 8-inch square, so 4.5 litre capacity, buy one, get 2 free. Put 1 in your basket, enter the code YGTV3224, and the other 2 will appear along with your Blooming Fast fertiliser, because that is your free gift for your orders today. 1 per order. So if you place multiple orders, you will get multiple free gifts. Now we're coming on to our favourites table. For you regulars who are here every week with us, you know that this is the table where we put the favourites from the week. We start out the week with the things that we think you're going to buy, and then what happens is we put the items that you've bought. And we're going to start off, and I love this table in actual fact.
Oh, Stu's actually going to create a jingle.
Is he?
Because we were doing a thing like we were singing a little sort of jingle for it in the week. So Stu's got a degree in music apparently, so he said he's going to put it to good use and create a little jingle
for us.
Create a little jingle.
I quite like the idea. Well, I was just looking down the table because I've got 3 of the items on here. This isn't one I've got, but it's definitely one I would like to add in. Now this is known as catmint, isn't it?
It is. Cats go mad for it. And I tell you what, Bex, put your hand in there and just scratch the foliage a little bit.
Right, I said the word mint, and I don't want everybody to get terrified, because for gardeners the word mint, it's a bit like bamboo, isn't it?
It is,
Makes you run for the hills.
It does.
Okay, this is not mint in that sense. It's not going to take over and you know.
It doesn't run.
Bully
it doesn't
your
spread
garden.
No. This is a well-behaved plant.
Smell.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, the mint obviously comes from the fragrance of the foliage, that
aromatic
foliage.
It's not heavy mint. It's got a kind of floral mint to it.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice fragrance, but it drives cats wild. They go berserk for it. They love it. They kind of brush themselves against the plant. Sometimes they lay on top of the plant, but don't let it worry you, because this is a tough plant that sort of bounces back. It's got that lovely, what they call glaucous blue foliage, and that's an indication of where it likes to grow. It's a plant that can cope with very hot, dry, sunny positions once it's established. It flowers for a long, long, long period of time, and it'll start flowering probably sort of May, end of April, May time. It'll have a big flush of flower, and what I've found throughout my gardening career is if after the first flush of flower, if you trim it back, it sends out a whole new load of shoots, and it will give you another second flowering all the way, well, I've found sometimes into end of September, even October. It's bone hardy, absolutely bone hardy. It'll get through any winter. You can grow it in pots if you want to as well. It's a great ground cover plant, so it will suppress the weeds. And you know what? It's not particularly fussy about soil either. I've seen these grow on really poor, stony, heavy clay soil. And once it's well established, it really, really is. Look, fabulous root system again, as always.
Excellent root system going on in there. And it is, as you say, just a really tough, hardy plant. The flowers are gorgeous as well.
And
the
lovely
fragrance,
colour, isn't it?
You don't even need to really brush past it. I'm getting that fragrance just stood here, to be honest.
On a warm day like today, those oils, you know, those essential oils in the foliage kind of just get vaporised into the air, and you can pick up that fragrance. But it's just such a really lovely, soft, sort of purpley colour, isn't it? Look at that when you look close up, and almost like little mimulus kind of flowers, individual flowers on there. The bees and the pollinating insects adore it, by the way, as well, so it's really good for them.
Well, it is our deal of the week. I bought last week's deal of the week. I might have to consider buying this week's deal of the week as well. It is a buy one, get two free. And that, by the way, is £4.99. £4.99 for all three pots there.
All three?
£4.49. Oh, no... It is, isn't it? Yeah, buy one, get two free. So £4.99.
Wow, that's crazy.
But £4.49 if you are in our discount club, because of course you still get that extra 10% discount. Even when we've slashed the prices, being part of our discount club means you still get the 10% discount on top of that as well, which is incredible. 560-778 is the item number. Go to yougarden.com to place your order. There is a phone line as well, 0844 502 0050. It's just on the bottom of the screen there if you want to speak to people.
But look at,
you might like talking to people, who knows?
Just with all these 9cm pot specs, what's really kind of blows my mind is the size of the plant that we've got in a 9cm pot. I mean,
I know.
Sometimes you think 9cm pot, you think of a puny little stem, don't you? Perhaps something 3 or 4 inches tall, kind of just looking like it's, you know, it's coming into the world. But I mean, we'll get to this in a minute. But I mean, the Echinacea, for example. I mean, I've seen smaller sized plants in 2 litre pots in garden centres for like 3 or 4 times the price. It's madness.
It's incredible. All right, let's move on to some more 9cm pots then. Is this another deal of the week? Is it? No. But it is a triple deal. So there are 3 for £19.99 here. So you can get one for £12.99 if you want. I was with Stu when we filmed this just last week or the week before. Can't have been last week, I was on holiday, wasn't I? It was the week before. I love this variety of Agapanthus. It's the bi-colour bloom you get that really is quite magical. It
is magical, but you know what, that is the only word for it, magical, because when you look at the stems, or the petioles that lead to the flowers, even they're a purple colour. And then that almost seems to leach or fuse into the base of the flower.
It's gorgeous.
That deep sort of purpley colour, and then it kind of gradually becomes brighter. You've got dozens and dozens of flowers on each individual stem, and once these become established, it wouldn't be unusual if they're really, really happy to have 15, 20, even 25 flower spikes.
I've seen them.
Come
they're
up on
gorgeous at the minute. The Agapanthus. I mean, regulars, you'll know, I'm not having great success, but I'm not going to give up. I'm going to make the Agapanthus flower. They're easy. I don't know what's the problem.
The secret for Agapanthus is
poor soil, isn't it?
Poor soil, and you put them in the hottest, sunniest, brightest position possible, and do not make them compete with other plants. Make them stand alone. I think you and I did a show a couple of weeks back where one of our lovely viewers' neighbour was moving.
Yes. And
she had some Agapanthus in her next door garden in a gravel area, and they were just in this gravel on their own. They were south-facing. They were getting baked, and that is what they really, really love.
See, this is the mistake I've made. I put them in too rich soil. So mine are like, yeah, I'll give you some leaves. I'm not giving you any flowers, though.
No, these will grow in really, really poor soil. And what we normally do, take things out the pot to show you the roots.
Yeah, you can't with these.
We can't do it with these. These are so pot bound.
That's good.
Yeah, we can't even get them out the pots. And we've got some examples. Well, in the week when I was here, we had some of these in pots outside, that size, and they had 3 or 4 flower spikes on each one, even though they were in 9cm pots. Those ones we can't send out to you because the flowers are too tall. We didn't want to chop them off. But you know, these will flower for you next year without a doubt. And these are the hardy type of Agapanthus as well. These are what's called the deciduous ones. The foliage dies down in winter and then they come back the following year. Really easy to grow, tough. These will have our little lifetime guarantee symbol, our little snowflake symbol, which means if they do fail for whatever reason, we'll replace them for you free of charge. You just pay the P&P. But if you want to grow Agapanthus, simple secret to Agapanthus is full sun, incredible drainage, don't make them compete with other plants, and don't give them too rich a soil, and they will just come back year after year and look amazing.
Yeah, they really do. Love Agapanthus. I will crack those Agapanthus.
You're a brilliant gardener.
Excuse me. Right, we're going to move on to another deal here. Is this a buy one, get one? Was it? It was. Buy one, get one. So this is the Echinacea, the Purpureus magnus. I am a big fan of Echinacea, only because I planted it for the first time last year and I was so incredibly impressed with how long-lasting the flowers are.
They last weeks.
They go for and they look so good for ages. Like some plants, you get the flower on there and it lasts a long time, but it starts to look a bit tired. These don't. They keep looking good for weeks and weeks and weeks. Honestly, I think my Echinacea, a good 6, 7, maybe even 8 weeks of it looking fabulous.
Yeah, they are amazing plants. Again, we've planted lots and lots of Echinacea over the years. And the secret of Echinacea thriving again as well, they love sun. They love full sun. They love well drained. They're great for prairie planting, so great for planting with grasses and things like Verbena bonariensis. And Agapanthus, they actually look really good. Planted along with Agapanthus, so if you've gone for the Agapanthus fireworks, these would look absolutely amazing with them. And they've got these great leaves, these lovely, great big long stems, and these really luscious, shiny, healthy-looking leaves. And then you get these flower spikes come up. And what generally tends to happen is you get a sort of a flower spike that come up, and you'll get a main flower at the top that flowers first. And then when that one fades, you get 3 or 4 or 5 little separate flowers come up round that stem, and they continue the display. And sometimes people call these cone flower, which they also call Echinacea, but also call Rudbeckia. Yeah. Because they've got that cone in the middle there. But these are easy to grow. These will come back year after year after year. They're a tough plant. All they ask of you is give me full sun, give me good drainage. Brilliant for pots as well, loved by the pollinating insects. In fact, this whole table of perennials is just divine that we've got for you at the moment.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous one. 560768 is for the Echinacea in the 9cm pot. And when we say 9cm pot, I mean, Adam pointed it out already, but just, can I show you what we're talking about? That is not a 9cm pot plant. There is so much gorgeous growth and foliage on here. It's incredible. And I'm pretty sure, look at that. Of course. Amazing root structure, incredibly healthy plants. That's why we always try and take these out of the pots to show you. That is a fantastic buy. Don't totally recommend that. 560768, buy one, get one absolutely free. Now, one that I fell in love with, again, this was around sort of, it was just under a year ago, so about September and into October time. Gaura, this one came out, the Siskiyou Pink. And I was mesmerised by this because the foliage that you've got there is incredible. But then you get these tall stems of flowers, and I just likened them to little pink butterflies. Yeah. It looked like loads of, the flowers are like little butterflies that have just landed on the plant. And that moving in the breeze, that again is another magical one for me. I really did fall in love with that.
It is magical, Bets, and strange enough, there is a variety called whirling butterflies, and you can understand why, because that's what it looks like. And it's another one of those perennials that flowers for such a ridiculous period of time. This will flower for 3 or 4, even 5 months. It will flower right up until the weather becomes so cold and miserable that it just can't possibly keep going. But it's elegant. It's got incredible foliage.
Elegant, that's a good word.
Really, really elegant.
See, this is the footage from last year, and I love this against my blue shirt. I just love how that is so pretty. It's vibrant and elegant is the word you used, and that is perfect. It's a really elegant plant.
And look at the stamens, those huge, great big stamens, almost like sort of really long eyelashes kind of on that plant.
Yeah.
Look absolutely amazing. They give it that really attractive look. It's a plant that just is really, really stunning. On the estate where I live, when I drive in, there's a beautiful garden on the left-hand side, and they've got 3 of these in a lovely full sun, well-drained position, and they are just so pink and so gorgeous and so floriferous at the moment. I like to say it slowly though, that word, because I always mess it up if I try and say it too fast. But yeah, so much flower. These come back year after year after year, and again, all they ask of you is full sun, good drainage, and again, they don't mind poor soil. I can think of a garden I used to look after. I say used to because it's where I used to live, and they grow on really heavy clay that is quite well drained in the winter, fortunately. And you would think nothing would grow in this soil. These Gauras have been there for about 10, 12 years, and they still look amazing.
Well, apparently Neil is messaging on this one. He's got it in a pot outside his front door and says it looks absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I bet it does, Neil. Pictures, please. Pictures. 560898 is the item number, and that one is 3 9cm pots, and you are getting a massive saving on there. It's nearly £20 saving. It works out at £3.33 per pot. All 3 of those planted together, that would be a gorgeous display, wouldn't it? Absolutely,
Bex, and 3s are always really, really good. I mean, you could if you wanted to, and we've got some fantastic pots as well that you could actually put those in. 3 of those in... Can I just grab a pot?
Yeah, go for it. Why not?
Think, what would you fancy, Bex?
The Gaura. I think it'd look good in the olives, to be honest.
The olives? Yeah, I think so. Let's just come back with one
olive
of those.
Green planters, I think. Because you get the lovely pink against the green. I think that'd work.
Yeah,
to be honest, it'd work great in the helix as well.
I think one of those, because I think if you look at the colour of the foliage underneath, I think that would contrast really, really nicely with that olive planter. And there's enough space in that to put 3 of those in, because...
nice full display,
yeah, nice full display. Use our professional compost. You've got the drainage holes and stuff, or the lovely big drainage hole in the bottom there. And of course, you know, the great thing about having these in a pot display as well is you can move them to wherever you want them to be. So up to the patio doors, either side of the front door. So yeah, I think olive plants would be gorgeous for those. Double up deal on the olive planter, £17.99 for one, just £2 more if you go for the double up deal. So the extra pot is only £2, which is brilliant. 130386. This is more ridiculousness coming up. This is more ridiculousness. This was our deal of the week last week, and I bought this. I can't remember because I got a note just yesterday or day before saying it had been dispatched, so I'm going to be getting it Monday maybe. And I can't remember if I ordered 3 lots or 4 lots. Can you remember if I ordered 3 or 4? I can't remember. But yeah, I cannot wait. So you know my lavender border that I've got out the front that's overrun with weeds that I'm propagating from. I'm digging it all up. Wow. I'll still have lavender in my garden. I'm going to plant it with the Salvia Lips. So I think I've got 9. I think I've got 3 lots of these coming, and I'm going to plant a Salvia Lips border down the side of my front drive there. And can you remind me, because I forgot, Bex, how are you going to do it? Because I said to you, you're going to sort of go like sort of amethyst kind of hot lips. I think I'm going to mix it up a little bit. I don't want it too ordered. I want it to look a bit more free. Right. So I don't think I'm going to pay attention to what colour I'm putting where. I'm just going to plant them in. A bit random, yeah. Can't wait. It's a fantastic deal. I know last week, whenever I was here, every order bar one had added this in. So there might be a lot of you that have already ordered this. That's absolutely fine. I'm talking to anybody that hasn't yet ordered it, or maybe you just fancy some more of these. It's a fantastic plant, isn't it? Well, it's a bit. I mean, this one I got in my hand. I mean, again, I don't know what's going on. This is absolute insanity. Big, isn't it? I mean, we know the root system's going to be phenomenal. How could it not be for a plant that size? I mean, you know, incredible root system as always. But for goodness sake, I mean, I can see that again, £5.99, £6.99 in certain garden centres in a 2-litre pot, no problem at all. Oh. There is a fragrance, isn't there? That is so beautiful. Nice. Yeah, that is so aromatic. It's kind of like the catmint as well. Both have got fabulous aromatic foliage, but again, you've got those months and months and months of flowers. See, this is the thing for me. Amount of time, this is going to flower longer than and I love my lavender border, but this is going to flower longer than my lavender border. Much longer. It'll outflower lavender by a good 2 or 3 months. Yeah. I mean, I've actually seen these flowering in some people's gardens in November. I'm not going to say to you they look glorious, because by then they do start to look a bit sort of winter battered. But in a mild autumn, I've seen them even hang on to a last few flowers into November. Yeah. But really, all the way through June, July, August, September, October. They just keep flowering and flowering and flowering. They'll come back year after year. They're really tough, really hardy. We've got those 3 wonderful colours there, the cherry lips, the amethyst lips and the hot lips. That's Sean's garden there.
Yeah, I was going to say, so that's Sean's garden with his, and he said he's not touched this. He's basically just left it alone, not done anything to it, and that's the kind of beauty that we're talking about. The flowers are small, but you get lots of them for a really, really long time. All 3 varieties included, so there's no choice. You will get one of the cherry lips, you will get one of the amethyst lips, you will get one of the hot lips. Works out at, he just told me, £1.49 per pot if you are in the club. £1.49 in the club per plant there. Multi-order, lots of us did. I got 3 sets, so I'm going to get 9 of those delivered as soon as they're delivered. Lavender borders coming out because the flowers have all gone over now, and I'm planting those up so they can get nicely established. That's going to be gorgeous. 560668 is the item number if you want to go for the Salvia Lips collection. Right, so you can see on the bottom of the screen we've got our email address, ygtv@yougarden.com. Please send us your pictures. Please send us any questions, comments. We've had lots of emails. I'm going to start at the bottom. I'm going to go with Alison. Morning all. A selection of plants looking good in our garden at the moment. Rob Burrow Rose potted up this morning, ready to give to my auntie for her 80th birthday on Friday. Love that. A bloomerang, a buddleia that I thought I'd killed, and look at it now. You can't kill buddleias. Some bulbs that are due to flower in September, Noreen hybridizers, a hydrangea, hydrangea villas, velvet and lace. I don't know if I know. It could be
hydrangea villosa.
Maybe. Oh yeah, the buddleia. Yeah, it's looking great. I can see, look, that's looking fabulous, isn't it?
That looks happy to me.
It looks happy,
look all
definitely.
The new shoots coming on there as well. Lots of,
gorgeous. It's really hard to kill buddleia. I mean, not that you can't do it, but it's possible. Right, let's have a look through some of the others as well. I have to click off them and come back, hang on. So next we've got, oh, what's that? Agapanthus, ready to flower, I believe. Sorry, Adam, I'm hiding it from you. That looks like Agapanthus foliage to me, ready to flower.
That could be the...
Or could it be the Noreens?
I think that's the Noreens.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think it could possibly be the Noreens.
I like your pots as well. We sold you those, didn't we? I recognise those. Can't remember the name of them. Right, let's have a look at some more. Right, so number 2. Well, she sent us lots of pictures, so bear with. Oh, that's the rose, is it? That's the Rob Burrow rose, potted up.
That's looking nice and healthy, isn't
it? That is looking really good.
I like the little touch of the little bit of strolch on the top there as well.
Yeah, very nice.
Nice little finish there. That makes it look really smart, doesn't it? And keeps the moisture in, keeps the weeds away.
That foliage is looking very green and healthy, isn't it? I'm afraid my roses have got a little bit of black spot on them.
Yeah,
so I'm having to play with black spot at the moment.
Yeah, I've got some black spot on mine, which is quite common this time of year. All you need to do is just pick the leaves off, and what I tend to do is just pick the black spot leaves off, and also pick a few leaves off just above where the last bit of black spot is as well, and that will just stop it.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Through.
It's working, it's fine.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
Angela says, my primroses have bloomed and it's much too early for them. Yes, I noticed the other day, well, last night actually, I was out watering the plants. My primroses have started to bloom as well.
Yes, John, my other half, has got a yellow primula flowering in the front garden as well, which when we were sitting outside the other night, I was like, what's that doing flowering in July and August? But
especially because it's been nice and warm as well, so it's weird.
Yeah, the seasons are weird these days. A lot of the plants don't know where they are. But, and I think the thing with it's been such a wet year as well, so they've liked the wetness.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Moisture.
But yeah, look, I love a little out-of-season flower picture. So yeah, anything out of season, we love seeing all those sorts of things. So primula's starting to bloom as well. That's from Angela. Let's see what else we've got in the emails. Right, Hazel, what have you sent us? Coming to the end of the summer now, but still lots to do. Got my 12 lucky dip plants to put in today. My osteospermum and geranium roseanne still looking good. So that is the lucky dip perennial collection. We showed you that earlier. That is still available if you would like to get hold of those in their pots ready to be planted. I love that you've got them in your little containers there. That's very nice, ready to go.
And don't worry, we're not coming to the end of the summer.
Nah, we've still got ages yet.
There's lots left. In fact, I'm a bit of a weather nerd really, and the outlook for September.
It's looking good, isn't it?
Yeah, which quite often September often is, isn't it? The only annoying thing is quite often you get fabulous Septembers, but you just think, why couldn't it have been like this in June when it was like till 10 o'clock?
Yeah, absolutely.
But better late than never.
Lucky Dip, by the way, details are on the screen now if you are interested in going for the buy one, get one free on the Lucky Dip collection. I've been really, really impressed with that, and I know a lot of you have. A lot of you have taken advantage of that. So 561046 for the Lucky Dips. Geranium Roseanne, just showing Hazel's Geranium Roseanne. I've been so impressed with my Geranium Roseanne this year as well. It is looking phenomenal, really, really gorgeous.
One plant of Roseanne will spread over a square metre easily in a season. It is one of those geraniums that in the last 4 or 5 years has taken the world by storm.
I know.
Because it just covers so much area. It's so tough. And it flowers. Oh, that's nice. I just seen another.
It flowers for ages.
That's put me off my stride.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, let's move on to these. But yeah, the Geranium Roseanne flowers for so long. And look at these as well. These also flower for a long, long time.
The Osteosperm and Purple Sun. My pot of those are looking amazing as well. Every year, I'm always going to have Osteosperm and Purple Sun because it's just a gorgeous colour combination. So well done, Hazel. Those are all looking fantastic. Still got emails from. Who have I got emails from? I've got Dingo and I've got Julia, so we will come back to those. I'm just going to quickly go into the YouTube chat just to see who's in there. No, I'm not, because it's going to try and reload. Here we go. So, hello Elaine, Neil, Grimmy, Alistair, Olwyn. Olwyn's got her Lucky Dip collection. She's going to give those to her daughter. That's a lovely gift. What have we got? Grimmy saying he loves his Nandina and his 2 fire powers. Elaine, you just put the washing out. Good to know.
You'll dry quick today.
I will too. And Neil saying I've got the Six Hills Giant, the Gaura, and the Salvia collection, and we'll be adding the Echinacea today. So you've nearly got everything on that table.
Mix. That is going to give you such a stunningly beautiful perennial border for years.
Yeah. Really beautiful. All right, well, thank you so much for sending all your emails and comments in. Do send them on YouTube. I've got the email for that. Jake's keeping an eye on the Facebook chat, so do send in your comments on there. And of course, the details are on the screen if you do want to send us any of your pictures or you want to have a look ahead of us on the show page on the YouGarden website. You can see the items we've got selected today. If there's anything you want to see, let us know and we will make sure we talk about it for you. We're going to give you a little review now, just a reminder of some of the things that you've seen, starting with our Phoenix Canariensis. This is going to come to you approximately 1 metre in height. That is absolutely phenomenal. I genuinely thought we'd got it wrong when I walked into the potting shed this morning. I was like, that's too big for $19.99, but that's what you've got. It's in the 9 centimetre pot, sorry, it's in the 19 centimetre pot, and you will be saving £10 on that. 680052 is the item number. If you can stretch to it, I would recommend going for 2 of those. Next we have our Hibiscus Lavender. This is the chiffon variety. Now, hibiscus, you can get tender varieties, ones that need that extra winter protection. This is not one of those. It is a hardy one. Plus, you've got the extra interest of the chiffon, which is the layers of petals that you get here. I've got a gorgeous hibiscus. I'm very happy with it, but it's not a chiffon. I haven't got that extra detail, that extra layering, and that's what the chiffon series gives you. So nice and hardy, really neat growth that you've got with these. They naturally grow upright in that gorgeous goblet shape. They're deciduous, they drop their leaves, they can be a little bit late coming back into leaf, they can be one of the latest, so don't worry about that if in May you still haven't got any leaves on there. It can take that long, but these are fantastic for giving you that late summer and early autumn colour in your garden. They're what I call that transitional plant, so I think it's a really valuable one. I'm keeping mine in a pot because it wants to be in the sunniest place possible. My borders are too shady for it, so mine's going to be smaller in size, but it's going to give me loads of flowers because I've got it in that perfect sunny spot. 510272 is the item number. It's in that 3 litre pot, and it's almost half price, £12 saving, £12.99 in your basket, or £11.69 if you're in the club. Next, we've got the Nandina, the Obsessed. I've got the Firepower. I'm thinking about adding the Obsessed in as well. Very similar. One grows a little bit bigger than the other, but very similar in the way they grow, the way you look after them. Ridiculously hardy, down to something stupid like -20. They can even cope with the really high temperatures as well. So, you know, some plants, when we get into the 30s and maybe even up to the 40 degrees, they can really suffer. Nandina doesn't mind at all. Gorgeous colour changing amazing foliage, really easy to look after, no real major pruning. You might want to trim it just to tidy it occasionally, but it really doesn't require it. 510759 is the item number, $17.99 or $16.19 if you're in the club. Next, we've got our stonking deal, which is the Lucky Dip Perennial Collection. Buy one, get one free. So the deal is that you'll get 9 9cm pots, but it's a buy one, get one free. As long as you put that code in, YGTV3224, you're actually going to get 18 9cm pots, and there's a whole variety of amazing perennials. This is designed to give you long-lasting colour. There'll be plants in there that will start flowering probably sort of April, May time. There are others that will go through the summer, and there are others that will take you into the autumn months. Really nicely established, great root system, nothing lazy about that. All winners, and they all come to you labelled, so you know exactly what you're getting when it arrives to you. 561046 is the item number for that. Pound a piece if you're in the club. £1 a pot. Okay, let's go on. We're going to talk to you about the ones we've got on our favourites table. The Nepeta. Ah, this is Teddy. This is Sean's cat. So he took a Nepeta home last year because we were talking about how cats absolutely adore it, and he was amazed by how much Teddy actually did adore this. So it's fantastic if you go. He did destroy it a little bit, but it'll be fine. It grew. It's fine. Don't worry. 560778 is the item number, and it is a buy one get two free, which is it's a deal of the week, isn't it? This one. It's an amazing price. You're going to get 3 plants for $4.99 or $4.49 if you're in the club. All 3 of those. That's incredible. 560778 if you'd like to go for that one. Agapanthus, we've got a triple deal on this one. It's the Agapanthus Fireworks. Pretty hardy, might need a bit of extra winter protection. These do need maybe a good layer of strulch or maybe a little wrapping, right, Adam?
These are the deciduous ones, which generally are much hardier than the Africanus type.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it wouldn't go amiss to give them a little bit of protection.
I would always,
really cold area.
I just like to make sure, particularly with
Agapanthus. Belts and braces doesn't help.
It doesn't
hurt, does it?
Doesn't hurt, does it?
Absolutely not.
Doesn't help. It doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt.
561027 if you want to go for your Agapanthus Fireworks. It's a triple deal. All 3 for £19.99. Put 3 in your basket and use the code. Echinacea, Purpureus, Magnus. Big fan of Echinacea. Doesn't matter which variety of Echinacea you go for. Absolute massive fan of it. Big, bold, beautiful flowers. Pollinator magnet. Long lasting as well. You can get several weeks out of each individual flower, and they look incredible for that long as well. Buy one, get one free in the 9cm pot, just £9.99. 560768. And the Gaura, the beautiful elegance of that Gaura Siskiyou pink. 3 9cm pots. Big saving there as well. I mean, that's pretty much a buy one, get 2 free, isn't it? Because it's £9.99, all 3 of those, £3.33. Flowers its socks off for a really long time. Doesn't even mind a bit of poor soil. Just put it somewhere nice and sunny and it is going to delight you. 560898 is the item number for the Gaura. And then finally, finally, yes, the last one we're going to show you in the review is that deal of the week from last week, and that's the Salvia Lips collection. 1 each of the cherry lips, the hot lips, and the amethyst lips. It is only £4.97. I don't know how they're going to pay the bills, to be honest with you. We are saving £19 on this one, but that's because it was the previous week's deal of the week. It is an incredible one. Do think about adding that if you haven't got it already. I've got 3 lots of that. Can't wait for those to arrive. Going to get those planted straight out as soon as they do. 560668 is the item number if you want to add the Salvia Lips to your collection. And we're not done with the amazing deals. Okay, so we've kept this one running again because this one was super popular, and this is our buy one get one free table. I think we've got another one to add into here as well, which is the foxglove. So there's 6 items. They are all £9.99 if my memory serves me correctly. They're all in the 2 litre pots, £8.99 if you're in the club, of course. They're all in the 2 litre pots, and it's a mix and match. It's a buy one get one free. So it doesn't matter which ones you want to put in your basket. You could put 2 of the copper shield fern in, 1 of them would be free. You could put a painted lady fern in and a copper shield fern in, one of them will be free. You could put one each of the 6 that we've got available. Wow. 3 of those would be free as long as you use the code YGTV3224. Let's talk to you about the individual plants, shall we? I'm a big fan of ferns. I love flowers and I love fragrance and I love all of that stuff, but foliage, a whole foliage area, you do this, don't you? It can be glorious.
It can be phenomenal, and it's the great thing about today's shows as well, we've gone from the table we was on earlier, with all those plants that love full sun and love being absolutely baked and kind of really in those punishing positions, but of course quite often in our gardens we have the reverse, don't we? We have shady areas, we have damp, cool, shady areas, and sometimes people worry about those kind of areas. I always think they're really problematic to get colour, but you know what? You can get colour even from ferns, because the copper shield fern, I've got loads of these in my garden in a raised bed with hostas and palms. This, when the new foliage comes through, has so many lovely colours in that foliage. You get, you do get the coppery colours, but you get sort of oranges, you get little hints of red or pink in those new leaves, or croziers is the technical term for fronds, the new fronds or leaves you get on palm ferns. Get it right in a minute. So this one is really, really good for shade. It also has the Award of Garden Merit. That's given to a plant by the Royal Horticultural Society. So that meets incredible criteria to get that award. So it's about hardiness, it's about disease resistance, it's about reliability. I mean, look at this plant here. When those new croziers or leaves come out or unfurl in the spring, you get those incredible colours. And then as time goes by, the foliage on that gradually goes down to this lovely, super shiny, sort of green look. This one gets to about 90 centimetres tall after about 3 or 4 years, and it'll just sort of fill a lovely space in a shaded area. It could be shade in the sense of, for instance, you've got a north-facing border, but it's open to the sky, but it's north-facing, so you might want it there. Or you might have shade from an overhanging building or trees, for example, because these ones do quite well in sort of dry shade as well, dryish shade. So this is just a brilliant, brilliant fern for those kind of positions. All
right, so if you're going to go for all 3 of these ferns, this is great because we've got these in sort of height order. You'd put this one at the back of the border, the copper shield fern, because it's going to get to about 3 feet. The next one that we've got is the hairy lip fern. So this one's a little bit shorter, going to get to maybe 40, 50 centimetres height.
Yeah, and a good thing about this one actually is this one's a bit more flexible because this one doesn't mind being in shade or sun, and this one is more drought tolerant. This will take quite a dryish soil.
Yep.
Which, quite often we think of ferns already needing damp, cool soil. This one will take quite poor, droughty soil. Yeah, about 50 centimetres, 40 to 50 centimetres tall, this one as well. Hairy lip fern, because again, with the new leaves unfurl, they've got kind of little hairs that you can see on the leaves as well. And this will come back year after year after year, and it's just got those really interesting leaves. It's got that lovely kind of domed growth habit on there as well, which is really, really adorable. But yeah, two ferns we've gone through so far. One preferring sort of shade and sort of a dampish soil, but the hairy lip fern much more tolerant of dry soils or a bit of sunshine.
But could be in the damper shade area if you wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's one of those ferns that's quite happy to be either. Yeah.
So that's great. If you want to go for that one, plant it at the back, then you could go for that one, plant it in front of that one, and then the painted lady fern could go in front of that, couldn't it?
It could, yeah, because that's about 40 centimetres tall. That again is a shade-loving, moist-loving fern. This one's not evergreen. I mean, it will look good all the way through the summer, right into autumn, but the fronds or the leaves do die down kind of in the winter time, and then they send up fabulous new leaves in the spring. And oh my goodness me, when the new croziers actually unfurl in the spring, the colour is absolutely phenomenal.
Well, you can sort of see it on this plant, actually. You can see some of the lovely colours just starting to come through, but it's nothing compared to what it's going to look like once it matures. We're still on the hairy lip fern there, my darling Jake. We've moved on to the painted lady over here. So yeah, you can see the gorgeous colours sort of starting to come through on this one, but as it matures and as it grows, you're going to get these gorgeous silvers and purples and really delightful shades included in there as well, aren't you?
And when you see those 3 pictures together of those ferns, and you see all kind of 3 together, if you think ferns were just green and dull and boring,
no.
Oh no, the ferns. I mean, it's one of the sort of biggest, oldest plant families on earth. Ferns, ferns and and mosses, millions, billions of years old. Ferns grow all over the world in all sort of different places, and some of them, well, the collection we've got here do have the most dramatic foliage, the most dramatic foliage colour. So if you've got a dry shade area, if you've got a sort of a sunny area, we've got ferns here for those different positions that will give you colour, will give you joy. All hardy, all come back year after year after year, all reliable, and also can be grown in pots if you want to.
They're absolutely fantastic.
Hey! I missed that one.
Yeah!
I've been kicking myself all day for missing out on that one. I've got to rival that now.
560931 if you want to go for the painted lady. So that's 3 of our buy one get one frees. We've still got 3 others. But should we show you on the website exactly how this works, just so that you can see that you are going to be getting one of these free? You add both into your basket. The 2 that you have chosen, that might be 2 of the same, or it might be 2 completely different ones, because this is a mix and match. We have already entered the offer code. As you can see, look, one of them is showing up at £9.99. The other is showing absolutely free. Our order total there, £16.98 is showing. Because we're obviously paying postage on that. Have we got a free gift in there as well? I think you just need to scroll up. There it is. Oh, the free gift is not showing. What is that one that's showing? The naughtier... Oh, have you entered the right code, Jake? Because that is last. That's the last free gift. So your free gift will be the blooming fast that you will see in there. So don't worry about that. If you've got any problems at all, let us know. Speak to customer services, but I'm pretty sure that will appear for you.
I've got one for you.
Oh God, here we go.
These fern prices are getting crozier and crozier, aren't they?
Oh, you have to be a gardener to understand that one, don't you?
It's a bit niche.
Should we move on?
Yeah, let's move on. Do you want me to stay or should I leave?
You can stay.
Okay.
You can always stay. Right, we're going to talk about Rudbeckia now. So this is another one in the mix and match, buy one, get one free. Choose any 2 of these and you will get one of them free. Choose 4 of them, 2 of them will be free. Choose all 6 of them, 3 of them will be free. I think you get the idea. 560717 is the item number if you want to go for the Rudbeckia. And this is a fantastic plant. I've got this. You've got this.
I have.
It's incredible.
I've got a huge patch of this that's flowering its socks off right now. It's about waist height and it is phenomenal. And it's another one of those perennials. I mean, mine started flowering probably about 10 days ago, a couple of weeks ago. And it's gonna keep flowering its socks off right the way to the end of August, right the way through September. I even know into October, I'm still gonna get some of these flowers. This is what we call cone flower, the Rudbeckia fulgida gold sturm. So, some places call it gold strum. I don't know why, it's one of those sort of names, occasionally gets sort of changed, yes, gets corrupted occasionally. But Bex and I always call it gold sturm. It's a reliable perennial that comes back year after year after year. It gradually spreads out and forms a nice clump, but it's got these most, again, elegant, happy, shiny flowers. They almost seem to emanate their own light source because they're so bright, they're so yellow, they're so cheery, they're so uplifting. They kind of remind you of your childhood. They kind of remind you of those flowers you used to draw as a kid. You know, I always say if you sit down 100 children, 6, 7-year-old children, you sat them down somewhere and said, like, guys, draw me a flower. I think probably 98% of kids would draw a flower like this, that typical daisy-looking flower. You've got that lovely cone shape in the middle. You've got these gorgeous, bright yellow petals. Quite often these grow on nice upright stems that generally don't need staking, nice rigid strong stems, really healthy foliage, just a must-have really. And this has been a bit of a conversion for me actually, a bit of a road to the Damascus moment, because I never liked yellow flowers in my garden. I was always kind of pinks, purples, whites, never yellows, never oranges, never reds. And in a previous lifetime I worked on another shopping channel doing a gardening show, and there were 3 samples left over at the end of these plug plants. They were. Somebody said, you can take them home, Adam, if you want. And I thought, I don't want to be rude, I won't say no. I don't really like yellow, but I took them home, I planted them, and that was 3 or 4 years ago. And you know, Bex, I would never be about Rudbeckia now because they are just so pretty. Yeah, they really are, and I can second the whole growth upright thing, because they really do, they're nice and upright, no staking required at all. 560717 is the item number for the Rudbeckia in the 2 litre pot as the buy one get one free.
free. And also we have Delphinium available in the mix and match buy one get one free, the 2 litre pot as well. It's a gorgeous one. Love delphiniums. If you like those kind of nice tall flowers, if you like your foxgloves and your what's those other ones I'm loving, hollyhocks, any of those kinds of flowers, then delphinium is a gorgeous one to add in to get that height in your borders.
Yeah, these bring drama, and these ones as well, the magic fountain ones as well, they've been bred again like the Rudbeckia to be self-supporting, so these are normally on stems about 60-70 centimetres tall there, so you've not got to put loads and loads and loads of canes in. Although I would say if you're in a really exposed position, you could put some canes in, but generally these have been bred to be self-supporting. You might get a purple one, you might get a blue one, you might get a pinkish red one, you might get a white one. We can't exactly say which colour, but whatever colour, they're all absolutely dramatic. And you can get double flowering season from delphiniums. In fact, this one is already on its second knock-ins, this one, because it flowered earlier on in the year. And then
it's been trimmed off.
And we trimmed the previous flowering stems off. And then it sent up this secondary flower shoot, and it's given us another lot of joy, and this one will keep flowering for another couple of weeks or so as well. Delphiniums, as you saw in that picture there, those lovely delphiniums there, delphiniums do best. Give them a little bit of space. Don't really cram them in with lots of other plants. Give them a little bit of space so they can kind of show their foliage, so they can get lots of lovely light, and then they'll throw up those really lovely tall stems, and they're just so fabulously elegant. I mean, look at the colour range there, Bex. Any one of those colours, I would be over the moon to have in my garden. They're gorgeous.
511552 is the item number if you'd like to get hold of a delphinium magic fountain. Just £9.99 in that 2 litre pot, and part of our buy one get one free mix and match. The final one, because we've got 6 of them available, is the foxglove, the Digitalis Dalmatian, the one that's got those lovely kind of markings on the inside of the flower, that landing pad for the bee to get in there. It's like a runway, isn't it?
It is, yeah, because I think bees see in ultraviolet, bees these see colour different to us, so we look at a flower and we kind of see the overall beauty, but if you was a bee, you'd be ignoring every part of that flower apart from that little Dalmatian kind of blotch in there, because that's telling you run up this flower onto this runway and you're going to hit some pollen, you're going to hit some nectar. And I love when foxgloves are flowering, the bees get right up there and you hear that little buzzing noise.
I love it. A little bee bottom just wiggling out the back.
And their buzzing sort of goes hyper, doesn't it? It goes really extra loud. It's like resonated by the flower, isn't it, of the foxglove.
It's like a happy little bee.
A happy little bee. And foxgloves, again, elegant plants, aren't they? They're sort of obviously earlier in the year, sort of May into June time, round about the Chelsea Flower Show time. Tall, many flower spikes. And what you quite often find is once the main flower spike is finished, you see little secondary plants developing at the base, and they sit quietly through till next year, and they'll give you the flower the following year. So a real fabulous mix here, incredible mix.
Lovely mix, yeah, absolutely. So 511553 if you want to go for the foxglove as part of your mix and match, buy one and get one free. Let's take you back onto the website, because Jake has redone it for us so that you can see the buy one get one free absolutely working there. And of course you can see your Blooming Fast fertilizer, which is your free gift included in there as well. So all you need to do is choose which ones of the buy one get one free you want to go for, put it into your basket, enter the code that we've been showing you, YGTV 3224, 3224, and you will be able to get half of that basket for free. So buy one get one free, buy 2 get 2 free, buy 3 get 3 free, and multiples of that as well. Now I'm going to go onto the chat. What we're going to do is go into emails. I've just come off it. Keith Dingo. Hey Bax and Adam, just a couple of pics of the canna lilies that are taking over from the other lilies. Cheers, Dingo. Yes, they are. Look at that.
Oh, no, I'm a bit jealous now, because I got these ones as well. Mine aren't as good as that, though, at the moment. But
whoa.
They're the lovely pinkish ones, aren't they? The pink-coloured ones, which I really adore.
Well, I think he's got the red ones over there as well, look.
Oh, yeah, got the red one.
I think he's got a mixture going on there.
They are super happy plants. And those are bought this year, those, although they last year.
I think they must be.
They're stonking. Absolutely.
They really are. We've got another picture that you sent us of these as well. Yeah, all the lilies are starting to go over. I've loved my lilies, but they are starting to go over now, aren't they? So those canna those canna lilies starting to come in are looking absolutely gorgeous. Look at that dark foliage on that one as well.
That's great, because we did that collection, didn't we? Where we had, was it 2 green and 1 of the dark leaf?
Dark leaf, yeah, that was it.
Yeah, that was a lovely collection, that was.
They're looking great, Dingo, well done.
Yeah, fabulous. Really, really good. Mine have, because when I got mine, they initially had the little sort of pink flower spike on, which is finished flowering, and then I noticed lots of new shoots all kind of around that. So I cut the middle flower spike out now, right? Because it's finished flowering, and they're just going berserk. So
wow, okay.
I'm hoping I'm just a couple of 2-3 weeks behind Dingo, and by the end of August, I might have a late summer, early autumn kind of display.
Well, Dingo's trying to make me jealous. Hi, Bex. My Agapanthus are crammed into pots with just some compost to fill in the spaces. They love it. Cheers, Dingo. Yes, they do seem to love it. Check out those flowers he's got going on there.
Again, look at that. Dingo, you're a real green-fingered person.
He is, isn't he?
You are, obviously.
Look at those Agapanthus. They're looking amazing. Very good. I will nail the Agapanthus next year. You wait and see. Right, what else have we got? Julia, sorry. Oh, I don't know if you can... I've had a look at this. Julia's asking if we can help to identify this plant that a friend gave to me. No idea, except it's growing really well. I think the pictures are slightly blurry.
I'd say it's a hollyhock.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a hollyhock.
I mean, they're big hollyhock-shaped leaves, aren't they?
Yeah, that's a hollyhock.
You've got a verbena growing in the background there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's actually a hollyhock.
All right, good. All right, Julia, we think that that's a hollyhock. There you go. Neil, free lily bulbs from YouGarden. Part of the free gift from YouGarden back in the spring. Looking great and lovely looking butterfly. Let's have a little look. Ah!
Now that is unusual, that one.
That's gorgeous.
Look at the blue on that.
Wow.
Wow, I've not seen that before. I've not seen that in my garden.
That's stunning. Look at that. Okay, let me just show one more picture. Jake's telling me off. We're running behind on time. One more picture, quick, just so that we can see those free lily bulbs. Wowza. Yeah, they're looking gorgeous.
That's like is that the Stargazer? It looks like Stargazer.
It does look like Stargazer, doesn't it?
They have got the most divine fragrance, haven't they, those
beautiful.
ones as well?
I've loved the fragrance from all the lilies this year. It's been so
amazing.
Beautiful.
Especially on those warm evenings. It just really wafts in, doesn't it?
All right, we've still got lots and lots of pictures coming. I got to Neil there with those. I'm just marking my place for next time. Hazel, we've got an out of season. Linda, Jeff, Neil, got your pictures coming up. Okay, so we're going to move on first now, though, to the Sambucus Sutherland Gold. This, for me, is a plant that I feel like I should have. Sean's obviously been extolling the virtues of this to me because he planted this in his brand new garden. He wanted something that would grow nice and quick, and this was one that he got for that reason.
Yeah, this is a plant for a bit of space. That's what you need. So yeah, this can get to sort of 2.5 metres tall. The elderberry, the native elderberry, the Sambucus nigra that we see growing in our hedgerows and stuff in the spring, this is the same family. It's just that this is a hybridised one. So, you know, this has got the lovely golden foliage, which I just adore in itself. This really etched, kind of dissected foliage, which looks fabulous in its own right. Almost a bit kind of Japanese Acer looking, really, that foliage on there.
This is kind of why I like it, because it's got that lovely Acer feel to it.
Yeah, you just adore that kind of sort of foliage, don't you? Because it's different. It's interesting, it's unusual, and if the sunnier position you put it in as well, the more golden, the more bright that foliage will be. These flower for you, just like normal elderberries as well, and then if you're lucky and the flowers set, you actually get lots of red berries on them. So you can get the white flowers, you get the red berries. But I said you can let this get 2.5 metres tall. The good thing about all types of Sambucus is you can be brutal with them if you want to be. So if this gets to a couple of metres tall and it's too tall for you, in the spring, about the same time as you prune your roses, you could take, if you wanted to, a 6-foot plant down to just 2 foot.
Yeah.
It seems brutal.
They'll take the pruning.
They will take the pruning. So you just get your loppers, you just cut above a leaf joint. So in the spring, if you saw some sort of little nascent sort of buds on the stem like that, just chop off above them.
And then new shoots.
You'll get 3 or 4 or 5 shoots, and you'll get a plant that comes back that's bushier and more compact.
Amazing.
But you don't have to do that. You can just leave it to become a large shrub in its own right if you've got the space. But if you want to prune it, you can do that as well. It's bone hardy. It will come back year after year after year. It's easy to grow. It likes a moist kind of soil, but really, really quite a tough plant.
Brilliant plant. Sean went out on the nursery to have a little look, so let's hear from the lovely Sean Ryan. All right, well, we were trying to see Sean Ryan, but apparently couldn't hear anything, so never mind. We'll see him later.
He's quietly spoken.
511494 is the item number. If you want to go for this amazing plant, the Sambucus Sutherland Gold, I do feel like getting one of those in my garden as well. Make sure you enter the code so that you get that saving, YGTV3224. The code will also give you your free gift, because this is something we've kept going for. We've nearly been going a year, I told you earlier, didn't I?
Yes.
We're coming up to our 1 year anniversary very, very soon. In fact, I think it's next week. And we've kept this free gift going with every single purchase, or, you know, it's something free that you get whenever you shop with us. And we've kept that going for the full year. This is the free gift you're getting. It's this Blooming Fast Superior Plant Food, worth £4.99, makes 100 litres, which is about, what, 20 regular watering cans?
Yeah, if a little 5 litre watering can, you get 20 can loads out of that. And I like the fact, Bex, on this as well. When you look on the back,
yes.
So I haven't got my glasses on, but you've got things like boron, copper, iron, manganese, molybdenum, zinc, all those kind of trace elements, and that is exactly the kind of thing that we need. You know, we can get all the main, we can sort of get like our carbohydrates, can't we, and our proteins and our fats, all that kind of thing, but we need more than that, don't we? We need calcium, we need vitamins, we need all those extra things. This is what this plant feed will give. So it's not just the main elements, it's every single thing a plant needs. It's all inclusive. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's like, as you say, it's your vitamin pill for your plants. It's a brilliant one, but it's a free gift included today. Well, apparently we've re-queued the VT. Let's see if it works.
Hello there. This is the Sambucus Sutherland Gold, and I mean, it just looks magnificent right now on the nursery. I've got Sambucus in my garden. I chose them because they're relatively quick to grow. They're very easy, actually, and this one does have the RHS Award of Garden Merit as well. Now, it reminds me a little bit of an Acer, and it's nothing to do with the Acer family. In fact, it's part of the elderflower family. But because of the serrated foliage, I don't know, it just always reminds me a little bit of Acers, but nothing like them. This is something that will do very nicely in a part shady position. Doesn't mind a little bit of wind or anything like that. It is fully winter hard. It's about -10. And on top of the gorgeous foliage that you'll get with the Sambucus, you also get little flowers, you get berries as well. It loses its leaves in the winter, but as I say, winter hardy to -10, and then it comes back every year, and it is really quite fast growing, and this at full height can be up to about 4 metres as well. So yeah, an absolutely gorgeous plant, arrives in that big 3-litre pot, and will give you wonderful foliage throughout the summer, and the flowers and the berries as well.
I do love it when we go out for those little wanders at the nursery. I was
overcome there. Overcome with excitement.
Just got all emotional all of a sudden.
Don't get so emotional, Bex.
It's because I just had a big glug of coffee, that's what it was. I do love it when we go out for those little walks around the nursery. It just gives you an idea of what the nursery is outside these doors, but also the quality of the plants. Those are the ones where the pickers and the packers, they go and they pick those plants ready to be sent out to you. So I think it's a really important thing for us to be able to show you on the nursery the quality of the plants that we've got. We're moving on now to one of my favourites. I'll see you later. I'll leave it to I do love an Acer, but you've got loads of Acers as well, haven't you? I have got lots of Acers. Yeah, I adore Acers as well. And funny enough, we were saying just now about the Sambucus, having very similar foliage to the Acer. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I can see why you fall in love with these Bex. They are very delicate. They're just very attractive looking plants. They've got this, such beautifully dissected, interesting foliage. I don't know. I always struggle to find the exact word as to why they appeal, but they just do, don't they? They do. They've got an innocence about them, a gentleness about them. I find them relaxing, and they're like bonsai to me. Yeah. So I know that bonsai, little bonsai, but these are like just bigger bonsai. It feels like a fully formed tree, but in miniature, and I think that's what I really love about them. Plus, of course, you get an amazing, and it doesn't seem to matter which variety you go for. You do get an amazing colour change of the foliage. Yeah, that is the thing. I mean, the foliage colour is always amazing. I mean, this one in particular, this one is noted for sort of the new foliage, like on a lot of plants, coming through this in sort of incredible colour to start with. So it's got these sort of reddish, sort of bronzy, coppery kind of colours, and then as the foliage matures, it goes to the sort of a lovely green colour. You've got the red stems on here as well, and then as we head into the autumn, you get the fabulous colour changes. It's a blaze of colour as well, isn't it? Those changes again, don't you? So these are always doing something at different times of year, and even though they're deciduous,
deciduous, they lose their leaves in the winter, they have a lovely wiry kind of structure to them that looks fantastic in the wintertime, even covered in frost, for example, or a little light fall of snow, or even just raindrops kind of dripping off of them. They always look interesting. And I think that they have a calming feeling, which is, I guess, why the Japanese use them in their Zen gardens and sort of Japanese gardens. Jake was just saying they're productive. They make a lovely sound as well. When you hear the breeze blowing through them, there's just something about them. It creates a coolness, a sense of relaxation. They give you a feeling of well-being. And of course, they make amazing partners to the ferns that we've got as well.
Yeah, they really do.
Ferns
and
hostas.
So I planted, because all of my acers are in pots and my hostas are in pots as well. And I moved those pots together through the summer months because the acers at the back and the hostas at the front, that mixture of foliage just works so beautifully.
It's
and
lovely,
Graham, if he's watching, we haven't heard from Graham for a little while. Graham's greenhouse, but also his garden. I know he's got acers paired with his hostas as well, and it's a perfect combination. So.
Talking of Graham as well, it's the Graham's.
Oh yeah, Graham's.
Our Graham, as I like to call you, is you're sort of our compost man. So I always remember you sending us a picture from your garage.
Yeah.
And you had about 16 bags of our compost.
I hope he's watching, because I don't feel like we've heard from Graham for a little while. Send us a message, Graham, if you're watching.
Yeah, it'd be good to hear from you.
511003 is the item number if you want to go for the Acer, but we are going to move on to the most popular item at YouGarden, the thing that we sell the most of, that we have done for many, many years now, and that is this premium professional compost. Not just called premium professional compost because we're trying to sell it to you and make it sound amazing. It genuinely is premium quality ingredients, and it is a professional compost. This is the compost we use here at the nursery. We're going to be bringing you our winter hanging baskets soon. Every single one of those will have been potted using this amazing compost. All of the roses, the 100 and something thousand roses that we potted up earlier this year, all planted in this compost. Anything we grow on, anything we pot up here at the nursery, we use this compost, don't we?
We do. And the secret of this compost is its simplicity. You go to a garden centre sometimes and you'll see 10, 15 different types of compost with a multitude of stuff printed on the bag. Number 1, number 2, number 3, this is added, that's added, blah, 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 blah. And you walk up and down and you're in a complete daze as to what's the best one, what do I go for?
Yeah, and you end up buying the cheapest one because you're like, well, I'll just buy that one.
Yeah, you they're all the same probably. So
I used to feel like that.
Yeah, you just think,
I know different now.
No, exactly. I mean, what we've done with this one, the first most important thing to say with this one is this is a hugely peat-reduced compost, and eventually we will all go peat-free. We have to go peat-free, but we were bringing you this compost peat-reduced long before others were talking about peat-reduced compost. But of course, if you take something out, you need to put something back in. So we've got that composted wood fibre in this, which does 3 major things really. First of all, it keeps the compost nice and open, so that lets the air get down to the roots of the plants, which is really, really important because they need air at the roots as well as on top around the leaves. It allows those tiny, tiny little roots, or those weeny little seeds, to be able to germinate and get their roots down into that compost and establish themselves. But also, it allows the water to percolate through. So we've got a compost with elements that hold on to the moisture, but elements that also create drainage, so it's never too wet, never too dry. It's that perfect combination. Bex is picking out these little beads, and these are our slow-release fertiliser, which can feed your plants for up to 6 months from those little pellets there, those little beads.
Yeah, the shell just sort of breaks down, it releases the feed into the compost. There's loads of them dotted through there, and that's going to feed your plants for a good sort of 5 to 6 months, which is really important. Of course, we're going to keep using our blooming fast and feed our plants with them, but that's at our discretion when we do it, and who forgets to do that on a regular basis? I'm one of those people. I start out with really good intentions and I always forget to do it. It's the last list on, the last job on the list. But that feed is already in that compost, so it's the fail-safe mechanism for people like me who forget to do it.
Yeah, that's it, Bex. That's exactly kind of what it is, isn't it? And also, you've got a wetting agent in this as well, so that makes the compost known as hydrophilic. It actually loves water. It wants to absorb the water, not repel the water. Sometimes if you've used an inferior compost and your hanging baskets or your pots dry out, you go to water them, the water runs off. like water off a duck's back. This won't do that. This will suck in the moisture much more quickly. And to just finally recap, it's pH balance as well. So it's not too acid, it's not too alkaline. It's where lots and lots of plants like to grow. It's Goldilocks, yeah. And finally, it comes in these plain white bags. We don't need to put lots on there because, as Stu, our other producer, says, the value is in the bag, not on the bag. It comes straight from the supplier, fresh to you.
Yeah, it's fantastic, honestly. 100125 is the item number for your 100 litres. There is no postage included with the compost, by the way, so you could just buy compost, enter the offer code, you'll get another £2.50 off there, you'll get your blooming fast included, and it will be delivered direct to your door with no postage cost at all. You could use the compost as a way to get your order to the over £40. Maybe there's a couple of the plants that you quite like the look of. You don't want to pay that postage. Even if you're not going to use that compost right now, you are going to use that compost at some point, so that'll help you to get that order delivered free of charge. And please don't underestimate having 2 50-litre bags delivered direct to your door. You don't have to get in the car. You don't have to lug it about, get the trolley with the wonky wheel, the splits in the car. You don't have to deal with any of that. It'll be delivered direct to your door.
And I love your little trick that Betsy always say, if you want 3 or 4 bags,
oh yeah,
just order them individually and check out individually, because every single time you'll get a bag of our blooming fast with each one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again,
it's a great way of doing it. That's what that's what I do. So that I can get multiples of my free gift. The next item we want to show you is the Lucky Dip Perennial collection. It's being super popular, as it always is. It's a buy one, get one absolutely free. 9 centimetre pots. But actually, because it's a buy one, get one free, you're going to get 18 9 centimetre pots, and there's some great plants in here.
Oh, there's an amazing mix in here. We've got things like Gaillardias, we've got things like Physotegia, we've got Salvias, we've got Asters that are going to flower in the autumn, what we commonly call Michaelmas daisies. We've got Doronicum, or Leopard's Bane, which has lovely sort of yellow daisy flowers in the spring. We've got Heucheras, lovely evergreen Heucheras.
I love a Heuchera.
Yeah, there's one there, that dark purpley
my
foliage.
mum's favourite plant, that.
I love it, and they come in so many different colours as well. We've got a campanula, in fact, a little campanula at the back there on our display, which was drooping, but we gave it a good drink, and that's picking up nicely now. Yeah, all sorts of different plants in that mix.
Yeah.
We can't say exactly what you're going to get in the mix. What we can say is we won't give you more than 2 of any one type, but what we can definitely say is you'll have a mix that will give you different flower colours, different flowering times, different foliage colours, plants that will grow in different aspects of the garden, different heights, different flowering periods. This is a perennial border in a box being sent out to you, and some of these plants are ridiculous because they're 2 litre sized plants in 9 centimetre sized pots.
And they break down to £1 a pot if you are in the club, because you get that. I mean, it's crazy. We're doing a buy one, get one free, where you get 18 9 centimetre pots. But if you're a club member, you still get the 10% discount on that amazing price as well. So £1 per pot if you're in the club, just over if you're not in the club. But now is the time to join the club. That £5 it costs to join lasts you for a full 12 months, and you're going to get 10% discount every time you place an order. Plus, you're going to get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to spend. So it's well worth joining that club. If you've been sitting on the fence, it's time to pick a side. Jump off, jump in, get your feet wet, get that club membership in your basket, because I promise you, you won't regret it.
Can I just ask you a quick question?
Yeah, you can, always.
You don't have to be in the club to get your free gift, do you, or do you?
No.
You don't?
No. The free gift is available to anybody.
So basically, what's it's $4.99, isn't it?
The free gift is $4.99.
Yeah, so...
Just offset that.
Yeah, so you're only paying £1 if you think for joining the club.
Not even, because it's £5, and that's $4.99.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's a penny. Yeah.
There you go.
So it's cost effective, isn't it?
It's really cost effective.
It's cost negative.
Well, we did count up. We've got over 45,000 members of that club now, and they can't all be wrong, can they?
Because we used to say just over 40 not so long back.
Yeah, no, we did a recount recently. It's gone over 45, I believe. Right, let's get back to our favourites table. These are some amazing plants that we've got in here. The Nepeta, the 6 Hills Giant. This is an incredible one, isn't it? It's a gorgeous... It's called catmint because cats quite enjoy it, but it's not vigorous and invasive like mint, so please don't be put off by that. It will form gorgeous clumps, won't it?
It will, yeah. This is because there's one what we plant called Walker's Low, which is a nice low, compact sort of one. But this one is the bigger one, the Six Hills Giant. Really, really popular. This is the one that's used by garden designers. This is the one, if you go online, you see is one of the most popular. This forms lovely, great big groups of purple flowering plants for month after month after month. After its initial flowering period, you can trim it back with some secateurs or shears. It will reflower again, and it will keep flowering right the way up until sort of middle, late autumn even for you. It's got this very lovely glaucous blue, fragrant aromatic foliage, loved by pollinating insects, bone hardy, will come back year after year after year. And once established, it will grow in the poorest, most dry, punishing soil possible. I've seen it grown in ridiculous places in customers' gardens, loved by pollinating insects. And yeah,
and cats like it too.
Yeah, pollinating, I think probably almost loved more by cats almost than pollinating insects. But yeah, it's a really, really hardy, reliable, year after year kind of perennial with months and months of interest. Lovely little purple flower spikes on there.
Yeah.
And yeah, glorious.
Gorgeous fragrance, and it is a buy one, get two free. So £4.99, and you will get all 3 of those 9cm pots that you can see there. Great price on there. So put one in your basket, enter the code, the other 2 will appear for you. The next deal we've got is on our Agapanthus, the fireworks. These are also in those 9cm pots. I can't take these out because these are so happy. They're really not, you can see how the roots are sort of distorting the shape of the pot there. That is what you want. Agapanthus like a hug. And that's exactly the way that these are growing. Agapanthus fireworks is definitely one of the showier. I mean, Agapanthus are showy flowers anyway. They're definitely showstoppers, aren't they?
They are.
But I think the fireworks one is the most showy of them all.
Fireworks is such a brilliant name for this, Bex, as well, because you know sometimes when you go to those fire displays and you hear that big thud.
Yeah, the bang.
And then you look up and up.
And then everyone goes, ooh.
Yeah, and it's that perfect spherical kind of explosion of colour, isn't it? That's what these are, almost tennis ball sized flower heads on there with dozens and dozens of individual flowers. And what really, really I love and adore about this particular one is the way the purple of the flower stem actually then fuses into the base of the flower itself. And then it's that lovely, very soft, purpley white. Loved by pollinating insects again as well. Comes back year after year, this one's hardy. And it is quite strange because you can grow these in pots and they're really, really pot bound, but they flower brilliantly. But then you put it in the ground in the right position, which is hot, sunny, well drained, and they flower brilliantly there as well. So they're a really, really easy plant. Lovely strappy foliage at the base.
I haven't got it right yet. There's always one though, isn't there? There's one that's like the mountain you've got to climb, and for me it's Agapanthus.
The single most important thing, or 2 most important things Agapanthus, maximum sun. That is critical, and drainage. They hate shade. They hate being crowded out by other plants. Full sun on their own, critical drainage, and they will flower guaranteed every year. And you'll get perhaps 15, 25 flower spikes per plant over a couple of month period once they're established and happy.
My mistake is I've put them in rich soil. I've put them in our premium professional compost. This is one of those plants that we are not going to recommend our premium professional compost for. We recommend it for pretty much everything, but not for this. It's just too rich. I think
well, they grow in places
like
like the Channel Islands, the Scilly Isles, and they grow in really sandy
Great and
soil.
coastal.
Yeah, because sandy soils are really poor in nutrients because the nutrients wash out. So that's the sort of soils they like. They almost survive on neglect.
Lovely. 561027 if you want to go for the Agapanthus triple deal. 3 of those for $19.99. Next we've got our Echinacea purpureus magnus. This is a buy one, get one free. So put one in your basket, enter the code YGTV3224, and the other one will appear for you. An amazing size of plant here that you are getting. I mean, look at the foliage, look at the size, and check out that root structure. That is a rooty beauty that is raring to grow in your gardens. Now, I think Echinacea is one of the best flowers for your garden because it lasts for ages.
It is, yeah. It is a really, really stunningly beautiful perennial. And again, it just asks for a nice sunny spot that's well drained. You know, don't make it compete massively with other plants. They do fabulously in pots. They're great for prairie planting. They love to be planted with grasses and things like Verbena bonariensis. The flower, each individual flower lasts a long period of time. they send up these flower spikes. Normally you get quite a large flower at the top of the flower stem, and then you get sort of 4 or 5 little baby flowers that come up from lower down. This will have our winter hardy guarantee as well. That's just something to look out for. Whenever you order and you see that little kind of snowflake symbol, that lets you know these plants are hardy.
Good point,
yeah. These will go from year to year. And also, well, Bex, you say about the...
well, yeah, we get the lifetime guarantee on anything that is winter hardy. That snowflake symbol is what you're looking for on the product page. If it's got that, it has the lifetime guarantee. So if it fails to thrive, which means if it's dead, you can get a replacement free of charge. All you have to do is cover any postage cost to get it out to you. Just speak to our website, to our call centre, to customer services, that's the word I'm looking for, and they will sort that out for you. Jake is showing you the symbol that you should be looking for if you're looking for anything that is winter hardy. And it just gives you, that's a nice little snapshot up at the top there. When you go into the product and you scroll down, then it'll give you all the words and, you know, the flowering period and all the rest of it, but I like that little snapshot that it gives you there. So you've got your little summary, and then once you go in, it gives you even more. And you might even find a video of myself or Sean or Adam talking about the plant as well. Have we got one on there? That might not be.
And it's, they say there, RHS perfect pollinators. So again, one of those incredible plants for sort of birds and bees.
Look, it's me talking about the Echinacea in that one. So yeah, we're trying to fill the website with little clips of us talking about the plants as well, because sometimes it's a bit nicer just to hear somebody saying it than having to read it yourself.
Cut flowers as well. Have you ever cut yours, Bex?
No, do you know what? I've never really, and this is the first year I started doing cut flowers, to be honest with you. I always just liked the flowers in the garden, but this year I have started, particularly because I've grown loads of dahlias. So I have started cutting flowers and bringing them into the house. So I will start doing it more. I just haven't previously. But they're great as cut flowers because they're long lasting.
Yeah, beautiful. Look lovely in a vase.
Yeah, very nice. 560-768 if you want to go for the Echinacea. Next, we're going to move on to a very elegant plant. This is what you called it earlier, and it's a perfect description for the Gaura. Very, very elegant. One I totally fell in love with, because you just get these lovely tall stems, you get this gorgeous bed of foliage, but then rising up you get these lovely stems, and at the top of those, I mean, the shades of pink that you get within each of those flowers, those massive great big stamens, you said look like really long gorgeous eyelashes. Yeah. I mean, you could see that flower in Alice in Wonderland talking, couldn't you?
You could, yeah, and I liked your description earlier on as well when you mentioned about moving in the wind.
Yes.
And as I say, there is a variety called whirling butterflies. You can understand where people got the inspiration for that name. On where I live, when I drive through, there's a lovely house on the left-hand side. It's got a great garden, and they've got a clump of three of these pink ones. They're in full sun. They're in lovely, well-drained soil, quite poor soil, and they just look stunning. All these lovely, wiry, upright stems covered in dozens, probably hundreds of these pink flowers over a long, long flowering period. These will flower, Gaura flower for 4 or 5 months. Once they start flowering, they'll go right up until probably mid-autumn, almost sort of late autumn. Especially if we have a mild autumn. Easy to grow. I was saying to Bex earlier on, I remember planting one of these in a garden. Well, it was my first garden that I ever had in a place called Hatfield Heath. And that was, goodness me, that was 38 years ago now. I don't go there anymore because I've moved away from that area. But I remember planting some Gauras in a flower bed there 15, 20 years ago, and they're still flowering. Yeah. And they're in this bed up on the top right-hand corner that's south-facing, really well-drained, poor soil. And that's what they like. You know, sometimes it's counterintuitive to think of putting plants in these really poor kind of soils, but sometimes that's where these plants have originated from. They started their life. They've evolved kind of in really poor, stony, gravelly soils, and that's what they like. That's where they're happy. So this is a plant that's hardy. It will come back year after. You don't need to fuss about it. And these ones are already showing flower colour. So once you get these home, within probably 10 days or so, you will get flowers on these ones for you this year. But of course, next year, they're fast growing as well. Next year, these will double, triple in size, and just give you those incredible, elegant displays.
Yeah, you can see those flowers starting to come through. Absolutely. 560898 is the item number. You're going to get 3 of those 9cm pots. Massive, nearly £20 saving. All 3 £9. Is it 3? It is. All 3 £9.99, £3.33 per pot. Even less if you're in the club, obviously. Next, we're going to move on to what was our previous deal of the week. That's something that I got hold of. I ordered 3 sets of this, so I've got 9 pots winging their way to me. Cannot wait to get these planted out. You're going to get 1 each of the amethyst lips, the cherry lips, and the hot lips. So it's not a choice. You get 1 each of those 3 different colours. Multi-order if you can on this, or you've got space to. I highly recommend taking advantage of this while we've still got this amazing price. £4.97 for all of them. Now you're saving £19 here. We must be making a loss on this. There's no way we're making any money by selling this at all. But this is another good one actually. If your basket is hovering at the sort of £38 mark and you're paying £6.99 postage, don't do that. Add this in. It'll take you over that £40. You'll be paying less, but you'll be getting 3 extra plants as well. This is Stuart's friend. I think his name was Tony. He went round to film Tony's garden because it just looked amazing.
And look at this one. I mean, how daft is this? This is a 2-litre plant in a 9-centimetre pot. I mean, this is phenomenal. This alone would be $5.99, $6.99 in certain garden centres.
£1.49 if you're in the club.
And I need to show you it's academic, isn't it? Really, it's going to have an amazing. How can you have a plant that good on top without a fabulous root system underneath? And 3 fabulous colours here as well, and all 3 of these look really, really good together. And we were saying earlier on, we thought these would look really, really nice. All 3 of these, for example, in our olive planter, because you could put 3 of those in there. In fact, you could probably put the Echinacea in this. You could probably put the 3 Gaura in one of these pots if you wanted to as well.
Yeah.
And they'd be quite happy in that pot for a good 2 or 3 years. Just keep them watered and fed, obviously, when they're in pots. But another thing that's particularly good about these salvias is that aromatic foliage. It's a bit like the catmint. It's got that. Oh, that's really, really nice. I love it. I do.
I think it's a gorgeous one. And, of course, it's just an amazing deal at £4.97. Do grab hold of that while we've still got it. I don't know how much longer we're going to have that for. Previous deal of the week. Now it is the Nipita. So I imagine this will be gone next week. I haven't looked at next week's show plan yet, but I can't imagine it will still be on there. 560-668 is the item number. Don't forget to email us. ygtv@yougarden.com is the email address. I've left the iPad over there, but we will have another look at your customer pictures and things very, very soon. If you would like to be a part of our club, it's a great club to be a part of. So do think about coming to join us. All you have to do, it's 1 click. When you place an order, it says, do you want to join the club? Click yes, because you will save 10% off your plants and your accessory orders. So everything that we've got in the potting shed today, all the pots, the compost, the plants, you'll get 10% off those. You'll get 5% off outdoor living and gifts orders, because you don't just have to use your club discount on what we are selling in the potting sheds. We've got an entire website that you can go and shop as well. Just always use our code, because you'll get your free gift that way. Sometimes it even unlocks a special saving that we didn't even know was there either. And you're going to get your £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers if you join the club as well. Now the free gift this week is that Blooming Fast plant food. You're going to get a 100-litre sachet. It's worth £4.99. You can see it written there on the bag. It makes 100 litres of plant food. For a 5-litre watering can, obviously that's 20 watering cans. If you've got a water butt, they normally come around 80 to 100 litres, don't they?
Yes. But, I was trying to think what mine is. Yeah,
I haven't got one yet. I keep saying I've got to get one. I haven't got one yet.
I love mine. It's brilliant.
I know. I keep leaving buckets out to collect rainwater. It's not the same though, is it?
Because all you can do, you can just empty a whole packet of this, or a couple of packets, into the whole water butt. Yeah. And then, because you were saying sometimes you forget to do the watering, the feeding.
But if it's there, you just go and do it.
You're doing it automatically,
exactly,
aren't you? Yeah, easy.
It's well worth it, honestly. And that is just £4.99, but it is a free gift for you today, as long as you use that offer code YGTV3224, and we don't limit that. That is basically per order. So if you are placing multiple orders, just play with your basket a little bit, work out which way works best for you, whether it's 1 order or 2 orders. If you place 2 orders, you'll get 2 sachets of that delivered to you. And free postage. That's another offer that we've got for you. If you can get your order to over £40, you will get free postage. So postage is capped at £6.99 per order if it's under £40, which is great. So if you're shopping on a budget and you just can't stretch to that £40, fine. It's 1 postage cost per order. but if you can get it to over 40, we'll get rid of that £6.99 entirely. Again, all of this is unlocked, let's say, by the magic key code YGTV3224. Now, we just put a few details on the bottom of the screen there. Adam is all over it, aren't you?
I try.
Look, there's a bit of social media, basically. So Adam's been gardening all his life, since he was 5, so that's a good 78 years now. He's on...
You've just pushed me too far today, Bex.
He's on Instagram, he's on TikTok, he's also on YouTube as well. What's your thing on YouTube?
Oh, you put me on the spot now.
Come on, you've got to know your name on YouTube. Adam Woolcott.
Yeah, I think it's the same.
If they search Adam Woolcott, they'll find you, right?
Yeah, they will, yeah.
So if you fancy going onto YouTube as well, if you're watching on YouTube, you're already there, then do have a look for... I'm not on YouTube, so go and look for Adam on YouTube, because he does loads of videos on there as well.
Adam Woolcott YouTube, that'll take you to my YouTube.
Yeah, give him a little follow on there as well. Here's me. I'm on TikTok as well, so you'll find me on TikTok, Bex Edwards My Garden. I'm doing a load of lives on there as well. I know a couple of you have found me already, but if you want to come and have a little follow and see what I'm up to in my garden, do that. All right, let's do a little review for you, shall we? Let's remind you of some of the items that we have been showing you so far. So if you are thinking about placing an order, now is the time to get your pens and papers. Just write down these item numbers. You will be going to YouGarden.com in order to place your order, or you can order via the phone line as well if you want to, 0844 502 0050. All of the details you need are on the screen in order for you to be able to do that. Copper Shield Fern is first, 561-200. It's part of our buy one, get one absolutely free. It is a mix and match, so you get to choose which ones you are getting free, basically. Copper Shield obviously has those gorgeous coppery colours included in them. Great one for shadier spots in your gardens. Wonderful foliage display, and it's just £9.99 in the 2-litre pot. Hairy Lip Fern is next, so you could get a Copper Shield and a Hairy Lip Fern. One of them will be free, because that's where the mix and match bit comes in. You could get 2 Hairy Lip Ferns. It's entirely up to you. We have given you options here. 561-204 if you would like to go for this one. This is the one that Adam was saying doesn't necessarily have to be in the shady spots. This one's a bit more tolerant of sort of lighter, kind of drier soils as well. Called the Hairy Lip Fern. It's got these kind of hairs all over it. You can sort of see that, and it's to do with being able to retain moisture, basically. It's just the way the plant has evolved. Brilliant plant if you do want something for those shadier, more tricky to look after spots. 561-204 if you want to go for the Hairy Lip Fern. Painted Lady Fern is what's coming up next. This is probably one of the most spectacular when it comes to foliage colour, because you get silvers and reds and purples and all sorts going on in there. This one is deciduous, so it will drop its leaves and things over winter. It'll sort of disappear, unlike the others that will remain sort of semi-evergreen or fully evergreen. But totally worth it for the colour display you'll get. Doesn't get massively tall, maybe about 40-50 centimetres, but it does spread, this one. So this one's more, it'll go probably a good metre outwards, so it's a great one for ground cover. Wonderful if you've got a weedy area. Plant this, get rid of those weeds, we don't want them growing. 560-931 if you want the Painted Lady Fern. So those are the 3 ferns in the buy one get one free, but we do still have 3 other plants available in the buy one get one free. We've got the Rudbeckia, the beautiful bright golden yellow flowers there, that gorgeous central cone there. Pollinators adore it. It's a beautiful plant, nice upright growth. I have never had to stake mine. I don't think they need it at all. They just grow in this lovely bushy form. Last year when I first planted it, I had 12-15 flowers on it. This year I've already counted 23 I think it was the other day when I was looking at it. So it has really filled out, and it just keeps doing that, creates gorgeous clumps, divide it every 3 to 4 years, maintains the vigour of the plant, but then also gives you gorgeous free plants for the rest of your garden. 560-717. Delphinium, the magic fountain, is another one in our buy one get one free mix and match. Excuse me, £9.99 in the 2-litre pot. I do adore delphiniums. I think they're quite classy, aren't they? You know, you think of your hollyhocks and you think of your foxgloves. They give that gorgeous cottage garden feel, and I think this is just that classier side of those beautiful tall flowers that you can get. absolutely beautiful. You can cut the main flower spike off. Sometimes you'll get extra flowers coming from them. Do think though, please, about getting yourself some strolch to put around those, because I planted a few delphiniums last year and unfortunately none of them came back this year because I didn't follow my own advice and the new growth got munched by the slugs and snails. So do get yourself some strolch to put around them to make sure that you protect them. It is still available for you. 511 552 if you want to go for the delphinium. And then the final one in our buy one get one free mix and match is the foxglove. So the Dalmatian, so this is the one that's got those lovely spots on the inside, that landing pad, that runway that's there specifically for the bees and the pollinators so they know exactly where to land. 511 553 if you would like to go for the Digitalis, the Dalmatian. So when it comes to a buy one get one free, it's slightly different with this one because it's a mix and match. So you have to put the two that you want in your basket. Normally with a buy one, get one free, we say put one in, we'll put the other one in. But because this is a mix and match and you get to choose which ones you're having, put both in your basket, enter the code, and as you can see, look, we've got the hairy lip fern, we've got the Rudbeckia. The Rudbeckia is free. So we're paying for the hairy lip fern. They work out £5 each for a 2-litre pot that is really well established. And of course, you're getting your blooming fast in there as well. Over on the other side of the screen, can you see where it says save a further £2.50, become a YouGarden discount club member. Add to basket. Click that, add that to your basket. It's going to cost you £5 to join, and you're saving £2.50, for example, on this order. However, obviously, if you get it up, you'll save even more. But that £5 is all you pay for 12 months. Every time you place an order, you're going to get that 10% discount. You earn that £5 back very, very quickly. I can promise you that. I've done it myself. Next, we've got the Acer, the Palmatum Phoenix. Now, this one has that beautiful, well, I said this earlier, actually, a lot of Acers, they do give you this lovely colour-changing display. The new foliage that comes through on the Phoenix, this comes through in these copper tones and these beautiful red colours, and then it kind of matures into a greener colour, and then in the autumn, it gives you this lovely blaze of colour before the leaves fall. We love Acers. We're trying to put our fingers on exactly why. For me, it's because they look like miniature trees. They're like bonsais. They're not tiny bonsais, but they're still like fully formed trees, but in miniature. They're very calming. They're very zen. You'll see these a lot in oriental themed gardens. They work beautifully with other foliage plants as well, like hostas and maybe the Sambucus we were talking about earlier. And £11.99 for a pretty well established, nice size Acer. That is a fantastic price because they do normally come with a much more hefty price tag. So it is an £8 saving. It's just £10.79 if you are in the club. Highly recommend. I'm trying to count. I think I've got 6 or 7 Acers now. Still not enough. I'm still going to get more. 511 003 is the item number. The Peter, which is our deal of the week, it's a buy one, get two free. A fantastic plant for, again, cottage style gardens. Lovely fragrance, flowers for months on end. Totally hardy. Just give it, I treat it like lavender basically. Let it grow, it's drought tolerant, put it in a sunny spot, probably can cope with poorer soils. Once it's finished flowering, take the shears, give it a haircut, and that's going to encourage maybe even a second bloom of flowers, but it will keep the plant nice and bushy, giving you even more flowers the next year. 560778 is the item number. If you would like to go for that. It's a buy one, get two free, so put one in your basket, put the code in, the other two will appear for you. If you want to grow it in a pot, you absolutely can. We do have the Torino pots available. Now, I'm going to suggest maybe the Torino pots would be a little bit small for this because it can grow a bit taller and it can, it can spread a little bit. But you could grow it in here to start with and then transplant it somewhere else. That's not a problem at all. But this is also on a buy one, get two free. So put one in your basket, enter the code, and you'll get another 2 of those available. Please do think about it. I know we've brought you those Torino pots a lot, but this is the last opportunity. That deal is going to disappear, so it's your last chance to get hold of it. Right, we're going to come back, I'm going to have a slurp of drink, and we're going to talk about honeyberries.
We are. You've got this, haven't you? You've got honeyberry, I've got honeyberry, Sean's got honeyberry.
We've all got honeyberries. Now, I planted it as a teeny tiny baby 18 months ago.
Right.
About that. And it's grown into a decent sized plant, and I got 2 berries off it this year. And I was expecting that because I planted it as a baby plant, so I was not expecting loads and loads, because obviously it needs to mature and establish. Mine aren't this big yet, so you're getting some really amazingly established plants here.
We planted ours last year.
Look at this new growth coming up here as well.
Plants not much smaller than this. And this year, Bex, oh my goodness,
you get loads?
Dozens.
Oh, man.
Dozens and dozens. And the weird thing was,
next year's my year.
Well, we didn't notice them to start with because they were sort of green. Outside the front of our bungalow, we've got a bench out the front because the sun goes down at the front. And I was sitting on the bench and I said to John, my other half, I said, what's all those little purple things on there? And when we looked, they were little clusters. They were kind of little groups, and there were dozens and dozens and dozens of them. And I tried one for the first time, and they are really, really nice.
They're sweet, aren't they?
They're sweet. They're unusual. They're different. John polished off the rest of them. But also, they flower. I mean, obviously, they need to flower to perform fruit, but they are a member of the honeysuckle family. They are a shrubby honeysuckle. So you have little honeysuckle flowers at the start of the year, sort of orangey yellow honeysuckle flowers.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if they're fragrant or not, and you'd have to get your nose in, but I'd imagine they would be, because near enough all honeysuckle flowers are really fragrant.
Yeah.
The bees come along, they're self-pollinating, but if you've got 2, that's even better.
Even better.
Yeah, but they're self-pollinating, the bees come along, and then the little fruit start to form, and then you sort of just get dozens and dozens of these fruit. These get to about 2 metres tall eventually, so they're sort of a shrubby kind of plant, very easy to look after, very hardy, come back year after year after year. They make a great screen. They're just sort of a shrub that creates great interest but produce unusual fruit at the same time.
What I like about this is they're still packed with all those vitamins and antioxidants. So for me, it's an alternative to blueberries. Now, I've got blueberries growing in my garden. I've got honeyberries growing in my garden.
I know where you're going with this.
But blueberries do require the ericaceous compost, and that can be the barrier to certain people. You know, they just don't want to mess about with that. They haven't got ericaceous compost. They don't want to grow it in a pot. They want to grow it in a border. Blah 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 blah. If you don't want to mess about with that, but you still want to grow something delicious, good for you, blueberries are a fantastic alternative because these can grow in your regular soil. You don't need the ericaceous compost. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, the honeyberries are just ideal for that kind of position because you say, unless you've already got acid soil, you can't grow blueberries sort of in the ground. These will grow anywhere. These will grow in acid soil, alkaline soil. These are really not fussed. These are just tough and really, really easy to grow.
Okay, so we had a very special visitor in the potting shed a little while ago. I didn't get to meet him and I was gutted because I do love Greg Wallace. You might know Greg Wallace he's like a proper telly person.
He is.
You know him from those cooking shows, right? Well, he was in the potting shed and he was talking to us about honeyberries and how delicious they are.
But I've got a podcast called Piece of Cake, and I interview experts in health and wellness. And I'm learning about polyphenols that you get in fruits with different colours, particularly dark-skinned fruits, vegetables. That's what it is that's good for you, the polyphenols, and they're what feed the gut microbiome. These gut microbiomes are there. Do you know, the gut apparently works independently of the brain. It's one of the only organs that does. And we're
Mine does when I'm hungry.
We're only beginning to learn about...
It controls my brain.
But look, seriously, you can grow honeyberries, which I've never seen before, which is great. But honestly, get as much different fruits, plants, grains, whole grains, legumes, pulses into it as you can.
Somebody said the best way of describing how you should eat is always create a rainbow on your plate. As many different colours, and I'm not talking like
custard, jelly, hundreds and thousands,
sports mix. We're talking about. I think in a week, the sort of target is they say 5 portions of fruit or vegetables a day, which is a great thing to aim for. I try to. I love the good thing for me is I actually really like fruit and vegetables. Broccoli is one of my absolute favourite things to eat.
30 different types a week. I interviewed this doctor, Megan Rossi, lovely lady. But then you've got fruits, vegetables, herbs, spices, whole grains. okay, and pulses, and you can actually do it. You know, you could easily eat 6 at one sitting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think honeyberries is one of those things, though. So if we think about the stuff we've looked at today, you know, if you said I've got a limited amount of space, you know, perhaps because modern gardens have got smaller. You know, literally, if you live in a slightly more rural setting, you probably will end up with a bigger garden. But most people who live in a town or a city, there will always be a restriction on the amount of space you have available to you for outdoor enjoyment. And of course, then you really perhaps do want to make sure you've got a table and chairs and somewhere for the barbecue. But dotted around that, if you're careful, you can have a wigwam of raspberries. You can have a few pots with potatoes grown in them. You can have 3 pots with the early, mid and late season blueberries. And you could have a wigwam with your honeyberry. And suddenly, we're talking about 5 a day. There's more than 4 of them just here today by the time you add in those duo fruit trees.
Health aside, I think there's something terribly lovely about going out of your garden with your bowl of yoghurt and actually picking your fruit to put on your... I mean, how extraordinary is that?
Yeah, exactly.
How wonderful is that?
And the thing I didn't know was the point you made around the temperatures and not over chilling these you know, is much better for them. So it's amazing. And when you pick them fresh from the plant, it can't get better. But
let them be room temperature. And a honeyberry is not difficult to grow. I'm guessing the reason we don't see these in the shops is they just don't grow commercially in big quantities.
Not yet. I think increasingly they will become available. But you've got a relatively new item that's so if you want to grow, again, it's one of those things. Gardeners, I'm definitely one of these people. Gardeners love to grow things that other people don't tend to grow. It's about a bit of one-upmanship. You know, I'm the gardening king. You know, King Kong. This is all about growing something perhaps that other people haven't necessarily grown before. But it's not been left out because there's any reason to. It's just grown in popularity because people have suddenly become aware that it produces good crops of those delicious fruits. You know, I think they would be great in things like in breakfasts or in muffins or whatever.
Can I just recap? Because I've said, I don't know whether you've been here at the start, I'm not a gardener, but I do now have a decent garden. And I lost my father-in-law, Massimo, in November, bless him. And he used to do the gardening. I would like to, I'm into my food, I would love to have this stuff.
Hello. Oh, hello. We just ran out of the shed for a quick minute, didn't we? Because it's getting warm in here.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being slow cooked. It's like I've been in a slow cooker in here, isn't it, on a hot day.
We're having a nice time, though, so it doesn't matter, does it? All right, so that was the amazing Greg Wallace with our head gardener. You got to see Peter there as well when they were in the shed. It was clearly a colder day. Did you see they were all wrapped up with jackets and things?
Yeah, that was definitely in the winter time.
Definitely winter, wasn't it?
Well, it could have been early summer.
All right, so that is a buy. Sorry, it's a double up deal. Put both in your basket if you do want to go for 2 of those. It's $9.99 for one, but if you want to double up, the second one is only £5 more, so it's well worth it. As Adam said, they are self-fertile, so you do only have to go for 1, but it does help increase your fruit production if you go for 2. Next, we've got the blueberry pink. No. Pomegranate bush. Sorry, we're going to move on to our hardy pomegranate bush in the 2-litre pot. I adore this plant. I think it's a wonderful kind of talking point. It's a bit unusual. It's something a bit different. You've got the gorgeous bright orange flowers on there, and of course they do turn into miniature pomegranates.
Yeah, which are ornamental. They're not edible, these pomegranates, but they look fantastic.
I mean, they probably won't taste very nice.
No, I mean, they wouldn't be inedible. Well, they wouldn't poison you, but they'd just be as sour as you like. So yeah, they wouldn't be nice to eat. But they do look very, very attractive, and you can actually see these little tiny pomegranates on there. So it also remind me of almost like a Christmas decoration kind of look to them there. Really, really cute, unusual.
They do look like little baubles, don't they?
They do, yeah. And that orange, Bex, that orange colour is quite unusual. I've not seen many plants that are kind of... In fact, who's the lovely lady who always gives us the colour? Elaine. Yeah. Now, I think Elaine would say that's blood orange. That's sort of a blood orange kind of orange.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Really, really unusual. This pomegranate is hardy. as well, so you'll get it through the winter time. Evergreen as well, aren't they, pomegranates?
Yeah.
So you've got that interest all the year through. Look at the little pomegranate there. It looks really, really gorgeous just on there as a sort of an ornamental pomegranate, to be honest. And you can grow these in pots. They make fantastic pot plants. You can grow them in the actual beds and borders outside. Grow them somewhere really sunny and well drained and open. But sometimes it's good to have a little bit of a talking point, isn't it? And I've seen these grow into shrubs almost kind of waist to chest height eventually, and sort of kind of.
They can, but you can maintain the size as well, can't you? You just keep them in a smaller pot. You can obviously keep them smaller. I like the idea of having it as a conservatory plant, personally.
Yeah, I think it'd be great in a conservatory. Sean was saying the other day, he's got a really sort of hot, dry kind of conservatory, and something like this would survive quite well in a conservatory. But I would have it as a pot plant. I think it'd be really, really great to have it as a pot plant because you can have it on the patio, up on the decking. You can kind of have it as a talking point somewhere. It's quite slow growing as well, so it's not the sort of plant that's really going to sort of really sort of romp away and stay nice and compact.
Yeah, definitely. 680066 is the item number if you'd like to go for the pomegranate. Go to YouGarden.com to place your order. Next, we're going to go on to rock roses, and this is one that you've told me about before. I love rock roses. Love just ground covers, fantastic. Flowers for ages, really easy to look after. But you've planted these and seen them in a lot of people's gardens, haven't you?
Yeah. I've got these. I mean, these don't look. I mean, these are fantastic plug plants, but they don't look an awful lot at the moment. But
they will be.
They will be. And once you get these established, these are fabulous plants for open, sunny, well-drained, awful, dreadful, terrible soils. So if you've got soil that's stony, sandy, gravelly, full of bricks and all sorts of bits and pieces, these would really, really thrive, and they form carpets. They form carpets of evergreen, sort of silvery grey foliage that looks good all the year through. But for about 2 months to 10 weeks, from spring through to early summer, you just have carpets of the most amazing flowers for week after week after. You don't need to deadhead them. You don't need to fuss about them. Once they're established, you don't need to even water them in the ground. They're bone hardy, drought tolerant, get through any winter time, long lived. All you do is once they're finally finished flowering is just trim them over the top with the shears. You can trim around the edge a little bit just to tidy them up, and you leave them. They'll sit all the way through the year, through the winter, quite happily. Following spring, when the weather starts to warm up and you get some blue days, loads of little flower spikes will come up, and they will just cover the plant with these flowers for weeks on end. In fact, the foliage almost completely disappears under the flowers. That's
incredible, isn't it?
They are. They're brilliant.
When we say something, is floriferous and flowers its socks off, that is so true when it comes to the rock roses collection. It's 480992 if you would like to go for that. It's 6 plug plants for $9.99, but you can double up here, so you could get 12 of those plug plants. The second pack would just be £5 more. They do come in those mini greenhouses. Those greenhouses are labelled as well, because obviously you're getting 3 different colours in there. So it's not just a potluck. You plant those colours wherever, Basically, it's labelled to tell you which one is which colour. So you'll know if you are colour coordinating or planting certain colours in certain areas of your garden, you'll be able to tell which is a which.
Just one quick tip, though.
Yeah, go.
Don't empty them straight out of the greenhouse onto the worktop, because the packaging is labelled, the individual plants are. So make sure you know exactly which colour's which before you actually
and we've all
release them
done
into the world.
We've learned by making that mistake, basically.
Because once you just throw them out the table, it's like, oh, no, I don't know which colour's which.
All right, moving on to... OK, this is one I've got in my garden. I adore this plant, absolutely love it. Tried to kill it, couldn't. It's surviving.
Well, you didn't try and kill it. You just moved it at an inappropriate time, didn't you?
Totally inappropriate time. You will know. You'll have been watching, regulars. Hello. Yeah, that's mine earlier on in the year. That's before I decided to move it. So gorgeous, beautiful, dark foliage, bright green flower bracts, because the actual flower is in the centre, but who cares? Let's call them flowers. They contrast so beautifully. Loads of ladybirds on there as well. Amazing at bringing the ladybirds into your garden. And it was after this, when it was in full flower, I decided it needed moving. And I knew it was the worst time to do it. It's in full flower. You never move something when it's in full flower like that. All of its energy is going upwards into the growth, not into the roots. I moved it. I really nearly thought I'd killed it. It's so tough.
They're tough.
It is brilliant. It is thriving.
They do thrive. And John and I ordered some of these probably a couple of months back. My other half's got really bad sciatica at the moment, so he can't really do a lot. So I was watering John's front garden. And he planted these Euphorbia in a tub with those Mexican daisies.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that is a mix. That is a gorgeous, gorgeous mix. You've got the dark purpley foliage of the Euphorbias, the white flowers of the daisies. Looks really, really great. It's really, really nice.
Nice.
But that's the great thing about these Euphorbias, because they've got this really dramatic foliage. It gives you that chance to kind of contrast other plants with them. And Euphorbias are one of the biggest flowers families on Earth. So there's thousands of different species and varieties of Euphorbia. But these are tough. They'll come back year after year after year. They'll form sort of bigger clumps, so eventually these single-stem plants will become multi-stemmed plants. And then for a long time, you get these flowers that contrast so brilliantly with the foliage.
Those flowers were there, excuse me, probably from about end of April, early May.
Yeah, I remember a long time back you were saying they were flowering already.
And if I hadn't moved it, it would have continued flowering all the way through the summer. It started giving me some more flowers now because it's stopped sulking with me and it's happy again. But that would have continued all the way through. I mean, even if it doesn't, the foliage is absolutely gorgeous, but it would have been right the way through from about May all the way through to now, and probably a bit longer as well.
Yeah, and also you've got that evergreen foliage, evergreen becks as well. So it looks as good in the winter time as it does in the summertime. So you've always got interest from this plant. And even in the winter, when it's really, really cold, when it's -5 or 6, you'll see the foliage looking really terrifying. It sort of all droops down and they look like they've gone into shock. But as soon as the temperature rises, the foliage picks up again and it just looks really, really healthy. And they'll kind of sit through the winter time. And then next spring, throw out more of these flower buds. One just little tip for these as well. If you decide to deadhead them or kind of take cuttings or anything like that, always wear gloves, because they have this white kind of waxy sap that can be a skin irritant or an eye irritant. So just be careful from that. But it's not going to sprout all over you. You know, it's not like that. But yeah, just put gloves on and be careful. But really, really fabulous plants. We've sold so many of these, and it's not surprising because they're just one of those, like the Nandina. They're just one of these plants that's multifaceted and always looks fabulous. 3
9cm pots included there for you. It is like a buy one get two free. You're saving nearly £20. It's just $9.99 for all 3 of those. Highly, highly recommend. Honestly, that's right up there in the top of the list of plants that you should have in your garden. Beautiful in a pot or in a border. 511386 is the item number. Here's another top tip of something as a grow your own, something a bit unusual, something a bit different. This is a pink blueberry. It's a pinkberry, if you will.
It's a blinkberry, isn't
it? A blinkberry, that's what we were calling it.
That's what, yeah, it's our blinkberry.
It's a blueberry, but it's a pinkberry. I love it. So I've got this growing along with a few different varieties of blueberries. It's new. I'm not getting any fruits this year, but I'm hoping to get fruits next year. Treat it exactly the same as a blueberry, right?
Precisely the same as a blueberry. So grow it in ericaceous compost. If you haven't got acid soil in the garden, grow it somewhere nice and sunny. Keep it moist. And these will fruit year after year after year. And we always rush to talk straight away about the fruit, but of course there has to be flowers first, doesn't there? And these have gorgeous flowers, little white lantern kind of like flowers in the spring that hang from the shrub for quite a long time. Of course, the bees come along, they do their stuff, they pollinate the plant, although I do believe these are self-fertile. And then you get these berries. And wouldn't it be just sort of unusual? But imagine if you're pavlova, making a pavlova, for example.
Oh, love this idea.
Yeah, and you've got pink blueberries and blue blueberries.
And strawberries.
Imagine that mix of colour of fruit and a few slices of kiwi.
Yeah.
So all those multicoloured fruit
going
into that pavlova, that would be a feast for the eyes and for the mouth, wouldn't it? I mean,
I just think a bowl of these, along with some blue blueberries, just like a little bowl of sweeties. I love the idea of it.
And apparently these are sweeter. People say these are slightly sweeter than ordinary blueberries.
I can't wait to find out.
Yeah.
I'll be telling you next year. I'll bring some in next year. Half price deal on the blueberry pink lemonade. 310028 is the item number. It's £7. And 48 pence. £6.73 if you are in the club. Get in that club. You save 10% on everything that you order from us here. Certainly in the potting shed, there's 5% discount on some of the other items on the website, but mostly it's 10% discount, so do think about it. Right, we're going to move on to the Trachelospermum, the Star Jasmine. I keep saying this. I've got this in my garden. I got 2 of these in my garden, in actual fact. So I've got one of these growing around a tower pot, and I've also planted one that's going to grow up and over my fence, but I planted it as a baby. It's going to take a bit of time. But a fantastic climbing plant, isn't it? That's evergreen and gorgeously fragrant.
It is. I was going to say, what's a tower pot?
Were you really going to say that?
It's just like... There's one there, isn't there?
There is one there. I'll show it in a second.
But I know what a tower pot is. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Winding me up.
Yeah, in my old house, we used to live in Bishop Stortford. I planted one of these just to the right of our front door, and there was a little bit of space about that wide between the edge of our path and next door's extension. The soil was the driest, most dreadful, awful soil ever, and we planted this Tracheospermum in there. It grew up the side of the house, over the front door, over the living room window, and it's still there to this day. And it is one of my most favourite climbing plants.
It is, yeah.
It's evergreen, which is great, so it looks good all the year through. I say evergreen. Late autumn into winter, most of the leaves turn a really fiery red, don't they?
They get a gorgeous colour to them, don't they?
And really shiny, almost a bit like the Photinia leaf that we've got next to us. I'll show you that in a minute, because that's the sort of colour that they actually go. And then come the spring, gradually those leaves turn back to green again. So it looks good all year through. Evergreen or ever red, always covered in foliage. Quite fast growing once it gets going, but the pièce de résistance for this, for me, is the flower. Oh. Not only the flower colour, because these pure white flowers that hang in clusters for a long period of time are so incredibly sweetly fragrant. The fragrance is divine. It is sweet, it is spicy, it is delicious, it is pungent. And although we call it a jasmine, it's technically not a jasmine, but it has that jasmine fragrance to it. And Bex was saying about a tower pot. You could plant your jasmine in the tower pot, like we can see here, or star jasmine. And if you did put it in the tower pot, what I would do is, rather than just grow it straight up, is to actually circle it around the tower pot, round and round and round and round. So then you can extend the growth of this for as much as possible, and also sort of doing it horizontally or laterally, you restrict the growth on there, and you're going to get even more flowers. But if you wanted to, you could grow this up trellis work, you could grow it over an old tree stump, you could grow it up through another plant, for example, so you could combine this with a climbing rose over a pergola or an arbour or somewhere like that. But it's an easy plant. It's really hardy. I did see, I worked somewhere recently where we had a really cold winter, about a couple of winters back, and one did get knocked back quite badly, but I just pruned off the dead growth and it grew back, and it's come back again. So it's a really tough, rewarding climber. Yeah,
it really is. I know if you've got it. Neil, I think, is saying that he's got 2 of these growing up and over an arch. I know he sent us pictures of that in the past as well. It is a fantastic climbing plant. This is why I've got 2 of them. As it's a slightly slower grower when it comes to climbing plants. There are others that will cover an area quicker, but I do think it's well worth getting one of these. Definitely. Because that fragrance, the flowers last for such a long time, and of course it is that evergreen as well, unlike wisteria, for example, which I adore, but of course it drops all of its leaves in winter, so you're just left with a bare plant. You still have interest on this one.
And it's not as aggressive, is it?
No.
It's slower to start. I mean, once it gets established, it grows more quickly, but it won't be one of those terrifying climbers like Virginia creeper or Russian vine or something like that, where it just takes over and goes up through everything and you've got to keep hacking it back, or like one of those clematis montanas. It's not super vigorous like that, but it's vigorous enough just to grow and cover somewhere over a good period of 2 or 3 years, and you can prune it back if you want to as well. It doesn't mind being clipped and shaped back if if it starts to get too vigorous for you.
Should we have a little look at Neil's picture of his star jasmine he sent, because it is starting to flower, and what a gorgeous bright sunny. I don't know if you just took this picture, Neil, but what a beautiful bright sunny day. And look, there you go. You can see those tiny, well, they're not tiny, I suppose, but they are small white flowers, but you get lots of them. I'd say they're about cover the plant.
Sort of 10p size.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of size flowers.
You get loads of them, and they've got that lovely pinwheel shape. Just checking out your osteospermum in the background there. Look at those. Very nice, Neil. It's looking very, very good. All right, so you might want something for it to climb up. I've brought the tower pot forward, just built it, because somebody had taken it to pieces, but just built it for you. It comes in those separate pieces. So you've got the pot at the bottom, and then you've got 3 trellis parts that click into place. Absolutely perfect for that. Jasmine, great for clematis, great for wisteria, great for your
sweet peas.
Sweet peas.
How did they do?
Yeah, brilliant.
Good,
Love
good.
my sweet peas. So I've got sweet peas, I've got wisteria in a tower plant, I've got tower pots. There's my wisteria. That was last year. I need to update my pictures. I've got a jasmine growing in a tower pot as well. They are absolutely fantastic. One of my top tips when it comes to things to buy here at YouGarden. It's just brilliant. Of course, it's self-contained, which means you can pick it up and take it with you if you leave. If something's not looking great, you can pick it up and hide it around the corner of the house. And when something's looking fantastic, you can give it pride of place.
And the good thing about tower pot specs as well is some supports you buy for plants are ugly. They just don't look particularly attractive when they haven't got the plant round them. This looks incredible because, you know, even when it's not covered in foliage or plants, it's still got that antique burnished kind of look to it, so it looks attractive. And what is particularly good about it is there is so much surface area for a climbing plant to grip onto. Sometimes you see these plants at pots and there's just like about 5 or 6 upright bits of
it's not enough,
metalwork.
is it?
Yeah, and the plant's flailing about trying to grip onto something. At any point a plant can grip onto this, so if it's like clematis and it's got those little tendrils they can grip on.
Or the flame lily.
Or the flame lily. If it's like the tracheospermum that has that twisting kind of curling kind of growth, it will twist and turn and grip onto this really, really well. And it'll just give you that incredible look year after year after year.
Well, it is a double up deal. You can get one for $24.99. Is that right? $24.99, and then you can double up for $34.98. That's not bad, is it? I do recommend it. I've got 5 of these now, and I was going to say I was going to get another one, but no, once my sweet peas have gone over, I'm going to put that plant that Sean gave me, the bougainvillea, I'm going to put that into one of the sweet pea ones. So highly, highly, highly recommend. I've got 5, so honestly, that's a big recommendation from me there.
I've got a gorgeous pink bougainvillea flowering in my garden at the moment.
Have you?
Yeah, it's about the 5th year I've kept it.
I've never had bougainvillea, but Sean's given me some tiny ones, and they're growing really nicely in a pot at the moment, so they're not quite big enough, but they're going to go into the tower pot.
That'd be good. I've got a jacaranda that's about to flower as well. Yeah, it's called Bonsai Blue. It's like a, yeah.
I'm going to have to come visit you at some point.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd love to.
Right, let's talk about Photinia. This is the little red robin. Now, Photinia is a great plant, I think, to put in any garden because what you can create is these lovely kind of borders. It can be a hedging plant. It can be just a beautiful feature as a foliage plant in a border somewhere, but it's that red and the flowers that are super fragrant as well.
It is, and funny enough, we just planted up 6 front gardens for a building company I work for in Hertford because the initial gardens went in and the sales manager said to me, they look a bit dull, can you come up with some new flower beds? So what we did is we actually planted 6 standard forms of these, which are great. I know this one's not a standard, but the principle's the same because you have those fabulous, fabulous red leaves on there as well. The new foliage comes through that super, super shiny red colour. Then you have the white flowers as well, which look absolutely glorious, and they can turn into berries. But like the Nandina, for example, it's evergreen, so all the year through there's interest on this. It doesn't drop its leaves. It's very, very hardy. It'll take really bad frost. It's quite drought tolerant in the winter time, in the summertime as well. So if we have a dry summer, it's not going to sort of turn up its toes. It will have our little snowflake symbol on it, so you know it's got that lifetime guarantee. You can trim it if you want to. It makes quite a nice hedge. You can trim it. You can make it into topiary if you want to make it into topiary, for example. It's just one of our favourites. It's another one of those kind of stalwart plants that John and I use in garden design because it'll grow in full sun, but also they don't mind a bit of dappled shade as well. And you just know it's one of these plants that pretty much wherever you put it, it's going to do okay. It's going to do well. It doesn't need really specific, special, extra care. I
love the red colour that comes through really early in the year, before you're really getting loads of colour in your garden. You know, sort of March time, maybe even a little bit earlier, maybe end of February. March time, you start getting that lovely new growth, that bright red colour, and it really is before everything has really got going. And the flowers, I'd never really appreciated those before, but I got really close up to them, and the fragrance you get from those flowers is incredible. Total doer, just an amazing plant. 500134 is the item number. It's a £5 saving, £9.99. Adam, we've had some complaints about your shirt.
Oh, really?
Go get changed. I'm just joking. We're going to show you a little video now. If you've been missing, it is with Shawnee Ryan, isn't it? If you've been missing Sean Ryan today, then we're going to hear from him when he was in the potting shed with Adam just the other day.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Bex there. Hello, hello, nice to see you today. So we have got a fantastic buy one, get one free mix and match for $9.99. So there's 6 plants to choose from, 3 ferns. You've got a gorgeous Delphinium, Rudbeckia and a foxglove, but you can mix and match any 2 and you'll get your second one free. So it's a buy one, get one free. I think you might as well come and join me. I'm not alone. I'm all right, yeah?
Good, yeah. Always good, good, Sean. Especially when we've got plants like this. Just phenomenal.
Shall we start with the ferns? Because, we both love ferns. There are so many wonderful varieties. We've got 3 of them today. We're going to start with the copper shield fern, which has this extraordinary copper-coloured new growth, which is quite magical, isn't it?
Yeah, and sometimes, there's copper colours, there can be orange colours, there can be sort of reddish colours to this fern. I mean, really established fern we're sending out there as well. Also, 90 centimetres tall this can get eventually, so once it's been in the ground 2 or 3 years.
So great for maybe the back of a shady border.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Sean, great for shade. Shade can be a tricky spot in the garden to grow a lot of plants. A lot of plants don't like shade, they go leggy, and ferns will thrive in that shady position. This has got the Award of Garden Merit as well, which is, again, really, really important. And it's semi-evergreen, this one, so kind of depending on what sort of the weather does, a really cold winter, it might die down a little bit more. In a mildish winter, the leaves will pretty much remain as.
Now, a lot of my friends were complaining about slugs in their garden the other day. I had a little meeting, it was my garden club that I run. So I said to them, well, there's lots of plants that slugs don't like. We actually Googled a top 20 of plants that slugs don't particularly like, and ferns was on there.
Yeah, they find ferns too coarse. They're too dry and coarse and chewy, so they're just not interested.
Yeah,
they
it's like hard work.
Yeah, they like really succulent things like hostas and kind of, juicy things. But yeah.
So it's a good thing to think about, because, I mean, hostas love shady places too, but the slugs love hostas, so this could be a great alternative, potentially.
Yeah, I've got lots of ferns in my garden. I absolutely love them. They're great for filling quite big gaps between other plants as well, and they don't show off if they get crowded out by other plants. They'll still survive.
Yeah, they're brilliant. They really are. And you've got a chance of, say, buy one, get one free, and mix and match. So that's a copper shield one to start with. And then we have got a really pretty fern called Painted Lady. And I think in terms of colour, probably one of the most decorative ferns ever.
Yeah, I mean, the new leaves on this are just incredible. They almost look metallic when they come out, and you've got so much coloration. People sometimes think of ferns just being boring, just being green and no other colours, but it is incredible the colour range you can get. Look at this. I mean, almost a little bit of purple or pink in the actual stem there, and that silvery, sort of shining, shimmering look to the leaves. This one isn't evergreen, but it will give a good 6-7 months of leaves. They're all hardy, that's the main thing. This will come back year after year. Again, it's got that RHS, Award of Garden Merit, given by the Royal Horticultural Society.
And this one is great for maybe the front of a border, because she'll only go to about 40-45 centimetres height-wise, but she will spread.
Yeah, so more kind of, in that sort of shady border, more towards the front, whereas the copper shield fern is taller at 90, so that's more towards the back.
And I have got a couple of these in my garden, and honestly, at the moment, I mean, they need moving. They could not be more obscured and in deeper shade, but they're thriving. It's
That's
ridiculous.
what they've liked.
You've got to actually find mine amongst the other plants, but they look great.
Well, I do find I've got a north-facing border where I plant ferns and all sorts of shade-loving things, and sometimes when I finally get to clear that border or things die down at the end of the summer, I actually see ferns that have disappeared under other plants.
It's just amazing.
And they've loved it. They've loved being in that shade, that coolness, that dampness. They've really just thrived being in that position.
And obviously preventing the weeds coming through as well, which is brilliant. So that's Painted Lady. That one will die down during the winter, don't panic. And then our final one in the mix and match is the one that always makes us smile, because the nickname, or the popular name, is Hairy Lip Fern on this one.
Yeah, and this one's a bit more adaptable.
Chelanthus lanosa, this one, isn't it?
Yes, Chelanthus, yeah.
Oh, you say Chet, do you?
Or Chelanthus, it doesn't matter, honestly. So, Some people say Kai, some people say I say Chilanthes.
Yeah.
But
we could all say hairy lip fern.
Hairy lip
that's
fern.
Easy.
Yeah, that's why sometimes it's easier to give them those kind of
it is, isn't it?
Those sort of names, isn't it? But the good thing about this one is this is a little bit more adaptable. This one because this one is also happy in sun as well as shade, and also this one's more drought tolerant.
Yeah.
This will grow in drier positions, which is really, really good. This one's about 50 centimetres in height eventually, and this one will do well in poorish soils, so gravelly soils, sandy soils, stony soils. It's, I guess, it's a slightly easier fern in one way, although to be honest, all ferns are easy if you just put them in the right position. Really, all you need to do with most ferns once a year is in the spring, just before the new leaves, or what they call croziers, unfurl, just carefully remove old leaves first, being careful not to cut the new ones off, take them away, and that makes room for the new leaves to come through. And ferns are so long-lived, they'll come back year after year after year. They don't get any diseases, they don't get eaten by slugs or snails. They just look fantastic and thrive.
And remember, this is a mix and match promotion, which is wonderful. You can choose exactly what you want. So there are 6 plants in the mix and match, 3 ferns and delphiniums and Rudbeckia and the digitalis as well. But mix and match any of those and you'll get a free one. So it's a buy one, get one free, $9.99 or $8.99 if you are in the club. You do need to use that special offer code. Don't forget YGTV3224. So YGTV3224. So those are the 3 ferns in the promotion. Also, we have got this stunning delphinium called Magic Fountain. Now, colours will vary. You might get pink, you might get white, you might get blue, purple. But this is a slightly more compact delphinium, isn't it?
Yeah, about 60 centimetres tall, this one. So the good thing about that is it doesn't need staking as much, if at all. But look how stunningly beautiful it is. Magic Fountain, I can understand why you'd call it that, because it's just this fountain of fabulous colour on there. And when you look close into those flower petals, there's almost little shades of pink or purple in there as well. Delphiniums are dramatic. They are stunning. They're just real statement plants. They're loved all the way across the UK for their drama. And also, if you cut them back after they're first flowered, give them a liquid feed, they'll reshoot, and 9 times out of 10 they'll give you a secondary spike of flowers a little later in the year, so you can get them to flower twice. But bear in mind, each flowering period is quite long in its own right as well.
Yeah, it is actually,
so, they're not over in a few weeks.
They are one of my mum's absolute favourites. 511 552 for the delphinium, but also part of the mix and match. Now, the most popular plant out of the 6, the one that's got the gold medal, is the Rudbeckia Goldstum. Nearly everybody that's gone for this offer has included at least one of these in their basket.
Yeah.
But it's a bit of a winner, this one, isn't it?
It is, yeah. This Rudbeckia Goldstum is such a happy, bright plant. I've got this in my own garden, a huge, great big clump of it. And from about a week to 10 days ago, there it is.
Wow.
They started opening out about 10 days ago. And the flowers are quite funny. When they see the ones at the bottom there, the first year I had these and they started opening out, I thought the flowers had some sort of disease. I thought something had gone wrong with them because they looked kind of almost a little bit deformed, the way the flowers were opening out. But once the petals really expand, then they make those perfect daisy-like flowers, and they're so bright and so cheerful and really beguiling flowers there, and they flower for a long period of time, 2.5, 3 months. The pollinating insects love them. They're bone hardy. They'll come back year after year. And even when you look at the picture on the screen, they almost look like they're emanating their own light because they're so bright and so cheerful. Really, really stunningly beautiful plants.
They just bring a carpet of colour, a carpet of joy to any garden. And again, that's the most popular plant in the mix and match, buy one get one free. So you could have just 2. If you want 2 of those, you could just go for 2 of those. And if you are a club member, $8.99, or you might say, oh, I'd like 1 Rudbeckia, 1 of the delphinium. Or you might be thinking, oh, I'll have 2 of the ferns, I'll have 1 of the painted lady, 1 of the copper shield. Choice is yours. It does give you just a lot of flexibility, and the prices, bear in mind these are in 2 litre pots, amazing. The final one in the mix and match is the Digitalis, the Foxglove Dalmatian mix. Still a 2 litre pot, still a great plant. And I always think foxgloves, they're great in that, again, slightly shady area.
Yeah, well, I'm sure.
Back of a border.
If you've gone for some of the ferns, for example, especially the copper shield fern or the painted lady fern, yeah, those two are absolutely fabulous to go with the foxgloves, because foxgloves, again, like they like those damp, kind of dappled shade, woodlandy kind of conditions, or they will grow, you know, in sun if they're kept moist.
And they often self-seed, don't they?
Yeah, they do self-seed, and again, what you find with these, if you cut the main flower stem down afterwards, you quite often see little baby shoots at the base, and they will give you flower again for the following year, so you can keep those foxgloves going, but they do seed about really, really well.
Okay. And then just quickly, while you're all ordering, don't forget we've also got some great pots on the show as well. And one of my favourites, and I know Adam's with me on this, are the Lavelle planters. We've put a pomegranate in here and an Acer. Any of the ferns would look good in these, do you think?
Yeah, they would. I love the elegance of those Lavelle plots. I love the decoration of them. I like that kind of graphite kind of grey colour to them as well.
I'm going to get a fern, actually.
These pots are strong. These pots are UV stable. They're frost resistant. They're lightweight. And unlike pots that we used to see in the past, Sean, you're not seeing joins. You're not kind of seeing seams or little bits of plastic where they've come off the blow mould. They look high quality. You could walk past these and see these in somebody's garden on the way to work, and you would think they were stone pots because they look so realistic.
I have to say that copper shield fern, I thought it was rather fetching in that
Works
pot,
well in there, doesn't it?
So that pot could be in a nice shady corner and still do great. So remember, with the Lavelle planters in this stunning ebony grey, it's a twin pack for $14.98, but for an extra £5 you can double up and get 2 twin packs. That's 4 of these pots for under £20, $19.98. So it works out less than £5 a pot. Now, it could be, I'm hearing, the other pots we've got here are the olive planters. It could be the last week on this particular offer, because this one is 1 for $17.99, but for an extra £2, you can double up as well, which is brilliant. And I love these because they really do look like glazed ceramic pots.
They do, yeah. I mean, these look like high-end pots. And again, if you just walk past these in the garden, didn't give them a second glance, you wouldn't think these are plastic.
No.
These look so high-end, but they're lightweight, UV stable, frost resistant. These are going to last year after year after year. We've got one of our Sambucus in here to start with. I was just looking behind me a minute ago to see. I mean, we've got this might drop down a little bit. Kojo no Mai, for instance, the kind of the little cherry there. That could look quite nice in there, couldn't it? Look at that. That actually looks brilliant in there. I mean, if it was a little bit, it would be a little bit higher when it was planted, but it's lovely the way it tumbles over the edge of the pot. In fact, I think pretty much any plant would look good in here.
If you've just gone for the Rudbeckia and the mix and match, when that's in flower, all of those yellow flowers against the green could look amazing, couldn't it?
And that will spread in there, and that will form a really nice colour, and that would be quite happy in there for sort of years and years to come. You could, if you wanted to, let's just grab one of these quickly, you could just put one of your honeyberries in there, for example, because the honeyberry would probably be quite happy in there for a good 2 or 3 years as well as it matures. So, the good thing about the olive planters is they're that nice size where you can put something in there and keep it in there for at least 2 or 3 years.
Quite a lot of depth to them, isn't there?
There's a lot of depth to them. They're nice and wide. You can get a lot of compost in there. And then eventually, if you had something like the honeyberry and then it got too big, well, it's not so big that you can't transplant it, and then you can just put something else in the pot afterwards.
Well, Adam, you better get back to Bex.
I will, absolutely.
The magic of TV. And I just want to say thank you so much to everyone that's been ordering. Don't forget, the offer code today is YGTV3224. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I'll be back soon, but over to Bex and Adam.
So that was our lovely Sean. He will be on QVC. Come on, Adam. Now you've changed your shirt. Come back. He will be on QVC this afternoon. I think it's at 2 o'clock. So as soon as we finish here, if you have missed our lovely Sean Ryan, you can go over and have a little check out what he's got on QVC. I imagine it'll be all completely different items. So go and have a little look and see him. That was a very quick change. Well done.
Well, backwards and forwards like a fiddler's elbow, really.
Fiddler's elbow. Okay, I like that. Right, so thank you very much for sticking with us. We are here for another hour and 20 minutes, about that. Apparently, we're running exactly on time, which is unusual, especially for you.
Yeah, because I rabbit like a rabbity rabbit.
But we're going to spend a little bit of time now just going through all of the pictures and the emails that you've sent us. There is still time. We might get another little chance to show some more pictures. The details are on the bottom of the screen, ygtv@yougarden.com.
You don't be taking your time on that too much.
I won't.
You keep going. Speed up.
So Hazel has sent some more out-of-season pictures. She said, talking about primulas in flower out of season, here are mine. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? But I quite like it. There's always something a little bit different, a little bit weird going on in our gardens. And here are Hazel's, or one picture of Hazel's, the primulas coming into flower. I was amazed to see mine all sort of blooming and having a lovely time. It is a bit odd.
I did, was I on with you or on with Sean? Because my friend Helen sent me pictures the other day of daffodils in full flower in July.
In July?
Yeah.
Wow.
She's in Brisbane.
Oh, well, that's a bit different.
No, but she said it really freaked her out. Daffodils in July.
Because it's springtime for them, isn't it?
there. Yeah, weird.
Oh, look at these primulas,
Oh, come on.
Hazel.
What's going on?
Those are beautiful. Love those colours.
I feel like we fast-forwarded to sort of January or February or so.
Look, we're not going to complain about bonus flowers, are we?
We're not, no.
We love it. Quick one. We have had a couple of questions. Apologies. We have sold out, I believe, of the Salvia Lips collection. It is now showing as out of stock. So I do believe that those have all gone now. I think you can still get individual, if it's salvias you're looking for, I think you can still go in and you can get individuals. Unfortunately you've missed out of the triple pack, but if you do want some salvias, you can go in and you can get the salvias in there if you want to. So apologies, those have gone. We've got another deal of the week though, which is under Peter, if you want to grab hold of that one. Right, Linda has sent us, oh my word, lots. Camellia Yuletide, Baybush, Lobelia, Saphinia, Sweet Peas, completely disguising the pyramid pot, Fuchsia planted, Hanging Basket, all doing fabulously, thank you. Our compost, obviously. Potato Kit doing well despite pesky squirrels attacking the seed pots. Just harvested 2 kilograms of Charlottes, delicious. They are delicious. They're even better when you have grown them yourself. Oh, look at that little display right by the door there.
That's looking good, isn't it?
That is looking good. Look, the fuchsia's hanging down there, all that colour in the pots and everything.
Is that like a little... What's the purple? Is that like a...
Campanula?
It's a lobelia. Bit of lobelia, isn't it?
Oh, is it lobelia?
Yeah, it's lobelia. It's like what you grow. You grew lobelia, didn't you?
I did, yeah. It's not
in a pot last year.
I don't know what I did to that then.
There
we go.
Those are Charlotte potatoes. They're gorgeous with a bit of salad
Love
cream.
it. Let's have a look at her other picture. Hold on. She sent another picture. Is this the potatoes? Yes, Charlotte potatoes.
Look at those. They're really
look
good,
at that.
Oh,
Weighed as well, 2 kilograms. Lovely.
Oh, bit of mint sauce. Those are kind of like the salady ones, isn't they?
I love them with butter, a little bit of spring onion, maybe
chives.
a tiny bit of mayo. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. I like them with salad cream on.
Love a bit of salad cream.
Love potatoes.
Jeff Jeffries, Bloom. Oh, don't read this out.
Jeff Bloom?
Oh.
Is he watching?
No, don't read this out. Thank you very much, Jeff. That's all I'm going to say. Neil says, hi Bex, as requested, here's a pic of the Gaura outside my front door. Also, my recent orders waiting to be planted. Oh, yes. That's exactly what we're talking about with Gaura. Look how pretty that is.
That's looking really, really happy. It's
so
it's in full sun, it's bolt upright. It's what we call in its element.
It is in its element,
What's
isn't it?
down at the front there? Those little things. Can you zoom in? Can we see what?
Where down?
They're like some sort of little bulbs or something coming up, don't they?
Oh, I don't know.
The front there. Oh, I don't know.
It's looking pretty though.
Yeah.
What else have you sent us? Did he say?
I love to see what people put in with other things sometimes.
I know, it's interesting.
I'm just
We're
nosy.
so nosy.
It's like, what are you putting with your Gaura? Let us know. Be good.
Right, it's just loading. Hold on. There we go. Oh, yes. Look, all of this ready to be planted up. That looks like Rudbeckia down the front there. I'm going to zoom in. Yeah, Rudbeckia, Goldstrom, ready to go in. Got some other stuff going on down there as well.
I think the Salvia, look like the Salvia Lips there on the left.
That looks a bit like Salvia.
Little group of them.
Oh, my word, yeah. That's looking lovely. Let's see what else we've got in here. Loads of people sent us pictures. Neil, new border and star jasmine. Here's my star jasmine beginning to flower. Also, my newly planted border is beginning to establish itself. Oh, we've seen that picture. Hold on, Neil. We've seen your star jasmine. Oh, look at that border. Look how pretty that is.
That looks absolutely divine. Look
all these pictures taken today,
look at that hosta at the back there. It's mungus.
Yeah, look at that.
That is
and
huge.
I bet he's got his strach. Look, there's no nibble holes in there at all. That is looking fantastic, Neil. Well
look at that
done.
Fuchsia, gorgeous fuchsia at the back there as well.
Hang on, Gregory has sent us. I bought about 3 years ago, the Honeyberry. It came in a deal with 3 large pots, 3 large plants and a professional soil to go with it. I've never got any fruit from it. Is there anything you can recommend?
Yes.
He hasn't sent a picture, so what do we recommend?
From next year, start watering it once a fortnight with liquid tomato feed.
And that'll help.
Yeah, liquid tomato feed's really, really high in potash, and potash encourages flowering and fruit production.
There you go. See, we can always answer your questions. And Anne, finally, can you guess what it is? I've guessed what it is, and I think it is some kind of dahlia.
It almost looks to me like it needs to be up the other way.
It might do, but if I turn it, it'll turn it.
It'll just swivel
it'll
itself.
Spin.
Yeah, or it might have been taken. Yeah, that's definitely a dahlia.
And we're going dahlia. Do let us know if we are correct. I'm hoping that we got that right.
We can't. Well, I can't tell you the variety because there's literally thousands.
There's thousands and thousands.
You have to be an expert to randomly know an unusual one or an odd one.
So that's it for the emails for the time being. So thank you so much. I'm just having a quick look in the YouTube chat. Everybody's in there chatting away to each other, telling me what pictures they've sent. Olwyn disappeared a little while ago. So thank you so much. We love it when you're part of the show. We love sharing your pictures. We love looking at your pictures. We love seeing in people's gardens. So ygtv@yougarden.com. Hopefully within the next hour we will have another chance to be able to show any of your pictures. Do not forget to use the offer code that you can see on screen right now, YGTV3224. That's what's going to unlock all of the deals for you. It will give you a free gift, which is here. This is the Blooming Fast. It's our superior plant food. It makes 100 litres. It's got all the trace elements. It's got all of the bits and pieces in there. It's like a vitamin pill for your plants, and it's a free gift with every single order. So when you place your order, put everything in your basket or enter the code first. It's up to you. But make sure you enter that code because this will be put into your order with you. But the code also unlocks all the deals that we've got. So any savings, any buy one, get one free, any double up deals, it's all unlocked by entering that code, YGTV3224. So do remember to put that in when you place your order.
Are you a code at the start or a code at the end, lady?
I'm normally a code at the end.
Yeah.
See, I like doing it. So you build your basket and then you put the code in and it's like, boom, magic, all that price comes off. Other people like putting their code in first so they can see the true prices before they put it in their baskets. It's up to you. I just like that. It's like that little adrenaline rush when you put it in and you're like, oh, I've just saved £100.
It's like when you use that. It's like when you use that certain card at that certain supermarket at the end,
and then
it's like, whoa, that's 45 quid. Chuffed.
It's always fun, isn't it? Whichever way you want to do it. The other thing that we would recommend that you do today, please, is to join our discount club. We have over 45,000 members of this club. It costs just £5 to join. There is just one click, one button you have to press. You will become a member instantly and you will start saving from your first purchase today. So £5 to join, that lasts you for the full year. It's on auto renewal. It will always automatically renew at that price. So even if we put the price of the club up to, let's say, 50 quid, doesn't matter. You will always only pay that £5 as long as you don't let your membership lapse. You can just go for the 1 year membership at £10 if you want to, but don't bother, honestly. Go for the £5 one. You can cancel the auto renewal. If you only want to be a member for a year, just cancel the auto renewal and it'll cost you half the price of the 1 year membership. 10% discount on everything that we bring you here in the potting shed. So plants, pots, compost. You can shop the entire website as well and get 10% discounts on plants, pots, compost. There's a section of outdoor living and stuff where we can only give you a 5% discount, but still that's an amazing discount. And you will get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to spend. Now those vouchers break down to one every 3 months. However, little secret, you can use those at any point in the year. It's just one per order. You can't use all 4 on one order, but 1 per order. Here's the website, look. You can go, you can scroll, you can check out, there's blog posts, there's all sorts of information. There's a bar up at the top, the dark coloured bar where it says new, bulbs, flowers and plants, roses, trees and shrubs, standard roses. You can go in, you can shop absolutely everything on there. If you just want to see the items we've selected for the show, see that Live Now button, the red one? It's up there on a computer. If you're on a tablet or a phone, it might be down the bottom. That's where you go to watch the shows on the website. But you can scroll down here to see the items that we've selected for the show today. So if you're just interested in what we're showing you, that's where you get those. If you want to go and look at everything else, go, search to your heart's content. There's so many things on there for you. I think that's it, isn't it? Have I covered everything? We've sort of covered everything. If you've got any questions, just let us know. You can go into the YouTube chat, you can go into the Facebook chat, or you can send us any emails at YouGarden ygtv@yougarden.com, and I'll have a look at those as well. Right, let's bring you back to the favourites table. We're going to talk first of all about the deal of the week, and this is an amazing deal of the week. It is a buy one, get two absolutely free. So you are going to get, is it deal of the week? It is deal of the week, isn't it? Not deal of the month, it's a deal of the week. You're going to get 3 9-centimetre pots, really beautifully established plants, amazing root systems on these, really nice, healthy plants, and it is £4.99 for all 3. £4.49 if you're in the club, because remember you are getting that 10% discount on everything that you buy. Gorgeous, fragrant foliage that you get on here. Cats absolutely adore it. If you've got a cat, they will love you for bringing this into your garden, but it's a really nice clump forming perennial plant that you can actually divide over the years and spread out around your garden.
Yeah, it's a tough plant. It's, you know, we use Nepeta quite a lot. Nepeta is, once established, Nepeta is great for really hot, dry, droughty kind of positions.
Yeah. And
you can tell that because when you look at certain plants and they've got what's called that glaucous blue foliage, that kind of bluey sort of grey kind of shiny foliage, and that shows you that plant originates from somewhere hot and dry and sunny.
Yeah.
So it's drought tolerant. So this is really good for those sort of positions, and it's got a very long flowering period. And also it's one of those perennials you can make it flower twice. So after its initial flush of flower, if you take the secateurs or the shears to it, trim it back, then it will reshoot and it will give you a second lot of flower, and sometimes that can go right up until mid, even late autumn. Makes good ground cover, it suppresses the weeds, so you know, less weeding to do. It's got that aromatic foliage, which is really, really nice, and it just flowers for such a long period with these stems of sort of purpley blue flowers that just look so beguiling, so interesting, so colourful, and it will come back year after year after year. And it's one of those perennials that you just plant and leave it. You don't need to sort of fuss with it or deadhead it or anything like that. It comes up so far and then it kind of tends to sort of, how can I describe it? It kind of sort of lays down a bit onto the soil and then grows upwards again. So it just kind of just spreads and sprawls, a bit like geranium roseanne. It's kind of got that sort of habit to it as it develops.
I always think with Nepeta, just treat it like you would lavender, to be honest.
Precisely.
Like you cut lavender, treat it in exactly the same way. You know, it wants a sunny position, it's drought tolerant. Once it's finished flowering, trim it back with a pair of shears. Just wait for the joy to happen all again next year. 560-778 is the item number. If you're in the club, that breaks down to £1.50 per pot. Only a tiny bit more if you're not in the club, but £1.50 per pot for an amazing perennial that will come back year after year. We've got another great deal for you on the Agapanthus, and this is 3 pots included in here as well, and this is the fireworks.
Yeah,
this is the gorgeous bi-colour bloom.
It's no ordinary Agapanthus, this is Specs. I mean, you know, this is a really, really unusual, different type of Agapanthus. And what we like to suggest on these shows as well is sometimes combinations. So if you've gone for the Catmint, the Nepeta, and you want this as well, they'd make great bedfellows because they like very similar positions. They like well-drained soils, and Agapanthus are the same, well-drained, full sun. They do quite well on poor soils as well. The thing with Agapanthus is don't spoil them. You know, they survive on neglect. If you try and dig in loads of compost and manure and really kind of mollycoddle them, you'll get masses of huge, lovely, shiny, strap-shaped leaves, but the plant won't flower. Or you'll get the odd flower. If you kind of treat them neat and you can keep them keen, they just will flower for you really, really well. So if they're in that hot, dry, sunny position on quite a poor soil, or in a pot. I've got a lovely lady we look after, this garden we look after, called Mrs. Llewellyn Jones, who's had Agapanthus in these concrete pots for about 25, 30 years. And every year they flower their socks off.
Wow.
And I don't think she even feeds them. I mean, how they keep going is amazing. But if you look where they grow wild, I mean, quite often you see these growing all over the place, down in the Scilly Isles, in the Channel Islands, for example, and they grow on sort of cliff sides, sandy banks, stony soil, all those kind of places, and they love it. They love that full drainage. They love that poor soil. They love that really open, sunny position. So if you can give them that, they will come back year after year after year. And these ones are the deciduous type of Agapanthus as well. So they their foliage dies down in the winter time, and they're much hardier than the Africanus types that can actually rot off or die in a really cold, frosty winter. So, you know, can we just check as well, Jake, on these? Have these got the little snowflake symbol on their on the website for these. So I really think they probably will have, because these I'm pretty sure will have that little hardiness.
More than likely. I mean, I think when it
guarantee.
comes to Agapanthus, I'm always going to recommend give them a good layer of strotch. I think it's a good habit to get into with any plant in actual fact.
There we go.
Yeah. There it is, winter hardy, so it's covered by our lifetime guarantee on there. Look, it's got the AGM as well. Pollinators adore it. Just plant it, as Adam said, in some full sunshine and some nice well-drained soil.
That's it. That's all they need. They're so undemanding, because beyond that, you don't need to fiddle about feeding them or deadheading them, or, in fact, leave the flower heads on afterwards, because they look quite attractive for quite a long time after they've actually really finished flowering. And if they're really, really happy, it's not unusual to eventually get 20, 25 flower stems from one plant, and they will do that over a course of a couple of months or so. Really dramatic plants, a lovely great big tuft of strap-like shiny green foliage at the base that looks great with all these flowers coming out. And this one is such an unusual variety with that deep, deep purple throat at the end there, and then it funnels out to that much lighter flower.
It's a beautiful plant. I just think, I mean, if you were to go and buy Agapanthus as cut flowers, I think you'd have to take out a second mortgage, wouldn't you? Well, don't do that. Grow them in your own garden. Enjoy the beauty of them. They are fantastic. 561027 is the item number. Go for that triple deal as well. £12.99 for one, but you can get three for £19.99. Perfect to plant in those threes as well. Next we've got, and it's one I've fallen in love with just recently, and any type of Echinacea, absolutely adore them. There's the green twister, which is really beautiful. This one is the purpureus, the Magnus that we've got here. The reason I love them is that the flowers themselves, they're nice and big, but they last for ages. Some flowers, they look great for a week or two, they start looking a bit tatty and they disappear. It's not the case with Echinacea. All the Echinacea I've seen and grown, they all stay looking fantastic for so many weeks.
Yeah, they do. They're long flowering period. And again, the secret is simple with these. Plant them somewhere sunny and well-drained. That's what they love. Sunny, well-drained position, and they'll flower their socks off. They'll keep sending up flowering stems. Again, a house I used to look after in Bishopsthorpe, where I used to live, we planted up an area either side of their front path, leading up to the front door, with grasses, all sorts of different grasses, and then we put Echinacea in between. And it's the most awful soil. I mean, it's Essex clay, and it gets brick rock hard in the summer, and it gets quite wet in the winter, but that did drain quite well. And the Echinaceas came back every year, and they just look glorious. They do well. They look great in prairie kind of planting, so with grasses, with things like Verbena bonariensis, for example. So if you've got, or beautiful in pots, they love being in pots, because if you've got really heavy wet soil, you can grow them in pots and they'll be very happy in there as well. But what they tend to do is they'll throw up a main flower spike with a lovely big flower on the top, and then you see these 4 or 5 sort of smaller flower buds further down. Once the main flower's finished, you just cut that off. The little flowers at the edge will pop up like that one's doing on the left there and kind of take over. But a long flowering period, and perennials that do come up year after year after year.
Amazing buy one, get one free as well. And they are in the 9cm pot, but they are very well established. Loads of luscious foliage on here. I would be surprised if you didn't get a flower coming from this year, to be perfectly honest with you. It is gorgeous. Nice big foliage. Amazing root structures on there as well. Absolute rooty beauty and raring to grow in your garden. 560768. Put one in your basket. Enter the code. The other one will appear as a freebie in your basket, along with your Blooming Fast fertiliser sachet as well, worth £4.99. Next, we've got the Gaura. Now, we've had a few pictures of these. Thank you, Neil, for sending yours in. The Gaura is adorable.
It is adorable. It's incredible. We planted loads of Gauras for a planting job we did a couple of weeks ago at a place called Ickborough, just near where we live in Swaffham. And that was a lovely, open, sunny border. And the reason we put them in particular was because people have turned their tennis court into an area for beehives, and the bees love these kind of plants.
Yeah.
They're just really great for bees. And when you look at these lovely stamens on these flowers as well, they look like sort of eyelashes almost, just really beautiful. And they flower again for such a long period of time, perhaps 3 or 4 or 5 months even. You'll get flowers from Gaura, which is absolutely remarkable, really. Come back year after year, and again, providing they're in that lovely sunny, well-drained position, that's where they'll thrive. I know today I've keep saying to you about all the perennials I keep mentioning, I keep saying full sun and stuff, but that's currently the ones we've got, and I always think it's always best to really say where plants will do well, because it's always foolish to try and chance a plant where it's not really going to be happy. So
I mean, I've made that mistake multiple times. I go, oh, it'll be all right. It's never all right. You always end up moving it.
Yeah, and so when you're investing in a plant, the best thing to do is always go with what that plant likes. So, when Bex and I say to you, plant it somewhere really sunny, really open, really well drained, that is where you'll get the joy, the drama, the repeat flowering, the real benefits of those kind of plants.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful plant there. 560898 is the item number. 3 9cm pots included in there, and it's £9.99, £8.99 if you are in the club. Oh, apparently we've had a question. Love a question. Say that again, sorry. Doris, you can't find the palms? Boris. Oh, Boris, sorry. Boris can't find the palms. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the website. Okay, so YouGarden.com. We're going to type in, assuming, we assume you're talking about the Phoenix Canariensis. So type in, up at the top there's a search bar. Type in the item code 680052. And click on it, and then it would come up there, and then you can add it to basket. The other way, could we go into the Live Now page, Jake, just in case? So if you go into the Live Now, that little red box will be at the top on a computer. It might be down the bottom on a phone or a tablet. And then you can scroll down here. I'm hoping it's going to appear. There it is, look, the Phoenix Canary. There, Phoenix Canariensis, so you can click into it from there as well. Now, if you haven't entered the code YGTV3224, the prices that you can see will be the higher prices. It's only when you enter the code that the price comes down. I just want to point that out because sometimes people have been a bit confused by that in the past. So that's the other way that you can find anything that we've got in the potting shed at the moment. So, Boris, I hope that helps. Do let us know if you're still struggling, and we'll see what we can do to help you.
I know sometimes some people get confused palms for ferns as well.
Very true, yes.
So that possibly could be.
The only palm we've got is the Phoenix, so there's that, but there are the 3 ferns that we've got on the buy one, get one free. Hopefully we've covered all bases there for you, and you'll be able to find what you're looking for. But Boris, YouTube chat, Facebook chat, email, let us know if there are any more issues with that. Let's move on, shall we, to the Premium Professional Compost. It's something that we all need. We all need compost at all points in the year. In actual fact, so there's a period where it gets a bit quiet for compost, probably over the summer, because we've done a lot of potting, we've done all of that, we're sitting back, we're enjoying our garden. But then there's another point in the year where it gets really busy, and that is coming very soon.
It is.
In, end of summer, early autumn, that's when we need to make sure that we've stocked up, because we're going to start doing other things, aren't we, in autumn?
That's when we're going to start. I mean, we're going to sort of get hold of things like the beautiful olive planters, for example, pots like we've got here, and we're going to start to think about planting up for winter time, aren't we? So we're going to start thinking about planting bulbs, things like wallflowers, forget-me-nots, all those kind of things. So that's when you need that kind of stack of compost. You might be thinking about doing your winter hanging baskets.
Absolutely,
all those kind of things,
Loads
getting your pansies and your violas and all those sort of things in. And this compost will give all those that really, really fantastic start. And also just a really quick tip as well. If you're going to think about growing winter baskets and winter pots and troughs, it's always good to start them early. Don't wait until the weather's absolutely freezing and the ground's really, really cold. Start them off in September. Start them off while the weather's still nice and warm, and that way they'll become established, and then as the weather cools down they'll become acclimatised to the changing temperature. It won't be like a really heavy, big shock to them. Suddenly they've gone from being somewhere in the greenhouse to being out in the freezing cold. The great thing about this compost, Bex, we say it all the time, is the simplicity of this compost. Quite often the most brilliant things in life are the simplest, aren't they? They're not overthought, they're not overly engineered. You can go to a garden centre, you can see so many different makes of compost, and they've all got added this, added that, all these technical terms, and if you're not a gardener it can be really sort of overwhelming. This is a hugely peat-reduced compost. We did that ages back before everyone else was talking about reducing the use of peat, and eventually we will be peat-free. But what we've done is we've taken the peat away, then we've put the composted wood fibre in, and what's that doing is that's opening up the compost for us. It's giving us that airy texture, so air can get down to the roots of the plants that is so critical that it has to get to the roots as well as the foliage. It allows the water to percolate through so the compost doesn't become waterlogged. But also, if you think about a tiny, tiny seed, some seeds are almost the size of dust. I mean, they are so, so small. Just imagine you've got to break open that little seed case and you've got that minute little root coming out, and you've got to establish that root. Well, if you're coming out into compost that's hard, lumpy, claggy, mouldy, wet, waterlogged, your chances are diminished massively immediately. Any seeds or cuttings or things in this just instantly get going, don't they? They get their roots down, they start to grow away really, really quickly. And then what we're going to do for them then is, they're not left alone at that point, because then there's 6 months worth of slow release fertiliser in here as well, which the little tan or green beads or balls that you see in here. Then it's got a water agent in here as well that makes the compost want to absorb water. It's not one of those composts that when it dries out it just runs off like water off a duck's back. It actually sucks in the moisture. It's pH balanced. It sounds gobbledygooky, but that means it's not too acid, it's not too alkaline, so it suits a really, really huge range of plants. So it is a phenomenal compost, and as Bex tells you all the time, it is one of our most 5-star rated, reviewed products that we ever bring to you.
And has been for years as well, you know, from all the different platforms, because obviously a lot of you know we used to work on another shopping channel. We've been bringing this compost for many, many years. It used to just be our premium professional compost, the compost we use here at the nursery. But then our head gardener decided to make it available to normal people, regular people like you and me. And it's been a runaway success, and that's because it works, you know?
It does.
Our business is growing plants. If we can't grow plants successfully, we have no business. I need to find another job all of a sudden. I don't want to find another job. I love this one. So yeah, it's really important that we've got the best compost, and we absolutely have got the best compost. You know it as well, because you constantly rate this 5 stars for us, thousands over the years we've had. Now it comes to you in this configuration. We've got 2 50-litre bags, so 100 litres in total. There is no postage attached to this item. So what I'm going to suggest is a few different things here. If you're buying just 100 litres, great. Do that, enter your code, YGTV3224, you'll get a bag of your Blooming Fast fertiliser in there. If you need 300 litres, do it as 3 separate orders. Enter the code. If you're a club member, you'll still get your £2.50 nearly discount off each of those orders, but you'll get 3 bags of this because you've done it in 3 separate orders.
You won't be working here much longer if you keep telling people things like this, Bex.
But it's also a great one if you've just bought a couple of plants, for example, and you're still paying the £6.99 postage. Consider adding in an order or 2 of your compost to get you over that £40. The compost will get used at some point. Even if you've got no plans to use it right now, you will use it very soon, I am sure. But then you're saving yourself that £6.99 on your postage. So a few options. Play around with your basket, make it work for you, get the best deal. I know the regulars know how to do this, but if you're one of the new people that have found us, just have a little play with your basket to make sure you're getting the absolute best value. Jake is going to be a rebel. Stu did not put this on the plan, but we're going to do it anyway. We've mentioned it a couple of times. We're going to talk about Strulch. Yes! No, we totally should talk about Strulch, Jake, and I don't mind you going off-piste with this, because this is actually a product that we should be getting hold of around now, isn't it?
Yeah, well, any time of year, because this is brilliant for every time of year. I don't know why we don't reference Strulch every week, really.
We should, shouldn't we?
Because it is an absolutely brilliant product. It's made in the UK, so it's a UK-based product, which is absolutely brilliant. It's organic as well, which is really, really amazing. And it's just one of the best ways to deter slugs and snails, as well as a multitude of other uses.
Well, it's been the year of the slugs and snails. We've been talking about it a lot. I got out all my dahlia pots because they were all sort of jammed in up against the wall. I've got Strulch over them, but I was noticing a few munch holes on a couple of my dahlia leaves, and I took them out and I moved them out, and they're up against the wall. And at the back there was a family of snails just sitting down at the back there. They'd obviously managed to find a way over. So I put them all in a pot, chucked them over the fence. Not next door. I've got scrubland at the back. That's the way I chuck them. I don't chuck them into the neighbour's yard. Over the back there. But yeah, it is a fantastic way of keeping the slugs and the snails away. Use them around hostas. Use them around your delphiniums. Once those delphiniums start to grow, fine, but it's that new growth. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet. So this is a really natural, lovely way of keeping the slugs and the snails away, but it might be something you want to get hold of right now. I know we've got the glorious summer still. It's going to be hot. It's going to be lovely. At least, you know, through August, hopefully. But there's going to be a point we reach where we need to start thinking about mulching our plants and giving them that winter protection.
Yeah, so many different uses, because it's a mineralised straw, isn't it? And also, I think it's pH neutral, I think, as well, which is good. So you can put it around things like rhododendrons as well as other things. But, you know, we get to the end of the season, and Bex was pointing out earlier on, for instance, with the Agapanthus fireworks, if you're in a really, really cold area and they're in the ground, well, yeah, they are hardy, but if you want to be belts and braces, you put a really, really deep mulch of this strolch over the top of those Agapanthus. It acts like a duvet. It's going to keep the frost from getting down into the soil, from destroying those roots.
Because the frost, I was looking at this, because the frost, unless you're in a really cold area, it literally only normally affects the top, you know,
2 or 3 inches
or two of the soil. So if you can put that mulch layer over the top there, it stops that top layer from getting the frost, which is going to look after your plants.
And it can make all the difference. Even things like cannas, for example, you can cover those in strolls, or the hedechiums, the hardy gingers. You know, just doing that extra thing can help. But also another thing it will do for you in the winter time as well, if you put a nice thick layer of strolch between your plants, it means you can walk between those plants without getting all the mud.
Yeah, if you've got nice deep borders, you can walk between them.
It's not all, you don't have that thing where you step off and there's all that mud stuck to your boots, and then it falls up all over the lawn and everywhere and kind of makes a mess. So many uses for strolch as well. And then in the summertime, it keeps the moisture in,
suppresses
the weeds,
loads of stuff.
It lasts up for a couple of years, and then as it breaks down, it adds organic material to the soil as well. So this really, really is a sort of a multi-faceted product.
100149 if you want to get hold of that. It's 2 9-kilogram bags, massive £16 saving on that. And I'm pretty sure that one, it says postage included. I'm pretty sure there is postage included on that one as well. So if you just want to get some strolch and your free gift, you can absolutely do that. Right, heavy duty pots is something we need to tell you about next. Quick one here. It is a pack of 4. We've still got an amazing price on this one. £17.99 for all 4. £16.19 if you are in the club. I'm going to say it, along with the tower pot, one of the best sort of pieces of hardware equipment that you can have for your garden. Great for growing things in, but great for so many other things.
Loads and loads of things, Bex, with these. I mean, deadheading, weeding, for example, carrying around your garden tools. We saw the lovely picture earlier on of, you'll remember the lady's name, who lifted the potatoes, the Charlotte.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, if you've lifted your potatoes and they're all muddy, you know, because it's been a wet day and they're all muddy, you can pop your potatoes in here, swish them through with the hose, and it acts like a giant colander.
Brilliant.
Leaves them all nice and clean and tidy. Bamboo canes, you know what? It drives me mad. You know when you try and stack them in a corner, don't you? And they always slip down, then you trip over them. Stick all your bamboo canes in one of these. They don't fall all over the place then. We use these at work for transporting bark mulch to put in between plants, because sometimes you can't get wheelbarrows in between the plants because you damage them. So we fill up one of these with bark mulch.
Love this idea as well.
Great.
Christmas trees in there, easy to move around.
Keep it going from year to year.
So, I mean, I'm growing tomatoes in them, I've grown blueberries, I've grown strawberries in them, I've got a Prunus triloba, I've got a cordyline, a rose bush growing in there. They are fantastic pots for growing things in as well, because they're commercial growing pots. They've got the extra drainage around the base, they've got the reinforced handles as well. Empty your compost out into them to then be potting on with. So many uses, fantastic price, 130011 if you want to get hold of your heavy duty pots. Next we've got our Lucky Dip perennials to talk to you about. This is a pack of 9 centimetre pots, but it's a buy one get one free, so you're actually going to get 18 of those 9 centimetre pots. You will get you might get 2 of certain varieties, but you won't get any more than that. So fantastic colour this is going to give you right the way through from about sort of March, April time, probably all the way through the summer and into the autumn as well, because you're getting such a variety of plants and nothing lazy about the collection.
No, definitely not. I mean, this is a fantastic collection. This is sort of one of my most favourite offers we've brought, because what we've got here in essence is we've got 2 litre size plants in 9 centimetre size pots, and such a great mix. I mean, we even have, possibly you might even get something called like Physotesia, and a lot of people have never heard of Physotesia, but it's a really, really lovely perennial. So we haven't just given you all bog standard kind of run-of-the-mill things. We've given you things that are really interesting, that are really different.
And £1 a pot if you're in the club, because it's £17.99. So nobody can argue what amazing value that is, because remember, if you're in the club, you still get an extra 10% discount. Even though we're putting an extra set in there absolutely free, you'll still get a 10% discount on the price there. 561046 is the item number. We are into our last hour. We've only got about 45 minutes remaining. So now's the time to show you as much as we possibly can. There's still time for you to send your pictures, any questions, any comments. ygtv@yougarden.com is the email address, but you can message us on YouTube or on Facebook as well. Let's talk about, oh yes, gorgeous ornamental cherry blossom Prunus kojo-no-mai. It's one of my favourites. I've got one in my garden. I've had it for over 18 months. I got it as a teeny tiny baby. It's nowhere near the size of the one that you're getting here. And I'm pretty sure I paid almost this price as well.
Well, the first thing to say is as well, you've mentioned a few things on the show today, Bex, that can be scary words for people, like bamboo and mint. And sometimes you say to people, how about a cherry tree in your garden?
Oh yeah, no, it's too big. I can't plant that.
And you think, huge. You think of all those terrifying surface roots that are going to lift up your patio, your paving.
Thank you.
Coming up in the lawn, you're going to trip over. Forget all that. This has got all the attributes of the most stunningly beautiful kind of cherry trees you can think of, but on a plant that is compact and small and easy to look after. In fact, this will do well in a number of 2 or 3 different types of pots that we've got available for you as well.
Oh, yeah,
this
definitely.
flowers in the spring. First thing to say as well, it has these quite unusual zigzaggy stems, which are really nice. Sort of,
yeah, and I like that because this is deciduous.
It is.
So in the winter time, when it's bare, the zigzag stems are so interesting.
They're really unusual. In fact, there's, I don't know if we can pick it up or not, but there's one kind of, actually you can see it on the top here, the way they kind of, up there, it's sort of, it goes one way, then another way, then another way. It kind of does this sort of zigzaggy, there you go.
Look at that.
You can see there that sort of, that zigzaggy sort of growth along those stems there and just below it, which gives it that extra interest. And in the wintertime, a bit like the Acer, once it's covered in snow or frost or something like that, it adds that interest to it.
Twinkly lights on it.
Yeah, it'd be great
gorgeous
for Christmas. And just like all cherry trees, wonderful, wonderful foliage colour in the autumn as well. And I'm mentioning that as well because this sort of flowers in the spring, and you might be thinking to yourself, well, yeah, but why do I want to buy that now? Because, you know, it's not going to flower till sort of March, April time. Get it now, get it established now, because it will get its roots into the ground really, really quickly. Within a couple of weeks, if you go to pull this plant, you won't be able to pull it. It'll have actually already rooted into the soil and got itself established. And the first thing it will do for you in the autumn is give you that lovely display of sort of yellow and red kind of really colourful leaves before they drop. Then you've got it established in the ground, ready for that explosion of pink flowers, pinky white flowers for weeks on end all over this next spring, and you'll love this plant forever.
It's some of the most mesmerising cherry blossom that you will see. Cherry blossom is gorgeous. You know, all cherry blossom is gorgeous, but this one in particular I just think is really, really beautiful. And get it now while it's on this amazing price, because when it's in full bloom, it will more than likely be more expensive. When something is looking its best, it tends to come with a higher price tag. If you buy it out of season, then you'll get a better price on it. £14.99 here, £10 saving. Really well established, bearing in mind that this is a very slow growing beauty. So that, I mean, I'm going to say that's at least 3-4 years old. That is a really nicely established plant. 510014 is the item number. Now, Corydalis, I'm kicking myself. I meant to bring my pot of Corydalis in with me this morning, and I completely forgot to do it.
We've got your pictures.
We have, but that was when it was still in the ground. I've lifted them and I put them in a pot, and they are thriving. They are looking beautiful, and I'm kicking myself for not bringing it in, but never mind. The Corydalis that comes in these plugs that you're getting here, slightly larger plug plants. Now, my biggest top tip that I'm going to give with Corydalis is I think these deserve to be in a pot. Don't plant these in the ground.
Okay.
I think it's your choice, of course, it's your choice. You do what you want to do, but here's my advice for what it's worth. I think this is worthy of being in a pot all on its own. I think if you put it in a border, it tends to get a little bit lost and a little bit overtaken by the other plants. This plant is so stunningly beautiful, it deserves to be in a pot by itself so it can really stand out. The gorgeous red stems, the electric blue flowers, and then this really unusual, it's got that glaucusy blue foliage to it as well.
Yeah, and real ferny kind of foliage as well.
Beautiful.
It reminds me of the maidenhair fern, that it's got that sort of like kind of foliage like that, but this kingfisher blue, isn't it?
Kingfisher blue,
type of flower on there
really
as well.
And super fragrant as well.
See, no, I didn't, because I had these in my old garden in Bishop Stortford, and I had them on a north-facing border.
That's mine, by the way.
Yeah, stunningly beautiful there. But I had mine somewhere that was really moist and cool, and just got a little bit of dappled sunshine, not full sun. And they formed beautiful little clumps of blue flowers that lasted a number of weeks. And I remember going out in the garden one day and thinking, what is that really, really sweet fragrance? And eventually I got down, it's like, that's the Corydalis. And really lovely, lovely fragrance. I've got actually the wild yellow form of it that flowers in my garden, seeds all over the place. And these will spread as well, and you wouldn't be bothered if they did, because they are so stunning. But I'm just thinking with these as well, just again throwing something out there, imagine if you sort of had a pot, for example, with our Acer in the middle, and then perhaps say 2 or 3 of the lip ferns, and then some of the Corydalis kind of in between. That could be a really nice, cool, damp kind of planting mixture, couldn't it?
Yeah, don't put them in full sun. So I got these as plug plants, and I planted them out into borders. I've got 3 borders, I put 1 in each border. Now, the one in the full sun border, died. Did not like that position at all. The 2 in the other borders, which are slightly more shady, slightly more damp, yes, they liked it there. However, I have since dug them up. I've taken them out of the border just because the geranium roseanne was trying to climb over it, and it just didn't work. And I put them in a pot, and I'm so glad I did. It's the best decision I made. They look stunning. Next time we're selling Corydalis, I am going to bring that pot in because it is beautiful. 480809 is the item number. 3 of those plug plants included, brought to you in that miniature greenhouse that we're talking about there. So when you get it home, open it up, show it some light, show it some love, give it a water, and then get them planted out. My recommendation, in a pot.
I guess having them in a pot as well, Bex, is you can raise the pot up and get the fragrance.
It sits on my table and things. I
so
don't
you
have it
haven't
really
got
on
to
the
go all the
ground.
way down.
I move it around in places, but I can put it on the table. I put it on the little bit where we keep all the toys. I put it on the lid of that.
Oh.
It's currently sitting actually underneath my Acer, so it's in a pot underneath my Acer in that lovely dappled shade position. It's perfect. I love it. It's one of my favourite plants. Another one of my favourite plants. I just love plants. I'm sorry. I love them.
I'm slightly envious of you because you got into gardening
later,
not so long ago. So
I've still got all that joy and excitement.
Kid in a sweet shop kind of thing, and still discovering loads and loads of things. And I still get that buzz, but I've been doing it for quite a number of years, and sometimes I struggle to find things that are kind of new and exciting. But
and I just find it all fascinating.
And it is. That's the joy of gardening, isn't it? And when you buy a plant like this, for example, you buy these gorgeous, really fabulous growing on cuttings that we've got for you here, these Euphorbia minors Merlot, and you get them home and you plant them, and they thrive and they start to grow, and they do, what you can see the plants have done here, and this is one of those plants again that's got so many fantastic attributes, because if it just had foliage, if it just had that sort of deep coppery bronze foliage, you'd be happy with that.
Oh, I totally would. I love the bronze foliage. I think it's really valuable to have that colour in your garden.
It's awesome,
contrast.
Isn't it? And then this plant has kind of decided, or the breeders have decided, I'll tell you what, let's create a nice sort of, I don't know, like acid green or lime green kind of flowers to go with the foliage. So we get that absolute fabulous sort of contrast of the flowers with the actual foliage. And they're interesting again as well, because the true flowers in that picture there, there's that
tiny
little
bit in the middle,
tiny
that
reddish bit in the middle, yeah, the bits on the outside are bracts, B-R-A-C-T-S, bracts, which are a modified leaf that looks like a petal. But who cares?
Like on a peace lily. The white flower that you see on a peace lily is not the flower, it's the bract, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So, you know, the combination of all those together just creates that absolutely beguiling kind of plant, doesn't it?
It's beautiful, really hardy, definitely difficult to kill. I tried earlier in the year, I didn't manage it, it's thriving. For all three of those included, 511386 is the item number. Go to yougarden.com to place your orders, please. Just always remember to use the offer code YGTV3224, not only because it unlocks the amazing savings, but because you get a free gift included, which is our Blooming Fast fertiliser, a sachet worth £4.99. As Jake just said in my ear, why would you not want a free gift? And this one is a particularly useful free gift as well.
But sometimes you don't want a free gift because it's naff.
Yeah, but this one's not naff.
Would you really want a golden carriage clock?
If it's pure gold, then yes, I'll take it.
No, it's plastic
Just
and gold
plastic?
painted.
Yeah, no, thank you, I don't want that
You'd rather not have it, would you?
This is a great free gift. All right, let's move on. Rudbeckia. I know this was one of our most popular plants from when I was here, not this week, last week. I've had a little holiday. But everyone was going for the Rudbeckia. It's part of our buy one, get one free mix and match. We've got 3 different types of fern. We've got the Digitalis Dalmatian and we've got the... what's it called? That one right there.
Delphinium.
Delphinium, thank you. And the Delphinium, there are 6 different plants included in the mix and match, buy one, get one free. They're all $9.99. They're all in 2-litre pots. You get to choose which 2 you go for. So choose 2 of them, put them in your basket, enter the code, 1 of them will be free. This one was the most popular. We can see why.
Doesn't surprise me.
Not a surprise, is it?
Because you've got these dramatic, huge yellow flowers with these dark centres to them. That is pure joy, isn't it, that flower? I mean, that flower is happiness. I mean, it just says happiness straight away. Oh, Bex is just pulling out of a pot, we're showing it. The root system makes you almost want to have to sit down after seeing that root system.
You have a weird obsession with roots.
I have a fetish
Get
for
all
roots.
a bit excited,
I do,
don't you?
Yeah.
We have to fan him down after we've shown all the roots.
I have a root fetish, because the thing with me, if it's got a fabulous root system, then I know we're 99% there.
Yeah, absolutely.
We know this plant is going to be successful. And again, we know that's successful. Look at the size of the stems now. In fact, this has already flowered once. And
yes, it's been trimmed. You can see the trimmed bits here.
Because it got so ridiculously tall for the box to send it to. We cut it down and it's flowering again. We Chelsea chopped it and it's come back.
Well, look how many buds we've got in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, 10 from a quick count. Now, I got a good sort of 12 to 15 in my first year, and this year, I counted the other day, it's 23 or 24 or something of flowers I've got in there. Forms wonderful clumps. You can divide those clumps. We normally recommend depending on the plant, but as a general rule, every 3 to 4 years, because what that does is it maintains the vigour of the plant. They can get a bit tired, can't they?
What you tend to find is with perennials like that is eventually what you find is the centre of the plant dies out. So you get like a bald patch in the middle and they just do well round the edge. If that time then you split them, discard the middle bit, you can get half a dozen more plants from the edge, replant them separately, and as Beck said, they get completely reinvigorated. And for another 2 or 3 years, they'll look fantastic all over again.
They do indeed.
But this is just joyful. I mean, they almost look, even on a cloudy day, they look like they've been lit. They look like they emanate their own light source.
I love them.
And it's the flowering period as well, about 2.5 months.
And a transitional one as well. So this is a late flowerer. So mine's, this last week, it's really come into its own. So it starts in around August time, but it keeps going into September. And if we get a nice mild October, which we tend to do these years, you'll get it going through into October as well. So again, once things have gone from the summer, this one will keep going for you, giving you that colour and joy, extending that summer for us before we have to start getting the winter blues. 560717 is the item number. Part of the mix and match. If you want 2 Rudbeckias, put 2 in your basket, 1 of them will be free, but you can mix and match with any one of the other 5 items that we've got. The copper shield fern is one of them. Beautiful coppery coloured foliage. This is the one that's a bit taller. This is going to be it can reach about 3 feet in height over a number of years, 3 or 4 years. Great for those shady spots in your gardens. They love to be in those shady areas, and beautiful. I just love the way that ferns unfurl. They're super interesting. In that 2-litre pot at $9.99 as well. 5612 100. Hairy lip fern is the next one, which is a bit shorter. So this one will get to about 50-60 centimetres in height. So if you want to go for the two of those, plant this one in front. It's called hairy lip. We don't know why the lip bit, but we know it's got little hairs all over it. And I was researching this. It's to do with being able to retain moisture. You can sort of see one of the things unfurling there as well. So this one can cope with a slightly more sunny position, slightly drier soil, or you can put it in that shady spot as well if you want to. 561204 is the item number. Painted Lady is the next one. Now, if you're going for all three, put this one at the front because this one's slightly shorter than the other ones, but this one spreads even further. So this will get to about 40-50 centimetres height, but it'll go to a good metre spread, won't it?
Yeah, and this is dramatic, this one. I mean, look at the colour. If you thought ferns were just green and no other colour, I mean, goodness me, look at that. It's got that beetroot kind of coloured stems and veins on there as well. And those are leaves, almost sort of metallic, don't they? It's almost like they've been sprayed with like a silver paint. Really, really dramatic leaves on there. The new leaves are just remarkable.
They really are, honestly. So that's another one of our buy one, get one frees. We also have the Delphinium available. So this one is, again, part of the buy one, get one free. We can't guarantee which colour you're going to get, but any one of them is absolutely gorgeous. Please don't be concerned about that at all. It's in that 2 litre pot. You'll get those gorgeous spikes of flowers coming up there. I love the foliage at the bottom as well, and it just sort of rises up out of there. Gets to about
60 centimetres, these ones. So generally, the idea with these ones is you don't have to worry about supporting them and putting in canes and supports. But if you're somewhere really, really windy, I would. But generally, these ones are pretty much self-supporting.
Yeah, definitely. 511552 is the item number for that one. And the final one in our mix and match buy one, get one free is the foxglove, the Dalmatian foxglove. Again, can't guarantee which colour you're going to get, but we don't mind at all. And these sort of self-seed as well, don't they? So once you've got one, you can have loads of them.
They'll self-seed, and sometimes you'll get different colours as well. They don't always necessarily come true. So, yeah, you can end up with all sort of different colours. And these are great, again, for those sort of damp, cool, sort of semi-shady areas. So the sort of place where you're going to plant your Corydalis or your Acers, for example, do really, really well in the same kind of position.
These are brilliant. So buy one, get one free in those 2 litre pots. Just choose which of them you're going for. Is it the Delphinium, the foxglove, the 3 different types of fern, or the Rudbeckia? It's entirely up to you how many you get, which combinations you get. Just put whichever ones you want into your basket. Make sure it's an even number because you don't want to miss out on a freebie there. Enter the code YGTV3224 and half of what you've put in your basket of that mix and match selection will be absolutely free. Very quick, we've got to show you blueberries, but they are pink blueberries. You do need the ericaceous compost, so make sure you get those. 310028, half price on that one, £7.48. And next we have the Honeyberries. So this is lovely in the Grow Your Own selection. This one does not need the ericaceous compost. You've got a double up deal available here, so it's £9.99 for one, or if you put a second one in your basket, it'll basically work out as a £5 for the second one. 2 of them for £14.98. Pomegranates is the next one. So this is going to grow beautiful, bright orange, kind of blood orange is what Adam was calling them, flowers on there, really waxy texture, but they can also turn into gorgeous ornamental pomegranates as well. So I think this is great outdoors. It'd be wonderful as a conservatory plant as well. 680066 is the item number. £5 saving on that one as long as you enter the code YGTV3224. And a winner in our eyes is the Rock Rose collection. This is a buy one get one free as well. You're going to get 6 plug plants, 3 colours, 2 of each, but oh, sorry, it's not a buy one get one, it's a double up deal. So 3 colours, 2 of each, but if you double up, you'll get 3 colours, 4 of each. £9.99 for 6 plug plants, or £14.98 for 12 of those plug plants. 480992 is the item number for you there. So let's go into the chat. We've got some emails coming in. Anne, she said, of course you are correct. That was the Dahlia picture. Can you guess what it is? I quite like that game.
Oh,
Adam, we can't see you.
No, well, I was just.
Hello.
I was just thinking, is there a big palm? Are we doing a big palm today?
We're doing a big palm
oh,
today.
We are doing a big. Where is it?
We're doing a big palm. I haven't seen it.
No, have I? No. I know where it is. We'll get to that in a minute.
So I do love a guess what plant it is. I don't always know, but I do.
Oh, does she already know what it is then? Was it like a trick? Was it like a?
She knows that we like guessing plants.
Oh, we've been tested.
Yeah, we've been tested.
Oh, I like it.
Tony has sent in a quick question about my skyscraper lilies. 3 out of the 5 have been in bud for about 2 weeks. I planted them in the Torino pots. Torinos, is that the little ones? These are Torinos, aren't they?
Yes.
Oh, and you've put skyscraper lilies in here. Okay, I think they're too small for skyscraper lilies. I planted them in the Torino pots. Is that why they haven't opened yet? Should I risk putting them in the vals? A few pictures of my latest delivery, and as you like seeing them, my geranium Roseanne. Okay, let me see if there's some pictures of the... Oh, I don't know what picture you've sent us there. You've sent us a picture with a load of people in it.
Yeah, what I would do...
Those need planting out. You give them advice while I look at the pictures.
Transplant those lilies out of those Torino pots into the garden now, because if they are skyscraper lilies and you take them out the pots, they'll be ridiculously root bound. You'll see a mass of white roots. So take them out of the pots today if you can. Transplant them into the soil in the garden,
or into a bigger pot.
Yeah, or into a bigger pot. Give them a good drink, and then hopefully, that they will open out for you.
Yeah, if you've got them in those, I'm surprised they haven't fallen over, to be honest with you, because the skyscrapers will get quite big. Yeah, they're too small, so do put them into a bigger pot or into the ground, and they'll open fine. They'll be absolutely fine. And he sent us some pictures of... So what was this he said? There's definitely Euphorbia in there. We've got some Bowls Mauve going on in there as well.
Oh, we can see Bowls Mauve at the back.
Yeah, you've got loads of Euphorbias in there.
Miner's Merlot there.
And these, that looks like Rudbeckia there.
Yeah, little Rudbeckia there, ready to go in one of those recyclable pots that we send our plants out in now.
Looking good there, Tony. So hopefully Adam's advice will help you, so do switch those over. And Anthony's asking for some advice as well. Help and advice required. Hello all, I have planted approximately 40 dahlias, all shooting when I planted them in extra large pots in new compost. Some were new and some were ones I have had for many years and lift and save from one year to the next. As the shoots started to appear, the squirrels had great fun breaking them off. My question is, should I lift, dry and store the dahlias now, or leave them in the pots until October, when I would probably have lifted them, as there are no signs of any new shoots? Love the show, the plants and the tips. Regards, Margaret. Sorry, it's not from Anthony, it's from Margaret.
If all the shoots have been broken off, I wouldn't lift them now. I'd just put the pots to one side and then lift them when you lift the rest of them, because I think if you lift them now, that is a long period for those tubers to be out the ground, and especially with the high temperatures we've got coming in the coming weeks as well. So just keep them in the compost.
Would you keep watering them?
No, I wouldn't keep watering them. So just put them around the back of the shed somewhere, or just somewhere out the way. Just leave them in that compost until probably about end of September, October, when you naturally lift the other ones, and do them all at the same time.
We're going to have that debate, aren't we? I remember it happening last year, and everyone's like, are you lifting your dahlias or are you leaving your dahlias in? Are you lifting your dahlias or are you leaving your dahlias in? Lift or leave? Yeah,
well, I had three actually, really beautiful Bishop of Llandaff dahlias in a central bed last winter, and I left them in, and I've lost 2.
Oh, no!
Yeah, it was an island bed in the lawn that flooded quite a lot around the edge, and the 2 on either side in the water bit,
didn't like it.
They died, but the one in the middle on the higher bit, that survived. So if it's, I would say, err on the side of caution, because if it's a dahlia you really love, lift just to be sure.
See, mine are all in pots, so I'm thinking I might leave them in the pots, but just move the pots.
Yeah, that'd be ideal. Perfect.
I might just stack the pots up, put them all in the conservatory, get a plank of wood, and then put the other pots on top of that, and just leave them in the conservatory. And then I can just bring them out again next year.
The only thing I would say about that is try and put them in such a way that the compost will dry out. So you don't want the compost to stay really damp all the way through. But
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, you leave them in the pots, but they'll be absolutely fine in those pots. Brilliant.
I'm so excited about my dahlias.
And then you can start them all again next spring.
All right, well, I think that was it from the emails. Let me just double check. Yes, I think I went through everything in the emails, and I don't think there was anything else in the YouTube chat. So again, thank you so much for sending your emails, your pictures. We're into the last sort of 25 minutes now. If you do have any last-minute pictures or questions you want to send in, do that. ygtv@yougarden.com. We'll see if we get some chance just before the end to read out or show anything else that comes through. We're bringing you back to where we sort of started our 4 hours, and that is at this super huge Phoenix canariensis. Now, I wasn't here early in the week. Adam was here with Sean, weren't you? And I walked into the potting shed and said, that can't be right. 1999, look at the size of it, there's no way that's right. But apparently you guys checked it out earlier in the week,
well,
and it is right.
Because we're not going to palm you off with some silly little plant.
Yeah.
You know, we really like to give you a giant-sized palm when we're supplying a palm.
Give you a giant-sized palm.
Did you see that?
No.
So she threatened me. So, I get treated terribly here.
He loves it.
I do. She's lovely, Bex. I love it. I love her to bits. She's wonderful.
Thank you, Adam.
But the good thing about things like Phoenix canariensis is the bigger they are, the tougher they are, the harder they are, but also the more dramatic they are. Because, as I say, you're not going to be opening the box of some little palm that's only 10, 12 inches tall, and you've got to wait 4 or 5 years for it to do something. Just imagine opening the box at home. By the way, when it comes to you, it'll be tied up, which I like even better actually, because we'll kind of tie it up like this, which will be quite nice, and then what I would do is take it out the box still tied up, go and stand it in the garden on the patio or somewhere, get a nice sharp pair of scissors, cut that string, bang.
I love that.
And you got
That's
that,
so exciting.
Yeah, you just got that reveal, haven't you? That dramatic reveal. And then suddenly, 5 years of waiting that you'd have to do if you grew this from a little palm is instant. You've got that dramatic, elegant statement palm right there to put in your beds, your borders, your pots. Perhaps you've got a large area of lawn that's a bit boring. Perhaps you've got a big area of gravel out the front and you just want to break it up and add a bit of drama. Go for this.
Yeah, definitely. And if you can go for 2 of these, I'm going to recommend it. Now, I'm saying this, I've only got 1. I do wish I had 2, though. 1 is beautiful. There's a statement plant. But with something like this, I like the symmetry. I like the pairing. I like at either side, patio doors, seating area, pathway. It really works, doesn't it?
It does work brilliantly, and also we've had some fabulous perennials today as well. That got caught in my watch. Off you go. Yeah, I mean, for example, things like the Rudbeckias, things like the Agapanthus, they all look good, sort of planted with palms, because they've all got that kind of quite Mediterranean, tropical kind of look to them as well, to kind of add that drama. And I have seen plants like this in the UK. I've seen some Phoenix canariensis with trunks sort of 5 or 6 foot tall. I've even we went to Ipswich last year, me and my other half, and Ipswich sometimes, down in Norfolk, sometimes get those awful cold winds off the North Sea, some really sort of quite cold, bitter winters. We saw a huge one of these growing in a sheltered corner near a car park. I couldn't believe it. And the leaves were massive. So, you get these in the right position, you give them a little protection in their early life, you really can get that dramatic palm to thrive in your garden.
It's beautiful, honestly. A £10 saving as well at £19.99. 680052. Boris, I think this might have been the one that you were looking for earlier. If you're still watching, go to yougarden.com, take the item number 680052, type it into the search bar, and then the plant will come up for you. I do hope that you managed to place your order. Now, you might want some pots for these to go in. We got pots for you. We got pots galore. We've got a few different options. We're going to start with our olive green planters. Now, it will work beautifully in here. It'll stay in here for a couple of years, won't it?
Yeah, because palms, again, can be really pot bound. I've actually bought palms in garden centres sometimes, and when I pulled the palm out the pot, there's almost no compost left. And
they don't mind though, do they?
And it's just roots, a massive white roots with air gaps in between, and they still survive. They are tough, drought-tolerant plants.
Yeah.
So that is in the olive planter.
Yes,
do you fancy? What should we go for next? Do you want to try a different type?
I love the olive planter. I do, and I think it works beautifully. It definitely gives you that kind of Tuscan holiday tropical vibe, and it is a double up deal, so it's £17.99 for 1. Or if you put 2 in your basket, the second one is just £2 because you get 2 for £19.99. But
do you want to try all of them?
I like
the
terracotta-y ones. Let's go Helix first.
You want to go this one?
Yeah. Let's go Helix first.
So let's go Helix.
I like the terracotta look that goes with these, in actual fact.
There we go.
Now, Yeah, I don't know. It's there's something about that. Again, I feel like it gives that holiday vibe, and it's the colour contrast that works for me.
That does work really, really well. Just one quick thing as well. When you pick the palm up, you don't expect to pick it up there.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't pick it up right down there, because it's got some quite sharp.
Oh yeah, it's spiky down the
spiny
bottom.
bits at the bottom. But yeah, at the top it's nice and soft. So, but yeah, palms and terracotta do go. It does work, because I think a lot of places you see palms growing, they have those terracotta roof tile sort of places, don't they? And have all those terracotta planters and things. So yeah, put those two together, and it just looks really dramatic, doesn't it?
Well, we do have a multi-buy deal on here. I think we've got 2 pots in there, actually. You can see two bits there. What you can do here is get 4 for £24.99. So one of them is £14.99. Don't buy 2 or 3, because that would be crazy. 2 would work out at £30, 3 would work out at £45, but if you put 4 in your basket, all of a sudden you're going to see this magic price appear at £24.99. As you can see, look, we've got 4 in the basket, we've entered the code, we know that because we can see we've got our Blooming Fast fertiliser, £24.99, breaking down to £6.25 each. Of course, if you join the club, you'll get an extra £2.50 off that price as well, making them even better value.
Do you want to go Durham?
Durham. Should we bring in the Durham?
Durham.
We're going to surprise Jake here. But we do have a slightly more decorative pot, and if you would like it. It is the XL, this one. So this is the extra large Durham that you can get here.
I'm liking that as well, Bex.
All of these are made from plastic, by the way, but UV stabilised, frost-resistant plastic. They've got, I can feel it, it's got the extra... what's it called around the edges?
The reinforcements.
The reinforcements, thank you. There's extra reinforcements around the rim. I'll show you that in a second. But that is just a bit more decorative if you want to go for that with this as well.
Still looks really good in there, though.
Still looks amazing.
Let
me just tip that so you can see the reinforcement. Yeah, can you see the reinforcement around the rim there? Because sometimes that's going to help you when you're moving it to not break and crack the edges.
Yeah, because I remember once in a customer's garden, I picked up a plastic pot like this, and the rim turned inside out.
Absolutely.
Because there was no reinforcement.
No reinforcement. Well, you've got that on here, and you can see you've got drainage holes on the bottom there as well. No need to drill any extra ones. That's one. Sorry. Spike Adam. 130580 if you would like to go for the extra large Durham. We do have the large Durham as well if you want to have a look at that one.
Should we try it in the large one?
That's the large one.
Yeah, I mean, it might do in there for sort of one season. Or even a couple, to be honest.
A couple of seasons there. It's a similar size to the olive green,
to the olive as well. So you could start it off in this one if you wanted to. It looks really, really good in that one. And then, of course, because these pots are, really, really tough, because they're UV stable, because they're frost resistant, all the rest of it, even 2-3 years down the line, you can take this palm out of this pot and you've still got a viable, attractive pot that you can then put something else into.
Absolutely.
So I think any 4 of them, Bex, any of those different types pots there, would be superb for.
It really would. 130578 is the item number for the large Durham. Now, I'm not going to suggest the Laval for the Phoenix Canariensis. I think it's just a bit too small for the Phoenix Canariensis. Yeah, that would look great in there, especially with the orange.
Little pomegranate.
But the Lavals are still on a great deal as well. It's a twin pack for £14.98, but if you double up and get 2 twin packs, that's 4 pots, that will work out at £19.98, so about £5 per pot. Love the design of these. I think this is quite contemporary, but designed in a way that it will fit into all garden styles. So, really beautiful. Plus, you've got those drainage holes in there as well. Extra drainage holes, no need to be drilling any extra. And our last chance saloon. This is it, guys. We've been bringing it to you for quite a while now, but this is the last chance to get hold of the Torinos. This is a buy one and get 2 free. So put one of these into your basket, enter the code YGTV3224, and these other 2 will be put into your basket for you. Of course, if you put 2 in your basket, you'll get 4 free. Put 3 in your basket, you'll get 6 free, and so on and so forth. There is no limit, I believe, on how many of these you buy.
And these are great as well. These are real practical size as well, because you don't have to spend a fortune filling these up, but very quickly, very simply, you can just change the look, change the mood of any part of your garden. And there's been a bit of a thing in recent years of growing herbs in pots.
I love that.
Putting the planter on the table and just picking your own fresh herbs to put onto your pizza or into your salad, or
put some basil in there, put some chives in there, a bit of coriander, very nice.
Yeah, it'd be great, wouldn't it? Just fresh herbs, just plucked straight from the those little herb bushes and then straight onto your food. Gorgeous.
130272 is the item number if you want to go for the Torino. So a nice selection of pots, various sizes, various colours, something to suit everybody's desires and tastes. Let's go back over to the compost, shall we?
Oh, well, that's quite good, really, because actually earlier
you made a ball earlier, didn't you?
I made what's those things?
A mud ball.
No, the beetles make, like a poo ball
dung
thing.
ball.
Oh, a dung ball, not a poo ball. A dung ball, that was it.
Dung beetles, dung ball.
I made a dung ball. And kind of want to show it, because I spent ages while Bex was talking just really, really squeezing this compost together, because you do that with some compost and you probably need a mallet to kind of break it apart. But this, I mean, you literally just give that the gentlest of squeezes, and look at that, Bex. That compost just falls apart. It's so lightweight, it's so airy. It's just a sort of compost that plants are going to thrive, going to want to live in. Because imagine you're a little seedling or a little tiny cutting, or you've just been transplanted, and you're put into some of that really heavy, claggy compost that's got bits of stick in it, and it's all compact and horrible. Things aren't going to survive. You can see there, look how just fine it breaks up.
It's such a good point, because I've done this in the past where I've run out of the premium professional and I've gone and I've bought another bag of compost, and I'm always disappointed, and you end up with great big sticks, lumps and chunks in there. But this is so well composted, really nice and fine, no big clumps in there, and every time you open a bag, the consistency of it really amazes me. From one bag to the next, it is the same consistency, and it's that really fine, gorgeous texture. Smells delicious. There's nothing dank and horrible about it, and it's packed with incredible ingredients. You've got a slow release fertilizer in there, going to feed your plants for a good 5 or 6 months, but lots of other things as well.
You've got that wetting agent, so that makes the compost hydrophilic. It means it wants to absorb moisture. It doesn't repel it like some compost do, like water off a duck's back. It's pH balanced, so that means it's not too acid, it's not too alkaline, so it's going to suit a large number of plants. You've got the slow release fertilizer that Bex mentioned, so it's going to feed for up to 6 months, and it's just one of the most 5-star reviewed, rated products that we do. I use this compost all the time. I've used it for my house plants. I've got 6 of the 30-litre heavy-duty planters in my greenhouse, 3 with tomatoes, 3 with cucumbers, all growing in this compost. And I tell you what I find really, really strange. When they start to need a drink, and I've got great big saucers at the bottom, I go in there with the hose pipe and I'm watering this compost. And Bex, sometimes it seems like it's almost up to a minute before it starts to run out the bottom into the tray, because compost is absorbing it. It's just soaking it. In fact, I've started using a watering can, a hose pipe, because I got fed up doing it for water, because I put one watering can in, nothing was coming out the bottom. So now I do it with a hose pipe, and then once it gets into the tray at the bottom, I just know it's going to hold on to that moisture, so it cuts down the amount of watering I have to do in the long run.
It's a fantastic price, it's a fantastic product. The compost is 5-star rated by thousands of people over the years. It's available to you today with absolutely no postage included. So if you just want compost, that's fine. Get your compost. Make sure you enter the code YGTV3224, because that will give you the discount, first of all, the saving of whatever it is, £17 something. But it will also put your Blooming Fast fertiliser, your free gift, into your basket as well. Not a free gift that you can sniff at all. This is absolutely fantastic. It's something that we should all be using on a regular basis in our gardens.
Yeah, again, it's a high-end fertiliser. I mean, sometimes with giveaways, you just get something really basic, don't you? But
not here.
Not here. I mean, this hasn't just got the nitrogen, the phosphorus and the potassium. This has got those trace elements, the boron, the zinc, the copper, the manganese, the magnesium, all those little elements that are there in microscopic amounts but are critical to plant health. This is multivitamins for your plants.
And it's a free gift with your purchase today. If you want multiple orders of your compost, do them in separate orders. Get 100 litres, then come back, get another 100 litres, because you'll get multiples of your free gift as long as you use the code YGTV3224. There is an entire website of joy for you to go and have a look at. You can shop the entire website, not just the items that we've got in the show today. Everything on the website is available to you. Just always use that code in order to get your free gift. and the savings that you will find are unlocked by that code. That's all of the plants that we've selected for the show today. But up at the bar at the top, you can see all the different categories. Go in there, have a little look, find some plants.
Don't mention the bar at the top.
Don't mention the bar.
Don't mention the bar. Oh, that'd be nice to go to a bar now, wouldn't it?
Nice. Have a nice cold glass of cider or something.
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm going to get some on the way home. Oh, yeah. Now you've done me now. I'm off to that shop round the corner on the way back. Yeah.
All right, we're into our last 5 minutes. Let's leave you with some of the favourites on our favourites table. This is a buy one, get two absolutely free. It's the deal of the week. It's the Nepeta, the Six Hills Giant.
I like the way you drew out the bite. You sounded almost like...
Bye.
Sounded like a sheep. Bye. One free.
Look at those gorgeous flowers.
I'm getting you back now.
I know you are.
Yes, stunning. Not only stunning flowers, but stunning foliage as well. And aromatic, fragrant foliage that will send your cats into an absolute dither. I mean, cats love this. They really do.
Pollinators also adore it, look.
They do, and humans adore it. It's one of those plants that's just loved by everybody. It's got that glaucous blue foliage. It's got this lovely purpley blue flowers, and it will flower for month after month after month. Just looks absolutely amazing.
Sorry, just listening to Jake here. So we've got a question from Grimmy in the YouTube chat. He's asking, he's got a Salvia hot lips that doesn't appear to die back. Is he all right just to trim it back?
You know, it's funny you say that, because I went to see a lady around the corner from me the other day called Vinny, and she's got a Salvia hot lips in her garden. It's the size of a washing machine.
Wow.
Honestly, it's almost grown into a shrub. And,
amazing.
So if you leave them year on year, they will get bigger and bigger and woodier, but you can trim them back. But I wouldn't do it now. I'd wait till next spring.
Wait till spring to trim?
Yeah, wait till sort of late spring next year, then trim it back. If you trim it back now, you'll encourage loads of new growth, which might not harden up enough before the winter.
OK, yeah.
Yeah, so wait till sort of probably end of April next year, then trim it back as much as you want. Then it's got lots of time and lots of warmth to regrow.
Trimming it as well, it's going to keep it nice and sort of more bushy, isn't it? If you leave it to grow, surely it'll just get a bit leggy and a bit open.
Yeah. I mean, you can take a little bit off of it now, but you know, don't
go nuts.
Don't go nuts. You know, if you're going to do any sort of harsh pruning, do it next spring. But again, don't go absolutely berserk. Don't go right down into the really thick wood at the base, because again, it won't like that either. OK,
lovely. Hope we've answered that for you. Bill says he's sorry you missed the show. He's going to catch up this evening. Yeah, well, that's the beauty of it. You can catch up. If you start watching now, you can even rewind and start from the beginning. It's up to you. But the shows are always available on YouTube, on the website, and on Facebook as well, so you can catch up wherever you like.
And you can start watching Sean in 2 minutes on QVC.
Yeah, guys, you can tune over on QVC. Sean's going to be starting his show at 2 o'clock. I think he might have the full hour. You'll have to see. Julia's got a question as well. She's bought the 3 banana plants, the mousas that we did. Do we put them in one pot? Hang on, do I put them in one pot or a larger pot?
Put them all in individual pots.
Yeah.
But just go a few sizes up.
Yeah.
Don't go too mad this year. Just a couple of sizes up. Get them established, and then next year you could go for probably a much bigger pot.
There you go. Could you put them all in one big pot if you wanted to? Not really.
I wouldn't put, because they've got slightly different growth habits as well, I think. So yeah, I would.
Individual pots.
Yeah, I'd definitely put them in individual pots.
Right, there we go. Jake is saying he would like to go to his favourite. Why not? You're in control, Jake. You can do whatever you like. We're going to go to the Agapanthus fireworks, which is one of the most beautiful plants. Gorgeous bicoloured blooms on here, and quite an easy one to grow if your name is not Rebecca Edwards.
Well, you look at the picture there, blue sky, open, sunny, well drained. That's where these will do well. If you want your Agapanthus to flower, that's where you need to grow it, or grow it in a pot in open, sunny position as well. Stunning Agapanthus this, long-lived, many flower spikes once it's established. But
I mean, so many, like 15, 20,
yeah,
25.
Easily, 25 even, over a good couple of month period. You can see that there's a bud further down that hadn't even sort of opened out. It was only half the height. So it's not all a big flash in the pan with this one. You will get a long flowering period. But as I say, full sun, full sun, the brightest sunny position you can find, well drained. Don't make them compete with other plants. Otherwise, you just get leaves and you won't get flowers.
Lovely. 561027 is the item number. It is a triple deal. £12.99 for one. But if you put 3 of those into your basket, you'll get all 3 for £19. £19.99. You must use the offer code though. If you don't use the offer code, you'll end up spending £12.99 for each of those. We don't want you to do it. We want you to get the best value possible. If you get the best value, you're more likely to come back and shop with us again. The offer code will give you that saving, but it will also give you the free gift included with every single purchase today. That is our Blooming Fast fertiliser. Our head gardener is he loves this fertiliser. He had a big hand in developing it, and he is so keen on getting this out there and for everybody to use it because it does amazing things for your plants.
It is incredible, and I can't believe in 20 years as well, you know, Peter has built, you know, this company up to what it is. It's phenomenal.
He's done all right.
It's brilliant.
He's done all right, hasn't he, old Peter? Young Peter. I'll leave you with the details of the Agapanthus then. 561027 is the item number. So remember, there's a few things. Join the club today, please. It costs just £5 to join. You'll get 10% discount on everything that you purchase here. You'll get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers as well. At 2 o'clock, Sean is going to be on QVC. Go over, give him a little watch. He's got different plants, you know. See what he's got. He'll enjoy having your company there. Make sure you use the offer code YGTV3224. That's what's going to unlock all of the deals, all of the savings, all of the buy one, get one frees, all of that stuff as well. We will be back in the week with a brand new show. There'll be some favourites in there, but we'll have loads of new ones for you. And I'll be back in the potting shed with you next Sunday as well. So I can't wait. Thanks ever so much, Adam.
Cheers, Bex.
Cheers, Jake. You did a good job. Mwah. See you all later.